What is up? Dumb Luck, Star Killer, Final Fighter. Hey guys. How's everyone doing today? Hey guy. Give it a few minutes for the YouTube notifications to go out here as we get started. I am indeed ready, Final Fighter. I've definitely been looking forward to this route. I also had like a migraine all day, and I'm hoping that'll go away within like an hour of the stream. That would be great. So when I streamed Gunmetal, oh man. That's a throwback. I used to do a lot more like random game streams. Those are always fun. Hey, what's up, Savetta? 100 line with a migraine sounds like a nightmare. I get like migraines and like neck pains all the time. I'm not really sure why. I probably should look into that. But I'm just kind of used to it. So it doesn't really faze me that much while streaming. But throughout the day today, I basically just laid down all day. I didn't really do anything. But at least it's a 3-day weekend, so I didn't totally waste the weekend. Gamer posture? It probably is gamer posture, honestly. It was one of the last streams I did before Persona 5 then. It was in, yeah, early 2020. I need to chop my hair. It's getting pretty wild. Oh well. We're not going to start with emotional damage? No, we're not going to start with emotional damage. We'll probably wait to do all the bad ends. We'll save those for like a stream or something. Feels like it'd be a little much to start a stream off with that, because then I'll have a stream that like people always try to avoid the beginning of. Get to Garen Log in episode 8. Nice. Doing like a little watch marathon kind of thing today. You bet I'll finish this route today. You could even start another. Yeah, I assumed that's what you were talking about. If we speedrun. When have I ever speedrun anything, though? Tomorrow is Memorial Day? 2 days from now is Memorial Day, right? What day is it? It's Saturday, right? I'm expecting a lot of talking and theories today. I do like talking, and I do like making theories. Oh yeah, I gotta pierce the heavens. Hey, what's up, Devin? Welcome. You scared me, guy? Yeah, I know, right? Slight moment of panic. Yeah, I just went like comatose for a day. I pulled a Takumi and just literally slept the entire day. Hey Erica, what's up? Takumi gets knocked out a lot. Well, yeah, so we can not have to literally progress 100 days. That would be ridiculous. Alright, we'll give it just another minute or so here for those YouTube notifications to roll out. Then we'll get rolling. What stream are you going to be doing? Some of the sad stuff? Memorial Day? That would actually be funny, but no, I think it'd probably be later on. Hey, when does... This is off topic, and not that I've ever really done that before. Isn't Perfect Dark supposed to be coming out soon? Jesus, still doesn't have a confirmed release date. And Fable got delayed. Is Xbox ever going to put out, like, a good new game? Good lord. I mean, I guess they did just put out Doom and Oblivion. But still, Perfect Dark's been waiting in the wings for a while. Here to say you should quickly grab the other Killing Games ending for the achievement. We'll get it eventually. I'm in no rush. The bad endings are all really short, but yeah, but isn't it gonna put us in like a bad mood? Also, I feel sometimes it's hard to like read through the bad ends when you're like, all right, we're gonna go die here. let's get rolling here. Can I just load the timeline? How does this work? Okay, it does just load the timeline. Also, welcome to the stream, Heartless Angel. Hey, Zombody. Still no job after 40 interviews? My question would be, are you listing yourself as, like, overqualified? If you're interviewing for minimum wage jobs, do you have, like, a college degree or anything like that? Because one thing I would do is I would not apply for jobs if, like, you're too overqualified for them, because then you'll just get immediately dismissed, especially if they'll just assume you'll leave as soon as you find a better job. You don't have the college degree, just a GED? I don't know what's going on. Do you have, like, a lot of work experience or something like that? Some bad endings reveal important information. Oh, do they actually? What? You have 3 YOE and fast casual. I don't know what that means. Hey, Mikra. Welcome to the stream. You wouldn't consider them as basic as bad ends? All the ones you got are more interesting than the Yugamu one you got? Oh. Well, I didn't think the other bad ending I got wasn't that thrilling either. Oh. Years of experience. I gotcha. I haven't heard that as an abbreviation before. So you're just applying for other restaurants and stuff? You just got a new job? It's 11-hour shifts, 5 days a week? That sounds miserable. Restaurants and retail. Oh, you know what? I should have gone start a day, because I actually don't remember this splitting point. I followed Tsubasa and Kyoshika to the classroom on the first floor, dashing inside upon arrival. You gotta wake up at 5 o'clock. Good lord. That sounds miserable. I could never. I'm not an early bird. No way. This is pretty much the start of the day. Chapter select sucks. But it says it was like just before the chapter. Does it not actually put you just before the chapter? Not again. It was a repeat of day 4. Somebody had used red spray paint to write something on the digital blackboard again. The only difference was the content of the text. This time it said, "Let's play a killing game." Who found it first? 'Twas I. You were working as a waitress a while back? It was the worst? Yeah. I used to do retail. Oof. Anything having to do, like, work with the general public is no thank you, because the general public sucks. You've had to skip so much dialogue because of this so-called before decision. Well, maybe they just want to make sure you remember the context of where you went back. The only time you've worked at a restaurant was as a dishwasher? See, that I feel like wouldn't be that bad. Like, if I was going to work a job at a restaurant, like, if you let me pick a job at a restaurant, I think I would probably pick dishwasher. If that was just it, like, that was solely the job. Like, cook, you gotta, like, work over the hot stove. You gotta, like, be trying to make, like, different foods. You're in a rush. Like, people will be upset if you, like, mess up their meal. If you're the cashier, you gotta, like, deal with people. Potentially people getting mad about their bill. You work as a waiter or waitress. You have to, like, deal with the people. And there's always, like, so many rude people. So I feel like dishwasher, where you could just be like, blinders on, washing dishes. The whole restaurant could be getting busy and you're just scrubbing away. I mean, yeah, obviously it's not, like, the best job, but I think of a restaurant, I would do that. Has there been anything in my entire life that's felt more impossible than to get another job in fast food retail? I always assumed that those were, like, easy jobs to get. Because it always seems like those jobs have such a bad reputation that, like, not a lot of people apply. And I always see that, like, every fast food place, like, I ever go to, I feel like has, like, a "we're hiring" sign. Like, I feel like I've never not seen that sign up. You have social anxiety, so you got mentally drained in an hour. I have social anxiety in, usually depends on the context, which is, I know, not, like, real social anxiety. But, like, if there's a reason for me to be talking to people, I don't have social anxiety. Like, that kind of stuff doesn't faze me. Like, as long as there's context. But I get social anxiety if it's like, hey, do you want to approach this random person? I'm like, I would rather die, like, on the spot. Like, I don't like that. But if it's like, if I'm, you know, a waiter at a restaurant or something, and I've got to go walk up to somebody to, like, get their order, I can do that, no problem, because there's context. I'm very bad at icebreakers, but it's like, if there is a reason for the conversation to happen, I'm totally fine. But if I have to break the ice, oof, I can't do it. I don't know why. It's like a weird hang-up I have. I just can't do icebreaker. Like, there has to be context or a reason for me to be talking with you. Because if that exists, I'm like a huge extrovert. Totally fine. Like, at work, if I have to set meetings with someone from another company, I don't like that. I don't. But if they set the meeting with me, easy. And I have no idea who they are. Someone calls me and was like, hey, let's have a meeting about this. I'm like, yeah, sure. If someone's like, hey, you should set a meeting with this person you don't know, I'm like, I don't want to do it. I don't know. It's weird. One time a kid laughed when my voice was shaky, I was ready to cry. That's kind of rude. Kids suck, man. You have no problem breaking the ice if you have a valid reason to talk to someone? Yeah, it's really just icebreakers in general, I feel like, is what I struggle with. But if the ice can be broken easily because there's, like, context to your interaction, no problem. Upon discovering this foul scene, I immediately set off to inform everybody of it. What were you doing? Oh, yeah. Hiriko is back. What were you doing here in the first place? Yes, well, I had wished to retrieve Lady Kurara's mask before breakfast. Huh? It's been left on the ceiling catwalk since you flung it there yesterday? Kyoshka, you shall pay for this later. Kurara's back. Y'all should try teaching. Hey, Adam. What's up, man? See, that's again something I feel like I could do because there would be context for me to be talking to people. Like, there's a reason for me to be standing up in front of people talking. So I feel like I would be fine there. Whereas if it was like a movie theater and I had to get everyone's attention, I couldn't do that. But if I worked at the movie theater and someone was like, hey, can you go do like a pre-movie announcement to tell people to put their phones away and da-da-da-da-da, then I would have no problem with it. I don't know. It's weird. There was a French family that came every year and the kids were brats. If you have a reason or purpose, you can talk to anyone as long as I'm not predisposed to being scared of them. You don't like one-on-one conversation, though? Feels personal and you're worried about angering them. See, I don't mind one-on-one conversations. I think it's weird. Like, I also don't like being part of a group. I think more than I like one-on-one conversations. The things that I do, like my social preferences, are like all out of whack. Second best girl Carrara has returned. Carrara was already wearing her mask. She must have retrieved it before the rest of us came running in. What route are we on now, and how many have we done so far? We've completed one route so far. And right now, I think we're about to start the mystery route for our second route. We've had too many stressful one-on-one conversations with school staff. Oof. Yeah. A couple bad things like that will scar you. But for me, it's like I don't like groups of people. Like if someone's like, hang out with me one-on-one, sure. If someone's like, hey, hang out with me and like 3 or 4 of my friends, I'm like, no thanks. Who would write something like this? Isn't it obvious? Hey, Moko's here too. Look at all of the characters that are back. Oh, Gaku's still not here though. It's the same bastard who wrote the last threat. The same one who killed Gaku. Man, I'm gonna forget what Gaku's character looks like. We're doing 2 routes in a row without him. Rip. Are you sure? The handwriting seems a little different. My dear sister's sharp perception pierces through everything. Someone else wrote this? Could it be Ava? No. Oh, Shoma's back. I don't think that's possible. See, I don't even need to announce that Kyoshka's back because Kyoshka's always on my mind and has never left. But seeing some of these other characters, I had forgotten about them. Kyoshka, my baby girl. When I delivered breakfast to her just now, her cage was properly locked. Who has the key? I do. It's the only copy in existence, also. There's a special IC chip embedded inside that makes it impossible to duplicate. Shouldn't there technically be 2 keys because there's 2 cages? We can think about the author later. I'm more curious about what this killing game is supposed to refer to. Which part of killing game is so hard to understand? It's a game where you kill or be killed. Still doesn't make sense. Who plays? What are the rules? Where? How? When? Why? Suddenly, Shoma raised his voice. Everybody, look. There's something on the teacher's desk. Looks like a tape recorder? I guess we should listen to it. I pressed play, and an eerie-sounding voice came out of the recorder.
The game has officially begun.
I think my headphones are dying.
Like the blackboard says, let's all play a killing game together.
I forgot how tall Hiriko is. Is she actually tall, or is it the heels? Now I'm curious, because she's like literally towering over Carrara. She's 5'11". But is her sprite, is she 5'11" with heels? No way Kyoshka's 5'4". What is happening here? Kyoshka's sprite's about the same size as Hiriko's.
The name of this game is The Invader Hunt.
I like the idea that this route is just everyone being like, nah, let's not play. Anyone willing to participate should gather in the leisure lounge at 7 p.m. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. That is all. With those eerie words, the voice stopped. Yeah, we don't know who the sponsor is. Silence prevailed. We could have heard a pin drop. We were all frowning, although nobody said anything. Yeah, see, if you look at the sprites like all lined up like this, I mean, I know some of them are more in the back row, so like, we don't have to look at Darumi and Kako for height right now, even though we know Kako's like really tiny. But like, Kyoshka and Harara, I tried to say Carrara and Hiriko at the same time. They're at the same level, but like Kyoshka and Hiriko are like the same height. It's odd. In Danganronpa V3, Kaede's height was different in the Japanese version and the US version. Why? Did they ever give a reason for that? Moko is very tall, yeah. She's 6'2". The last note hadn't been a prank. Sirei was destroyed and Gaku was murdered. This note could have been written by the same person. His last words especially kept echoing loudly in my mind. I imagine we have a chance of learning what the blood space is, or maybe we spend 75 days finding Gaku's murderer. Yeah, I imagine we're finding Gaku's murderer. Kyoshiko doesn't wear heels, she wears sneakers, so you can't even write it off to that. Right, and they're not like platform sneakers either, they're just like regular running shoes. So why is she the same height as Hiriko? I wonder if Kyoshika's supposed to be taller. Because I get like a tall vibe from her character. She doesn't seem like she's supposed to be tiny, like 5'4". This note could have been written by the same person. Oh wait, I already said that. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. Pledge. Hey, what's up, buddy? By the way, Kako, you mentioned something about the handwriting of this message being different from the last. Maybe the culprit deliberately changed it. We should keep that possibility in mind. Too soon to be jumping to conclusions about two different culprits when the MO's the same. So Gaku's murderer is on the move again? Basically, this could be from the same person who killed Gaku. If so, we might be able to find the true identity by joining the game. Takumi had never been more wrong. It's most likely your average sprite inconsistency. Not from my goat, Kodaka. He would never. But that option came with major risks. The monster who destroyed Sirei and slaughtered Gaku was behind it, after all. Join the game despite the risks, or try to keep everyone as safe as possible. We had until 7 p.m. to decide what to do, but it didn't seem prudent to delay our decision until the last minute. Takumi is not built like me. I would procrastinate and delay this decision as long as possible. Decision can be made until 7 p.m. My ass ain't making that decision until 6:59 p.m. In fact, I may procrastinate so hard I completely miss it. I recently got bit in the ass by my procrastination, actually, in one of the gacha games that I play all the time. AFK Arena. I'm sure people have heard me talk about that I play this game all the time. I completely missed the anniversary event because I kept procrastinating it. I'm still upset about it like a month later. That's alright, though. I'm doing good, Pletch. Thanks for asking, buddy. Hope you've been doing well as well. How do you procrastinate on an AFK game? Because I had to decide on the reward, and the reward was like, it was a pretty big deal. Like, it's an important thing because you can pick like a fully leveled character, and like there's a couple different fully leveled characters that I wanted that would have been very like good. And I kept putting off the decision because I was like, well, if I pick this character, I could do this. If I pick this character, I could do this. And then I ended up picking none of them. So. Just pick the best waifu? No, see, that's the thing, I already have all the waifu characters. The anniversary event was going to let me get one of the non-waifu characters that are meta. You know what I mean? That was my struggle. Just have to impulse those? Yeah. I know, I should have just impulse picked one. At the very least, like the day before, I should have just picked one of them. But I choked. I didn't pick any of them. So I just wasted it. It sucks too, because it's actually like, not that it's a big deal, because not that anyone cares about AFK Arena but me. But like the time that it would take to fully build one of the characters that you could get for free during the anniversary event will literally would take me like a year of, if I just try to do it with free-to-play currency. It'll take me like a fucking year to do. So, really sucks. Well, I have no one to blame but myself. I'm just an all-timer procrastinator, really. I don't know why, either. I just like to procrastinate things. It didn't seem prudent to delay our decision. We had to stay united. All of us. For that to happen, I had to clearly express my opinion on the matter first, as team leader. But what was our best option? Should we join the game or ignore it completely? I thought long and hard about what to say. Then I made my decision. Don't most of this people in this not consider Takumi their leader at this point? Anyway? I do like that it shows you what choice you've already made before. Only Hiriko and Tsubasa believe you. Yugamu kinda does,
Guys,
right?
Here's what I think. I'm not going to join this invader hunt thing.
Right. Of course not. A rational decision. I hope you can all follow my lead in this. I know I will. There's nothing to be afraid of if we all reject it together. Hey, don't speak for everyone just yet. What, you mean you're joining? Of course! I'll never get a chance to live out my fantasies like this again. Besides, the name Invader Hunt makes the game sound like it's going to be an absolute blast. I'm with Takumi on this one. You'll find me playing that game over my dead body. This Invader Hunt is just a culprit trying to trick us into believing it'll be fun. But it's clearly stated on the blackboard that this is a killing game. The recording said as much, too. I'll follow Takumi's lead as well. It's against my artistic principles to kill for entertainment. Oh yeah, the second to last members like us. You gotta remember most of this class stumbled into the killing game through comedic stumbles. Oh yeah. We all just kind of awkwardly ended up here. The message don't make sense anyway. The sponsor said those not in the game will be eliminated. But we'd still get eliminated sooner or later if we did join. Don't be stupid. Nobody has to die if we win, right? Right? Darumi, are you listening to yourself? You're taking this I love killing games persona a little too far, aren't you? I'm not. I'm just saying what I really think. Darumi's pigtails swayed as she vigorously shook her head in denial. There was definitely some uncertainty in her eyes. Nah, those are the eyes of a sane woman. What about you, Hiriko? You haven't said anything yet. Either choice is fine with me. What do you mean? I'm not interested in this game at all. I am, however, interested in finding out the sponsor's identity. They'll make their move eventually, whether we join this silly game or not. It's gonna be sad not having the polycule anymore. That's true.
Aha!
That's when we'll swoop in and bring that sicko down, right? That's more or less what I was thinking. Then we have an answer. Yes, we're not going to join the Invader Hunt. Darumi, you don't mind, do you? I do mind, but it's not like I can play a killing game by myself. Fine. Fine, I'll go with the majority. Hiriko, you gotta get your dog in line. After that, we decided to stay together until the stipulated time. We didn't know what might happen, and there was always the possibility the sponsor was actually one of us. Staying together meant we could prevent the sponsor from trying anything. I didn't tell anyone about that second reason, though. They all seemed convinced the sponsor was an outsider who had infiltrated the school. Well, they were acting like they thought that anyway. The sky turned dark as we whiled our time away. Finally, it was 7 p.m., the time mentioned on the voice recorder. That was when I threw the door to the leisure lounge open. Not because I wanted to join the game, of course. I was there to declare as team leader that none of us would be joining. Everyone else stood outside just in case. Turning around, I could see the others trying to peer in through the door, which was slightly ajar. There was nobody inside the room, not even a faint presence. After looking around, I lifted my head to the ceiling and shouted, "Hey, you there? Can you see me? I'm here to tell you none of us will be joining your stupid invader hunt." No response at all? Have it your way. That's all I wanted to say. Have a bad night. I like how petty Takumi is. After that cold farewell, I turned around and stepped out of the leisure lounge. Yeah, that cold farewell. Ruthless. Yeah? Well, I hope you have a bad day. Fucking got him. Hey, Taku, what's up, man? Takumi said bad morning to the teacher in kindergarten. Oh boy, you really said it. And after the sponsor said they'd kill us all if we refused to play the game. Don't say I didn't warn you. Will we be okay? Gaku got killed the last time we did this. That killer fled and went outside the wall of fire, right? Most likely, yeah. That's why the sponsor of this game probably isn't one of us. Kako even said this morning that the handwriting was different this time. Can't be completely sure because they used spray paint. If the sponsor wasn't the one who killed Gaku, there's also the possibility this entire thing was just a prank. Just a prank and... So we need not be unnecessarily shaken? That's if the sponsor wasn't the killer. The truth of the matter remains to be seen. Everybody fell momentarily silent after that. Question. What's the plan for tonight? Plan? Our sleeping arrangements. Where should we all spend the night? I'm definitely sleeping in my dear sister's room. I'll stay with Takamaru. No way. What? You don't trust Takumi even after he saved my life. You and me are through, man. But... Tsukumo twins aside, why don't we sleep in our own rooms like normal? Just lock the door and you'll be fine. Listen, Moko, I know you haven't been here for most of the time, for most of the routes. That ain't gonna do shit, alright? Let's just get that out there. That little lock ain't doing shit. I agree. There are 13 people here. Making everyone sleep in pairs would leave one person out. Alright, but why not put that person with one of the other pairs? We should avoid having 3 people in one room. It's too risky. Risky? Why? Not again. Our team's already discussed this to death, and now I have to repeat myself. Despite her complaint, Hideko carefully explained to those from the other academy why we decided having 3 people in a room together was a bad idea. Wait, I actually don't remember why this is a bad idea. Why is 3 people a bad idea again? See, he's already back to classic Takamaru. Yeah, but give it time. I bet you he's gonna fumble again this route and become our enemy. See, there is a lock. Well, yeah, I guess, but it doesn't seem to do anything. Into coming in with his Gift-O-Matic time machine and Gift-O-Matic master key. Takamaru is our bro again, for now. They could just gang up on us. Or they could gang up on one person. I suppose. That does make sense. We should all go back to our own rooms then. Oh, you've just triggered the mother of all death flags and you don't even know it. Well, anything to spice things up around here. That decided, we all returned to our rooms to sleep after dinner. Ima insisted on sleeping in Kako's room, but nobody protested on that point. Ding dong.
Get ready, prepare, be ready to...
In the morning, I headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, only to find that everyone else was already there. 1, 3, 9? Oh my, how is it I only count 14 souls? Because you're terrible at math, there are only 13 people here. See? Nothing bad happened. So, it was just a prank after all? But by who? And for what purpose? To be fair to Kyoshka, she was counting the Holy Jumanji sword as a person. Kyoshka sees the hat, man. Well, thanks for hanging out, Fletch. Appreciate you, buddy. If you're asking me, I think the most likely suspect is... We all turn to look at Darami. But wait a minute. You're accusing me of being the game's sponsor? I don't think so. Darami doesn't have the guts to pull off something like that. You underestimate me. I may not have guts, but I've still got my brain meats. They're small and overpowered, but they're there all the same. Oh, for the love of murder. Hey, can't we just be happy nothing happened? Please excuse me for exposing you to my foul-smelling dumpster breath, but why don't we all have breakfast together? After breakfast, we all headed off to do our own things, relieved that nothing bad had happened after all. And just like that, all is good. That was a fun route. We chose not to play the killing game, and we fought valiantly for 75 more days. As for me, I went back to my room. Almost immediately, a visitor came knocking. I opened the door to find Tsubasa standing outside. Ooh. Huh? Something happened? You asked about Ava's mask yesterday, remember? I brought it here for you. Oh, thanks. Sorry for the trouble. I took the mask from her. What are you gonna do with that? I was thinking of returning it to Ava. What? You trust her now?
Huh?
Not really, it's just... Oh, I know. You fell in love with her. What? Of course not. Tsubasa narrowed her eyes at me, and I felt my palms get sweaty. Have they established a relationship yet at this point? This early? I don't remember that. Tsubasa's getting jealous much faster this time. Kyoshka is an anime girl version of Johnny from Ed, Edd n Eddy. The jealousy transferred through the morphogenetic fields. Never mind, it's none of my business. Everyone's free to love who they want. I told you, that's not it. But since we're talking about the mask, I looked it over out of curiosity. I found something pretty interesting. The mask isn't an ordinary accessory. It actually comes installed with a bunch of high-tech features. Infrared night vision, zoom functions, organic life detection. There's even a miniature air tank inside that allows it to turn into a gas mask. Using that air tank, the wearer can survive completely shut off from the outside world for as long as 30 minutes. That's amazing. Almost sounds like it'd be a waste to give it back to Ava. You wouldn't be able to use it, Takumi. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. Ava's the only one who can wear it. I guess I might as well give it back after all. Even with the best tech in the world, she can't possibly harm any of us from inside the cage, right? Tsubasa thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement. By the way, when's she gonna give us more info about the enemy? She did promise to be useful if we spared her life. I actually think it'd be best if we could get her to join us as an ally. An ally? Yeah, so that she can fight in defensive battles along with us. We need some kind of safety measure before allowing her to cut loose, of course. Like a collar with a bomb, maybe. That should put everyone at ease, right? If she tries to run or do anything funny, all we have to do to stop her is press a button to activate the bomb. A bulb lit up in my mind as Tsubasa was speaking. Tsubasa, let's say there was already a self-destruct device in Ava's body. Would it be possible for someone else to activate it? Depends on how the bomb was built. If the detonation mechanism was designed to be triggered remotely, then maybe.
Aha!
In that case, your plan might actually work. The detonator is on a joint in my left pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. You being serious? You weren't just speaking hypothetically? Do you think that's something you can do? You want me to create a detonation device for the bomb inside her? Yeah. Once it's done, we'll have the perfect safety measure. And then we can allow Ava to join us, huh? Alright, I'll give it a shot. Tsubasa ran to violence and murder so fast. Well, we know that deep down inside, Tsubasa's ready and willing to do what is necessary. After all, she did ally with us in the last round. Despite the fact that we murdered people. It fazed her none. Awesome. I'm counting on you. After Tsubasa left, I went to look for Hiriko to get the key from her. The key that would open Ava's cage. I walked into the courtyard, her mask in hand. Hey, have a good night, Vikram. Takumi. Here you go, as promised. That's my mask. It sure is. I opened the cage using the key Hiriko gave me. After handing Ava's mask to her, I closed the door and locked it again. Thank you, Takumi. I don't know what to say. No need. Just keeping my promise. Well, I'll be seeing you. I turned around, giving a casual wave as I walked away. I'm back in my room, but now what? There's nothing for me to do here. Might as well go take a walk around the school. Free time! So does Ava not put the mask on? We do all that for her to, Thank you for giving me my mask back. I cannot thank you enough. Why is she's not wearing it, though? Hey, family dinner. New here and already know life of the routes. You've already done everything? Nice. I've only just completed one route so far. Won't spoil anything. Thank you. Why is Shoma in the biolab? Alright, good talk, buddy. Alright. What gifts can we make? Oh yeah, Hiriko's here. We can get her gifts now. You have free time. Let's get something for Hiriko. Can I not make anything? Oh shit, I should also check what I gave her already. Go get materials? I've got 300 textiles and I've got 500 minerals. Oh, I haven't given Hiriko any gifts before. Exploration time is peak? No thanks. Do you have under 1K you're not cooking?
For me? I see. Thank you. This makes me happy.
Aw. For real, you need at least 3K? Chill. I love Hiriko's voice. She like earrings? No. Oh, good lord. I don't really have much to make. Alright, we'll go exploring tomorrow. Thought I could at least make stuff with the minerals, but I guess not. You're looking at a guide? I assume you spoiled yourself? Not really. I just control F right to who I want to go to, so. You just started, you don't really have to worry about how you spend your free time. But I gotta. I'm always obsessive about this kind of stuff. It's not very, like, sensical. I know that, but... I don't care. Alright, Kako wants the crystal ball. There are 5 bonding events and 12 students alive, so that's 60 days at minimum needed to get all the bonding events. Yeah, but there's not really, like, time limits, considering you can always just jump back.
At ease, soldiers. You know, well then.
I went to bed after an uneventful day. My favorite characters so far? I like Tsubasa. Tsubasa is probably my favorite. Kyoshka is definitely my favorite overall. That's true. I almost did forget Kyoshka, because we haven't had much screen time with her in a while. Yeah, Kyoshka is my favorite. Tsubasa is good. I liked Nozomi. Hopefully she becomes a real character again. He forgot Kyoshka. Yeah, a little bit. I froze. Under pressure. No, the day only seemed uneventful. Something may have been brewing behind the scenes without me noticing. But since I had no way of ascertaining that, I decided to simply go to bed and embrace sleep for the night. Free time.
Up and at 'em, troop! Get ready! Prepare. Be ready.
I woke up as the morning announcement played. It had barely finished when a piercing scream resounded in my ears. I jumped out of bed and dashed out of my room. Hideko, Tsubasa, and Takamaru were on the roof already. Was that Shoma just now? Yeah, I came running when I heard it. Huh? I was already here when she came out. The scream came from the back of the building. You sure? Trust me, I've got a dog's hearing. What? Okay, let's go. I don't really care if Shoma screams. We made our way down the stairs as quickly as we could and headed for the back of the school. It didn't take long for us to reach our destination, where we saw... Where's his hat?
Shoma!
I rushed over to check his pulse and breathing.
Nothing. He's dead.
Technically, we're still on pace with the killing game because Shoma was also the first victim there. Well, I guess technically Kurara is still alive. Overall, a net positive. Looks like he was pushed off the roof. I don't know about that. Considering all the stab wounds in his chest.
No way!
By this time, other team members had come running as well. It was Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshka, Yugamu, and Kurara. They gasped, and their eyes went wide when they saw Shoma's body.
Shoma!
Impossible! What is this?
A corpse!
Is he breathing?
Is he breathing, bruh?
No, unfortunately.
Get your act together. It's too early to give up. We just heard him screaming. He can't have been dead longer than 10 minutes.
Right. We can use the Revive-O-Matic to bring him back.
Let's get him to the infirmary! Yes, but just one moment.
The hell?
Sir Ima, Lady Kako, and Lady Darumi have not shown up yet.
So?
Hey, you're right.
Maybe they woke up early and went to the cafeteria first?
Even so, they should have heard the scream. Weird that they didn't come running like the rest of us.
Why would the twins have come running? I don't think they would care. Also, yeah, Darumi wouldn't care either. I don't feel like that's that shocking.
This isn't the time to discuss that. Get Shoma to the infirmary now.
Yeah, I'll carry him there on my back. I don't know how to work the Revive-O-Matic, though.
I guess now he's dead if we're taking this long. Yeah, it's not like Gaku.
I'll come with you. The rest of you can go look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi.
Got it.
But he did lose a lot of blood. Takamaru put Shoma on his back and immediately ran off to the infirmary with Tsubasa. The rest of us then split up to look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi. Since the person who attacked Shoma could still be lurking nearby, we split into teams for safety. I partnered up with Hiriko. We decided to start with the cafeteria. We made our way there as soon as we could, but there was nobody else inside. Hiriko's voice makes my knees weak. Yeah, I do like her voice actress, that's for sure. Ima! Kako! Doremi! Anybody there? No response. Looks like they're not here. Yeah, let's try somewhere else. Turning around, we dashed down the hallway towards the gym. But when we got there... Hey, I can't open the door! Is it locked? Yeah, isn't, for a lot of the people in 100 Line, isn't this their, like, first foray into voice acting? It would be cool to hear, Hiriko's voice actor get more work after this. Same with there's several other characters I'd like to hear more, right? I think a lot of the characters give really good performances in this game. I peered through the small opening in the slightly ajar door. There's a latch. Someone latched the door from inside. Hidriko and I looked at each other nervously, neither daring to breathe. We're gonna have to break the door down. You're right. On 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. The door refused to budge, even after we threw ourselves against it numerous times. Soon the noise we were making started attracting the others to the gym as well. Apparently she voiced someone in a Danganronpa fan game. That feels like the path for a lot of voice actors is to start working on, like, you gotta, like, roll the dice on, like, finding a Danganronpa fan game that's going to be popular. But, like, if you do, I feel like that's a good path to a voice acting industry. It seems like. I feel like I hear a lot of voice actors are like, yeah, I voiced a Danganronpa fan game. I feel like that's not even exclusive to, like, 100 Line. A lot of the VA's cast are European, and this is either their first game or one of their first few. I have to imagine that a lot of the voice acting roles are going to start going over in Europe now because of the American Voice Acting Union being, like, on strike for so long. I have to imagine we're going to start hearing a lot more European voice actors. Because a lot of companies I don't think are going to want to work with, like, the American Union anymore. One of the voice actors in the Fangin Kill Cure is a member of Hololive now. Yeah, like I said, I feel like that's like a routine path to success. If you get a, like, decently popular Danganronpa fan game, like, if you get a role in that, it's like a surefire ticket into the industry. If you're a writer, programmer, artist from those games, voice actor, like, you're gonna find a role somewhere else in the gaming industry. It's so weird. I guess not weird, but because those games are always popular and easy for, like, anyone to play. But it's funny. It's not that they don't want to work with SAG-AFTRA. No SAG-AFTRA member wants to disobey the strike. Well, that's what I mean, right? Is, like, because the strike's never going to resolve, like, why bother getting involved with them? Like, lately, the all the characters in the Hoyoverse games, like Genshin, Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, are all the English voice actors are all European. The strike thing is dumb to me. Yeah. One of the voice actors for a game I know got started as a YouTube My Little Pony song cover artist. Yeah, I hope the people in this cast get more love too. A lot of really good ones in this game. We need some help here, guys. Well, what we were trying to do was obvious enough. We didn't have to explain. Everyone nodded, took a couple steps back, and prepared to charge the door. Ready? Go! Did we ever check the gym in the killing game round? The latch broke apart with a crackling sound, and we all tumbled into the gym together. And lying on the floor in front of us... Wait. She's holding a poison.
This is...
Unbelievable.
I ran to Kako and put a finger on her neck. There was no pulse. She was deathly cold. Hiriko came from behind me and started examining Kako's body. It's so funny the dilemma I have for being upset about Kako's death. Whereas I'm like, oh, I like Kako, that's sad. But also I'm like, at least the defensive battles will be easier. Because she is easily the worst gameplay unit, so it looks like the defensive battles will be off to a good start this route. The voice actor strike specifically is very bad and self-destructive since the striking group is localized to one region. Yeah, that's definitely the big issue for a lot of the English voice actors. Is because, especially with how the video game industry is now, where so many people like work from home, like it's so easy to just grab a voice actor from anywhere. Like, the strength of the voice acting union, I think, is really like weak right now, but they're not positioning themselves like they are weak. Route ain't looking so good. Where is Ima? Ima about to suck even more if he's still alive. I don't feel that Ima's alive if Kako is dead. That's so mean. You should be ashamed of yourself. I only am speaking the truth. I will not be silenced. Oh no, we won't have spirit rain. What will I do? But seriously, Kako is cute, and I like her. You'll have less units on the field. I would rather take one Hiriko for Kako and Ima, I think. Once she had finished, she turned to look at the others and silently shook her head.
But it's okay. She couldn't have been dead for too long, like Shoma. Then we should take her to the infirmary now.
Yeah.
Nozomi ran over to Kako and lifted her up. As she did, something fell out of Kako's right hand. What's this? A medicine bottle? TTX. By the time I noticed it, Nozomi had already run out of the gym, carrying Kako's body. I feel like Moko should have been the one to do that, but... As the rest of us started to leave, Hiriko suddenly spoke up. Wait. Yugamu, go with Nozomi. Moko, Kyoshika, Kurara. Continue looking for Ima and Darumi. And Takumi, you stay here. Why? Just do as I say for now. I'll explain later. But I'm the leader. I'm supposed to make decisions. Alright. Let us be off. The others nodded at each other and ran toward the hallway, leaving only Hiriko and myself at the scene of the crime. Why only me? There's only one exit here, and it was latched shut. I turned to look at the exit. Lying on the floor nearby was a mop that had been broken into 3 pieces. The mop handle had been used as a makeshift latch. It'd be impossible for someone to latch the door like that from outside, which means this incident happened in a locked room. A locked room mystery! Oh, Kako would have loved this. R.I.P. Assuming this is true, there are two possibilities I can think of. Can you guess what they are? Also, Hiroko doesn't know this, but there is another exit to this room. I guess maybe it's not an exit. But the escape pod room is connected here. I answered, hesitatingly. The first possibility is that, as much as I hate to say it, Kako killed herself, right?
Oh.
Yeah. Look at the bottle that dropped from her hand. What does that label say? TTX.
Huh.
It's an abbreviation for tetrodotoxin. Tetrodotoxin. Tetrodotoxin.
Huh.
It's extremely poisonous. Swallowing just 1 or 2 milligrams is fatal. Why do you know this? Oh, right. Because this is written by the Zero Escape writer. Every character is going to be brilliant. That's right. Forgot whose route we were playing. This is going to be like the most common thing that like everyone would know in this route. Are you saying Kako drank this? I don't know. We'll have time to think about that later. The other possibility is the more pressing one. Because if Kako didn't take the poison herself, it didn't take me long to make the connection. The killer's still hiding somewhere in the gym. Alright, so here's, again, another reason why you know that, Uchikoshi, is writing now. It didn't take Takumi long to make a connection. He figured something out rather quickly. That's the smartest Takumi has been in this entire fucking game. We absolutely have a new writer now. Takumi is smart. He's not the class idiot now. That's good, though. I would rather all the characters be, like, too smart than too dumb.
Huh.
Yes. If there's a killer, that is. That's why I told you to stay behind. Alright. Let's look around. Hiroko and I searched the gym as cautiously as we could. Despite leaving no stone unturned, we didn't find anyone hiding anywhere. This dynamic reminds you of Makoto and Kyoko? Yeah. I think so too. I like these two characters as an item, so it's cool to actually see these two interacting. I feel like we really haven't gotten much Hiroko screen time because she's always cursed to be to not make it past like fucking day 30. So it'll be, hopefully we get to see more of her on this route. Hopefully I didn't just jinx her. But I do like their dynamic. I like that she kind of like respects Takumi instead of just immediately being like, nah, I don't trust you. There's like an implication that she kind of vibes with him. Also in the last route she had that whole like monologue where she was like, "You're the Takumi I know." It was like damn near a love confession. She's extremely important to the plot, and that's not really a spoiler. For this route, that's nice. I do feel that overall she's important because, again, she dies so early. I feel like she's definitely an essential part to the mystery of, like, the whole game. And that's why most routes kill her off right away. If the cast is too dumb, it feels like the plot would not have happened if they were too smart. They'd be contrived like Hato. No killer makes it clear that Kako took her own life. Does it, though? Shoma was found sliced up at the back of the building around the same time. Don't you find it strange that somebody killed him while Kako killed herself? No. No, there's nothing strange about that if Kako had been the one to kill Shoma. After stabbing him to death, she ran to the gym, blocked the door with a mop handle, and ingested the poison to kill herself. I decided to state my opinion objectively, even though I really didn't want to say those words out loud. Maybe, but that wouldn't make sense if Kako died before Shoma. Remember how Kako felt when you touched her body? Yeah, she'd already gone completely cold. I noticed it too. It's probably been several hours since she died. So Kako killed herself sometime last night, and somebody killed Shoma sometime this morning? Or Kako was also murdered. That's a possibility as well. How's that possible when the door was latched from the inside? Wait, there's something more important here. If Kako had already been dead for a few hours... Yes, I'm afraid to say it's already too late for her. Oh no. Tsubasa, Nozomi, and Yugamu were in the infirmary when Hiriko and I arrived. They were standing around with grave looks on their faces. How are Shoma and Kako? Well, we managed to successfully revive Shoma. That's great. What a relief. He's still unconscious. His physical body has been restored to full health, but it seems he hasn't recovered mentally from the attack yet. So, wait, did they remember what happens up until the moment of their death? Where is he? Sleeping in his room. Takamaru's taking care of him. And what about Kako? Well, we did put her body in the revivomatic, but alas. Hiriko and I went behind the revivomatic to look at the monitor. What was written on the screen made our hearts sink. Why wouldn't they? I'm just curious because if the revivomatic revives you to like your last DNA save state, like how is the revivomatic updating like what you should be restored to? I feel like there should be at least some duration of amnesia with the revivomatic, right? Because it rebuilds you based on the DNA that's saved on file on the revivomatic. I could see that the revivomatic would update like daily, maybe when you slept, but midday updates? Seems weird. Cause of death. Respiratory paralysis induced asphyxiation. Estimated time of death, day 27, between 1 and 4 a.m. Traces of TTX poison detected in body. Oral intake of TTX presumed to have led to respiratory paralysis-induced asphyxiation. No external injuries found on body. Too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. So even though she still has her cryptoglobin, too much time has passed. I mean, I guess we know that would happen because that was kind of the implication from when people die outside of the Wall of Fire as well. Alright, yeah. Yeah, same time frame as Gaku. So the killings happen every, like, early AM. The silence of the room was broken by the door being thrown open and 3 people running in. Doremi, you're safe. Where were you all this time? In the rec room, playing slots. You were doing what? You can't blame me. I overslept this morning and didn't see anyone in the cafeteria. I just assumed everyone was off doing their own thing. Kyoshka and I found her in the rec room and dragged her here. We already told her about Shoma and Kako. Still, we didn't yet know if they'd been successfully revived, so here we are. Did it go well? Just then, 2 other people barged into the room noisily. Miss Ozuzuki told me what happened. I fell asleep in my dear sister's room last night. But when I woke up, she was nowhere to be found. I've been looking around for her ever since. I saw him running around in the hallways like a headless chicken and brought him here. Where is my dear sister? What's happened to her? I explained the situation to everyone who had just arrived. The news that Kako could no longer be revived hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Ito, is that you? Tears started welling up in Moko and Kyoshka's eyes, while Kurara was sniffling away under her mask. Do they know Kako like that? I'm actually surprised they're the ones crying. Darumi alone shed no tears. She had a vacant look on her face as she stared absently into space. And as for Ima...
No! 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 Dear sister! My dear sister! No!
Uh-oh. He's gonna crash out. With an anguished cry, the distraught Ima lost control of all reason and started lashing out. We managed to wrestle him to the ground and pin his limbs down even as he struggled violently.
Wait here while I go grab the gamma feel.
I like how calm Yugamu is about it.
What's that? A powerful anesthetic. We have some in the biolab.
Yugamu dashed off as quickly as he could. He came back a while later with the gamma fill, which he then injected into Ima. I like that instead of just like getting him to calm down and like holding him down for a bit, they're like, yeah, we better just knock him out. The drug caused Ima to weaken and slump over. Yugamu observed him closely.
All is fine now. He's unlikely to wake up before tomorrow morning.
How much did you fucking tranquilize him with? That's a lot of anesthesia for him to be unconscious for like 12 plus hours. We moved the unconscious Ima to his room and assigned Moko to watch over him. After that, we took Kako's body to the morgue. There were now 3 bodies lying on the tables in the morgue. Kako's body was the smallest. She's smaller than Gaku? Is that true? That's a sad detail, though. Alright, Gaku is 5'3". Kako is 5 foot. Aw. I kept staring at her. When I closed my eyes, I could still see her innocent smile. I couldn't believe the girl I had thought of like my own little sister was now gone. When did she become our little sister? I guess in Route 0. An undescribable ache spread throughout my chest at that thought. Unable to stand the pain, I forced myself to look away. We did not know Kako like that. Yeah, that's... I do think that's weird. It does seem like that's another route to Kumi that thought of her like a little sister. He'll always be referring to Route 0. Yeah, but like, even in Route 0, I don't feel like we knew her like that. After that, we went to the courtyard to check the cages. Ava was still inside hers, the door securely locked. Hideko and I went to tell the others what we'd learned from investigating the gym. The improvised latch, the bottle of poison, and how there had been no one else inside. While we were talking, the sun had set, and the darkness of night was slowly taking over. It was already evening. Since nobody was in the mood for a meal, we gathered in the leisure lounge instead of the cafeteria. We had a whole arc for cheering her up. I suppose. I like her face. Sir Takamaru, were you not supposed to be attending to Sir Shoma? Yugamu took over. Shoma's still out cold, but he's physically fine now. I just don't understand why Kako would kill herself. She would have been too powerful in the mystery route. She would have figured out the mystery too soon. As I've already explained, we don't know for sure that it was a suicide. We haven't found a suicide note. Not in the gym, on her clothes, or in her room yet. But the gym door was latched shut from the inside. And you didn't find anyone else in there, correct? We lost the last jail member. That's true. You didn't find anyone else in there, right? Yes, but I find it hard to accept Kako had killed herself, when Shoma was clearly killed by someone else.
Oh.
Why would she even do such a thing? I won't be fully convinced until a clear reason surfaces. I think she was murdered too, by that sponsor who was trying to get us to join the invader hunt. They did warn us this would happen. We all heard what the recording said, remember? All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. All who refuse? That means the rest of us are targets too. You telling us that sponsor wants to kill us all? The first threatening message said something about everyone dying too. It sure did. The first and second threats. We assumed they were written by different people because of the handwriting. But I'm starting to think it was the same person after all. We went against the first note. We ignored their demand to leave the academy and chose to stay behind instead. And that gave the culprit an idea. I'll hold a killing game and force those guys to murder each other. But when we went against the second request as well, they decided they're gonna have to do it themselves. And by it, you mean killing us? Yep! It all makes sense when you think of it this way, doesn't it? That would mean the perpetrator has already murdered 4 people. 4? Gaku, Kako, Sire, and Shoma. Though Sir Shoma was lucky enough to escape the jaws of death. So we're up against a ruthless serial killer here. In the other route, that would be Takumi. We can't just let someone butcher our friends and get away scot-free. But how do we find them? Haven't I mentioned this before? The killer may well be one of us. Are you saying that the killer is among us? We know the sponsor loves using bees, so why was Shoma stabbed? Well, Gaku was also stabbed, too. Hey, Sun Matter, what's up, man? What'd you miss that's new to this round? Kako's death. There's technically no sponsor yet in this round. So, things are changing for sure. Everyone tensed up at Hiriko's words and started exchanging suspicious glances. Not everyone is a suspect, though.
Tuh.
It would have been impossible for Takumi, Tsubasa, Takamaru, or me to have done this. How can you be so sure? Oh, that's right. The four of us each met each other on the rooftop this morning, immediately after hearing Shoma scream. He was stabbed at the back of the building, even if we could teleport. There's no way we could have appeared on the rooftop right after slicing him up that badly. He wasn't thrown down from the rooftop after being stabbed, either. His body hadn't taken any fall damage. Just a moment. What if all four of you were working together? Polycule is 1/3 reinstated. We're working on getting Hiriko in there. The Polycule will be new and improved this route.
Oh.
Yes, it would definitely seem possible from your point of view. That would also mean 1 in 3 of our team are killers. I don't think the SDU would be worth much then. That line of reasoning isn't strong enough to prove your innocence. Anyway, what were the rest of you doing at that time? I remember those who came after us were Nozomi, Kyoshika, and Kurara. Moko and Yugamu, too. Though they aren't here right now. Where'd you guys come from? I ran in from the entrance hall. I simply found myself in a group as I was headed back to the back of the building. How'd you know to go there? Well, I heard Shoma scream, but I chose to wait in my room first before making a move. Then I overheard you guys talking outside. You said something about the screen coming from the back of the building, remember? So I followed you to the scene of the crime. Nozomi and Darumi said the same thing, but I couldn't tell if they were telling the truth. Whatever the case, there was no denying the perpetrator could have joined up with the group halfway through without anyone realizing. Wouldn't they have had some blood on them, though? Like, Shoma was pretty fucking stabbed up. I feel like they would have had some kind of blood on them. Or maybe we don't consider that. Hang on one second. I'm gonna grab a drink real fast. Be right back. I also need to grab a quick snack. I can't rewind time. I made a very similar joke, Sun Matter. Don't worry. I respect it. What'd you get? I put peanut butter on a slice of bread. A classic. Real quick snack. I don't like getting like, or like making really complex snacks like while I'm streaming, because I don't want to take too much time. And I also don't like eating anything that would like make noise on stream. Because I know people have a thing about like eating into microphones and stuff, so I try to always avoid doing that on stream to be courteous. So I always, when I'm streaming, I try to get like snacks that wouldn't make noise. But I was gaming earlier, and then I was laying down because I had a migraine before the stream. So I didn't eat dinner before the stream, so now I'm kind of hungry. But I also plan on streaming for quite a few hours today, so need something to sustain me in the meantime. A little bit of protein with the peanut butter. Something to fill me up. Piece of bread. Good way to do it. This is also the moment in Danganronpa Chapter 1 where everyone is in the gym staring at each other at the reveal of the killing game being real. Apples have been my go-to snack lately as well, Taku. Problem is, like I said, the apples have... I actually have a bunch of apples in my kitchen right now. I've been trying to be healthier, so I've been trying to eat, like, apples instead of potato chips. But the problem is I don't want to do it on stream because apples have, like, that real loud crunch, you know? The crunch is satisfying when you're eating the apple, but I know that's like a trigger for people to hear, like, directly in their ear. Just mute the mic, we won't judge. Yeah, I probably could do that, but it's all good. You're judging what? A man has to eat. Whatever the case, there was no denying the perpetrator could have joined up with the group halfway through without anyone realizing. Your suspicions are misplaced. Especially when there is a much likelier suspect to cast aspirations on. Yes, someone who didn't even show up to the crime scene. Huh? Wait, you mean me? You were totally trying to get us all to ask to join that stupid killing game. So when we refused to cave after the second threat, you decided to. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with that threat. I overslept, that's all. We all shot Darumi deeply suspicious looks. Her dismay and bewilderment were palpable. Beads of sweat rolled down her face, making her makeup run. Oh, I feel bad. Is Darumi gonna get bullied in this route? After we just learned in the previous route that Darumi comes from a household of abuse, I feel bad that she's being isolated here now. Is she not going to become friends with Hiriko in this route? I don't like this route. Hey, can I say something? I think it's counterproductive for us to be doubting each other like this. How are we going to handle future battles if we can't even stay united? Let's calm down and think about things rationally. Under normal circumstances, the probability of the killer being an outsider is a lot higher than the alternative. But would an outsider be able to slip in without triggering the alarm? Well, that's... Damn, Nozomi got outsmarted by a Kyoshka. Maybe it was Ava.
Huh?
Impossible. We checked the cage just now, remember? She was still inside and the gate was properly locked. Not only that, I have the key right here. This is the only key and it can't be duplicated, as Hiriko said. Also, I locked the door last night, so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was asleep. That's not true. Takumi's a pretty heavy sleeper, as we know. What if you were working with her? I can debunk that theory. Takumi has been with me since this morning. Even if he had let Ava out of the cage last night to stab Shoma, he couldn't have locked it back up this morning without my knowledge. You need the key to lock the cage just as much as you needed to unlock it. Really? That means it's one of us. No, it can't be. There has to be a way for someone to come in without triggering the alarm. There's always the possibility that nobody slipped in at all. What are you saying? I'm saying the killer could have been already hiding in the academy before the first team was dispatched here. That's true. If they were here already, then we wouldn't have triggered the alarm. So that person's still hiding somewhere in this school right now. Maybe they're the 16th student lurking somewhere in the school. Watch out for them. All of a sudden, Tsubasa raised her voice. I know. I can make an organic life detection device. What? I still love the lore that, like, Tsubasa was just like a car mechanic, yet whenever the, like, the plot demands that she build some, like, nigh impossible sci-fi piece of equipment, she's just like, nah. Easy. No problem. I'll work that out right now. Mystery route is the last route, by the way, in official order. I'm glad I'm literally picking all of the final routes. I can make an organic life detection device. Organic life? Detection device? Put it simply, it's a machine that detects the number of large living organisms on school grounds. It won't be advanced enough to pinpoint their exact locations, but having a precise number should tell us if there's really an outsider here. You can make something like that? Also, what is Kurara's role of being able to build stuff if Tsubasa can just do it better? I found a similar function while investigating Ava's mask 2 days ago. I took the opportunity to study it thoroughly. So yeah, I can make something like that in 7 days, maybe? 7 days. Until then, let's stop being suspicious of each other like Nozomi suggested. We'll assume that the killer is an outsider until proven wrong. What do you guys say? Everyone nodded in agreement. The moment I saw that, the world around me started to spin. What is this? That was the last thought in my mind before it shut down completely. No, guy, I think the name you're thinking of is Kanaiza.
Up and out of troop! Get ready for your prepare. Be ready to get...
Easy to forget, but yeah. I think that's the right name. I woke up to the now all too familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. It was deja vu time. She noticed right away that I was awake and... leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room a few times, more than the last, before finally coming to a stop. They're getting a lot of use out of this screen shake effect. Then she just stood there in a daze. and watch the entire scene play out before sitting up. What day is it today? Day 39.
Huh?
I fainted on the night of 27, so I've been out for 11 days? Yeah, we're almost out of emergency feeding drips. Why did I lose consciousness? I didn't get stabbed on day 27 and my old wound didn't reopen. Nozomi regarded me with a somber look on her face as I mumbled to myself. Then she gave me the diagnosis. We think you have the fainting disease. What?
Huh?
Fainting disease? Oh my god. Also known as psychogenetic pseudosyncope. Of course. Elementary. I need to be like smoking a pipe while playing this route just so I look smart enough to be doing this route. Is this a real thing? Psychogenetic pseudosyn. Yeah, it is. It's a condition where episodes resembling syncope, fainting, or seizures are actually caused by psychological factors rather than neurological or cardiac problems. So it's basically someone who faints and passes out because of internal stressors. So usually someone under like a lot of psychological stress. So basically they're saying he's going nuts and that the stress of everything is like causing him to like faint. This is why this route's so short, by the way. We're gonna start skipping days. Oh, okay, because he's gonna start fainting every so often. And yeah, definitely we've gone full zero escape because everyone is super smart. Which again, I like. It's a disease that causes you to suddenly lose consciousness after being exposed to strong psychological shock or stress. Oh, they explained it. It's funny, I googled it because I assumed that the game would, like, just kind of roll with, like, oh yeah, you're smart enough to know what that is, right? You're not a dumb idiot, right? I guess it didn't explain it. Like, your mind just kind of blows out. I have a disease like that? Yes. After what happened to Showa and Kako on day 27. Your mind suffered a heavy blow. And even though you somehow made it to nighttime okay, the moment you felt like you could relax, your mind completely shut down, just like that. How could you tell I had this disease? I feel like disease is, like, not the right way to phrase it. Disease almost seems like a translation error. It should be more so like a disorder than a disease. This is the third time you fainted out of the blue, right? And it always takes you a long time to regain consciousness. I don't know if it's out of the blue. The last time that Takumi fainted was because he got stabbed by the Supreme Commander. Right? I wouldn't really consider a giant broadsword going through my chest as like, oh, it was just out of the blue. That's silly Takumi. Just getting stressed out and passing out. This didn't seem like normal behavior. So we decided to scan your brain. Who scanned my brain? With what? Using the Revivomatics diagnosis function. Oh, okay. I don't remember contracting any disease like that. This is what the machine's analysis said. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as after effect. Someone's fucked with Takumi's brain? Treatment on damaged parts of my brain? So that's why Takumi's so dumb in the other routes, because he has literal brain damage. It all is making sense. I don't know exactly what happened. At any rate, the damage isn't life-threatening. It doesn't affect your cognitive functions or your judgment. So, that part's nothing to worry about, at least. Easy for you to say.
Huh?
This means I could faint again if something stressful happens, right? Yeah, but I'm sure it'll be alright. Are you telling me Yugamu can't just, like, inject me with some sort of adrenaline to, like, wake Takumi back up? You gotta take a break from the game 12 hours if you're tilted. Because then you're just gonna play worse and rack up more losses. As long as we make sure nothing too stressful happens again. Yeah, like a defensive battle.
Huh?
So, has anything changed? Changed? Like, have you guys learned anything about the killer while I was out? No, we haven't made any progress in that area. The unknown killer remains at large. We don't have a single clue to follow. Nobody's been attacked since then. So we're still alive, at least. What about Shoma and Ima? Shoma's regained consciousness already, but he said he doesn't know who stabbed him. You can ask him about it yourself later. And Ima? He's barricaded himself in his room and hasn't said much to us. Just a word or two when we deliver food to him. Needless to say, he didn't fight in the defensive battle that happened on day 33. Ima, Shoma, and Darumi sat out the battle as usual. Are those three still suspicious of me? Yeah. They seem to think you're the most likely suspect. But even if you weren't the one, it had to be someone from the SDU. That's what those three believe. What about Tsubasa's life detector or whatever? Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together, where everyone except Ima, Shoma, and Darumi were gathered. When they saw me, they said things like, "You're awake," or "Thank goodness." Everyone was quietly rejoicing about seeing me on my feet again. Their reactions were a lot more subdued than before. I could hardly blame them. This was the third time I'd woken up after losing consciousness for several days. At least, that was what I thought. It turned out they had another reason to be despondent. The dark, gloomy aura that hung over the group indicated there was something more at play here. I finished breakfast and returned to my room. Soon after, Tsubasa came knocking. You saw how dejected everyone seemed just now, right? Want to know why? Sure. She pulled out something from behind her back. What's this? A Dragon Ball locator! This is the organic life detection device. Oh, you finished it. 5 days ago, yeah. But now I wish I hadn't. Why not? 'Cause this is the reason everyone's jumping at shadows. She turned the device on as she spoke. 13. Yep. The total number of life forms in this academy. That's all of us, including Eva. Which means there's no outsiders in the school. And the culprit really is one of us. Yeah, that's what everyone believes now. Except for me and Nozomi, that is. You two still think it was an outsider that did it? I don't know, But the killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma, right? The possibility of that happening seemed low to me, but I forced myself not to voice those doubts. Anyway, that's why everyone's so down. Basically, it's because they're all suspicious of one another. It's not going to end well. Without trust, we won't be able to put up a unified front during the next defensive battle. Can't you do something, Takumi? I'll do what I can to help as well. Just tell me what you need. I just remembered. I finished the other thing you asked me to make a while ago, too. What thing? You know, the remote detonator that'll trigger the bomb in Ava's body. I managed to complete it after carefully investigating her body. With her consent, of course. I'm glad you got consent to activate the bomb in her body. Very important. Tsubasa rummaged through her pocket and took out something that looked like a remote control. I took it and gripped it tightly in my hand. Thanks. This puts me at ease. I'll probably add Ava to the team starting from the next battle. Yeah, that should help out our combat power. The problem is getting the others to trust her. Oh well, I've done my part. The rest's up to you. With that, she left the room. Up to me, huh? How should I do this? What was it Tsubasa said before? The killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma? To be honest, I don't think they did. I had no concrete proof, but everything that happened so far felt like part of a larger scheme that someone was orchestrating. This is flashbacks of the spray paint on the wall, Sirei's death, Gaku's death. And the other spray paint on the wall, let's play a killing game. Kako's death. Shoma's death. At the very least, I was convinced the culprit wasn't going to stop at Shoma's stabbing. In that case, excluding myself, the killer must be one of the other 12 students at this academy. No, wait. Shoma was a victim, if Hiriko, Tsubasa, Takamaru, and Eva were also innocent. That leaves just 7 suspects. You're so mad you were the MVP of that game and this is how fate treats you? Well, yeah, but the killer is always going to go after the person who's the MVP. You kind of put a bullet on your, or like a target on your back if you're doing the most. Y'all should have enjoyed the invader hunt. I actually think, isn't our survival ratio, like, currently better in this route than from the invader hunt? Kurara and Shoma were both dead by this point, yeah? We still have Kurara, and technically we still have Shoma. Doremi, Nozomi, Kiyoshika, Yugamu, Moko, Ima, and Kurara. I never willingly choose to treat any of my friends as suspects, but as it turns out, I don't have a choice right now. I won't gain everyone's trust until I identify the real culprit. And if I don't have their trust, the SDU would fall apart, and everyone would be annihilated by the invaders. The only way to prevent that from happening is to reveal the identity of the killer. You must solve this future case yourself, Takumi. That was what the boy with the undying flame said. He must have known something like this would happen. At any rate, this was the only way of resolving all this that I could think of. I have to find the culprit no matter what. So, of the candidates, of those 7, I don't think it's Doremi. She's shown to get like way too nervous this route and has more bark than she has bite. I don't think there's any way that Ema would ever kill his sister. Nozomi, I think, is too important to the plot. You've got to like Nozomi to be able to commit to keeping her alive, so I don't think it'd be her. I guess it could be Kurara. Kyoshika is the comedic relief character, so that wouldn't fly. Yugamu only likes to kill those he loves, so that would kind of go against his character to be the killer here. I guess we don't really know enough about Moko to rule her out. Because this could also be the imposter again. But even so, even if it's not the imposter, we just don't know that much about Moko. So Kurara and Moko, I feel like, are the candidates. And Eito. Because of timeline shenanigans. I clenched my fists and resolved to devote myself to this investigation. I rang the doorbell to Ema's room. No answer. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. Ema, I know you're inside. Can we talk?
Hey!
I'm trying to track down the culprit, but I need something to go on. At that, a voice called out from the other side. Ah. You're awake, Mr. Sumino. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can tell you. Come on, there's gotta be something. You see, I'm suspicious of you, too. I think you may have been the one who killed my dear sister. What are you talking about? I didn't kill her. In the first place, Kako, she... killed herself? Is that what you're trying to say? A preposterous suggestion. There's absolutely no reason for my dear sister to do such a thing. She had no worries, no sorrows. Even if she did develop any, she would have told me about them. My dear sister did not kill herself. I have no doubt she was murdered. Like I told you just now, I suspect that the killer may have been you, Mr. Sumino. The only reason I haven't exacted vengeance yet is because I'm not completely sure it was you. Accidentally killing the wrong person would be playing right into the hands of the culprit. But I might lose my sense of reason if we continue to speak much longer. Can you please leave now, while I'm still in my right mind? I could sense that prolonging the conversation would lead nowhere. Ema refused to respond to any further attempts to talk. I like that the start of this soundtrack is like so sparkly, you know? Right after Ema was like basically threatening, I might go mad and kill you, and then the soundtrack's like... Why does he sound so dehydrated? Because it sounds like he hasn't left his room in like 2 weeks. Boy's gotta get out there and touch some grass. Can Ema get a death flag? No, I'm not that lucky. As we know. Oh man, everyone's in the cafeteria. Spaghetti and spicy chicken. Is the chicken like mixed into the spaghetti, or are you having them separate? The description says that this can make any common dish, but Kako and Ima are like constantly eating random shit from this. So I don't believe that. Where does this ladder lead? Huh? Oh, you're still in the cafeteria. Don't talk to us now!
Huh.
We're in the midst of a very serious discussion. Nozomi just refuses to listen to reason. What's the discussion about? I still don't believe the culprit's one of us. I'm trying to tell everyone to stop being so suspicious of each other. You saw that device's total for the number of life forms in this school? Yes, but that doesn't prove the crimes were inside jobs. The culprit must have fled outside the wall of fire after stabbing Shoma. And we're trying to tell you that's not possible. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a killer who'd stop at 1 or 2 victims. They clearly said they wanted to kill everyone, both in the tape recording and that first message. But I just can't... Takumi, say something. Huh? Well... I stammered hard, because I was more in line with Kurara's way of thinking than Nozomi's. I did feel bad for Nozomi, so I decided to simply avoid committing for now. And I ran out of the cafeteria. Kako be eating cheeseburgers with cotton candy. You might be cooking with that one. I don't know. I feel like that sounds like some fair food that I would fucking try. Burger with cotton candy. It's a thing. It's called the smoked cotton candy burger. The twins cooked for once. I would try that. It looks kind of good. Oh, Burger King apparently had a cotton candy drink as well. When did they do this? In April of last year. Oh, it wasn't in the US though. That's why. Smoked cotton candy burger win. Unfortunately, I can't get it. It's like a local restaurant thing, and it's not anywhere near me. There's also maple cotton candy bacon burger with onion rings. Oh my god, this must actually give you a heart attack. Like, you finish eating this burger and you just get a heart attack. Honestly, if you took off the bacon and onion ring and just had the burger with cotton candy on it, I could probably eat that. Damn, I would eat the fuck out of this. The twins cooked cotton candy with ketchup and mayo. I mean, if you think about it, ketchup is basically just super sugary tomato. So that would probably mesh well with cotton candy in a way. As long it would depend on the flavor of the cotton candy. If it's not too flavored and it's mostly just plain sugar, like fluffed sugar, it'd probably be fine. Cooking stream? I don't think I would do a cooking stream. I don't think it would do well viewership-wise. I think it'd also be kind of hard to set up. I guess no, it wouldn't. I could use my phone, I suppose, as like a camera. But yeah, I just don't think it would do very well, viewership-wise. Anyway, I decided to simply avoid committing. Sorry, I just remembered I have something I need to do. Gotta go, bye. Wait, Takumi. Hey, come back, please. I ignored Nozomi's pleas and quickly bolted out of the room and into the hallway. Oh. Poor Nozomi. She gets no love in this route. The fumbler. Takumi resumes his role as the giant fumbler for Nozomi. It seems like if you kill Eito, you just can't romance Nozomi. That's the vibe I'm getting. It'll just never work out. A shame. Alright, let's go talk to you, Gun. In another timeline, you're in my polycule. I'm sorry, what? Ah, medicine. One of mankind's most eminent inventions for sustaining life and dealing death.
Oh.
How can I help you today, Takumi? I told Yugamu I was investigating the case. Does that include Kako's death, too? Yeah. The suspicious circumstances of her death bother me as well. My main objective was to solve the attempted murder of Shoma, but that didn't mean it was my only concern. Any information that might help solve Kako's case would be more than welcome. There were other cases to think about as well, like Sire's destruction and Gaku's murder. But I hadn't found any further clues to those cases despite my thorough investigation on day 24. So I decided to focus on Shoma's case first while the trail was still fresh. Is there something bothering you about Kako's case? Oh, yeah, I muted the mic for a second because I was moving it. I felt like it was, I felt like I was, like, leaning into it too much. And it was, like, part of what was making my neck hurt, giving me that gamer posture like Dumbluck was talking about. So I moved the microphone, but I knew that, like, moving the microphone would make a lot of, like, static noise, and I didn't want you guys to have to hear it. Yeah, there is. Remember her cause of death? She'd ingested tetrodotoxin, an extremely potent poison. When we found her, she was holding a bottle labeled TTX tightly in her right hand. The bottle was originally from this biolab. So the poison was taken from here? That would appear to be the case. Whether by Kako, who then killed herself with it, or by someone else who used it to kill Kako. Is this room open to everyone? Sure is. There's no lock on the door, and the cabinets are unsecured, too. Anyone could have taken anything at any time. But how would they have forced Kako to hold the bottle? That would be the real question, right? I guess after she died. Depends on how long the poison takes to kill. Somebody also stole some Gammafill, plus syringes and needles to administer it. Gammaphil. The substance you used to knock Ima out on day 27? The very same. Huh? But if it's still here, it hasn't been stolen, right? I like the little label they drew for it. There are multiple bottles here. Several are missing. It didn't happen recently either. I first noticed the missing bottles on day 27. When I came here to get the supplies needed to help with Ima, I saw that there were already some missing. Why would the killer do that? We don't know for sure if the killer was the one who stole them. The thing is, at the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Perhaps that was what the thief wanted to use it for. The little, like, sparkly music sound effect is so funny after we, like, hear something so serious like that. Maybe that's why the killer wanted to steal this drug. Sparkle, 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 sparkle. Do 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 do. Like, it's so funny. The tonal whiplash in the music is really funny. Like, this doesn't feel like the song that should be playing right now. Hideko, you were here the other day, too. What's so interesting about this place?
Oh.
I wanted to investigate Kako's body again. What about you? I'm here to investigate the case as well.
Oh.
As if your clumsy brain could ever bring us closer to the truth. Oh, be quiet. Hiriko decided to repeat herself in a hushed voice. As if your clumsy brain.
Hey!
You know that's not what I meant. Anyway, have you already looked at Kako's body?
Oh.
Does everyone know we have brain damage that's causing the fainting disorder? Or is it just Nozomi? Because this doesn't strike me as, like, Hiriko doesn't strike me as the type that is, like, joking. Like, this is, like, a joke of Hiriko, like, teasing Takumi. Like, oh, you've got a clumsy little brain. And then Takumi's like, be quiet. And then she says it again, quieter. And Takumi's like, stop teasing me. You know I didn't mean it. Literally say it quietly. But this strikes me as more of Hiriko is, like, figuring something out. So does everyone know we have brain damage? I guess Nozomi did say we think you have the fainting disease. Yeah, doesn't everyone know about his condition? Yeah, that's what I wanted to confirm. Is that everyone knew about our condition. Definitely Hiriko does now, and she's considering something that our brain damage is relevant. So now I have to assume that Takumi is some type of suspect. In the other route, at least now that we have, you know, knowledge of one of the other routes at this point, because we did the killing game route. idea was suggested. I don't know that we ever saw it be confirmed, but the idea was suggested that Ato could override and do things while Takumi was passed out. The idea was never acted on, but I suppose that could be more likely again in this route. The brain damage is definitely relevant now, though, for sure. I mean, obviously it was probably going to be relevant at some point, because Nozomi mentioned it, but there's no way Hiriko just paused on it for no reason. Either, you know, Ato's able to override parts of our brain, or he fucked with our brain, or his, like, cryptoglobin messed with our brain, or something. Something's up with Takumi. She didn't stop and think about that for no reason. Anyway, Hiriko's investigated all the corpses. You investigated Ato and Gaku, too? Didn't we already check Gaku's body on day 24? Yes, but something happened to make me realize I needed to check it again. I've discovered 2 surprising facts after reinvestigating Kako's body. Surprising facts? The first concerns her cryptoglobin. Her body's been almost completely drained of it. What? There's a cut on her ankle. Her body was likely moved somewhere and hung up for an extended time. It was returned here after being almost completely drained of cryptoglobin. When? I'll get to that later. Let me tell you about my other discovery first. Hiriko walked to Kako's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. Then she flipped the body over, and what I saw flabbergasted me. What the hell? Yeah, I was gonna say, what is that? Marks of a stolen heart. What? Somebody cut a hole in her back, smashed her ribs, and dug her heart out. Okay, why did they smash her ribs, though, if they went through her back to get the heart? You'd only need to smash the ribs if you went through the chest to get her heart. What'd they smash her ribs for? Why would anyone do that? Before we talk about that, check the other bodies as well. The Phantom Thieves are at it again. I did as I was told and flipped Ato and Gaku's bodies over, only to see the exact same marks on them. A large, empty cavity on their backs. Wait a minute. What's going on here? What indeed? Why are you so calm about this? Their hearts have been removed from their bodies. I know. That's what I've been trying to tell you. When did this happen? When we investigated Gaku's body on day 24, his back was still intact. It still was on day 27, too. I checked Ato and Gaku's bodies when we moved Kako's body here. Nobody had holes in their backs at that point in time. That means it must have happened sometime after the night of day 27? The perpetrator likely did the deed to all 3 at the same time. That may have been when they extracted Kako's cryptoglobin as well. So, Kako's cryptoglobin didn't, like, spoil? What is it exactly that prevents them from being revived in the revival-matic? If, she still has cryptoglobin in her body. Because I thought that was the assumption as to why you couldn't be revived in the revival-matic, is because you didn't have any cryptoglobin left, but that's not the case. Right? Or just losing too much? Right, but being blown up by a bomb doesn't make you lose too much blood. Hey, Jade. Who? Simple logic dictates that the culprit behind this series of events did it. But why? How should I know what the culprit's up to? Perhaps they're simply a lunatic who collects hearts as a hobby, or a gourmet who enjoys a spot of grilled myocardium with a lemon on top. Both examples are crazy! There's just one thing I can't seem to figure out. Why were the hearts extracted from the back? Making an opening in the chest would make removing them so much easier. Why go about it this way? Neither of us could come up with anything feasible, so we decided to investigate the bodies again. But there was not a single further clue to be found. Shoma was in a pool of his own blood and he got revived no problem. Do not try to understand how the fuck the revival-matic works. Yeah, I don't. You watch Lilo and Stitch? I didn't watch the cartoon as a kid, so I don't really feel particularly inclined to watch the movie. Ooh. Does the microphone seem like too close to me now? Does it sound weird if I'm this close to the microphone? It feels too close. I'll lower it a little bit. You heard nothing but bad changes about the live action? Well, since I've never seen the cartoon, the changes I don't think would faze me. You look like a podcaster now. I don't want that. Hi, Ava. Takumi, long time no see. I heard you were out cold for a while. I woke up all of a sudden for some reason. Wouldn't the passing out thing be the more for some reason? Whatever. I'm glad you did. Is there something I can help you with today? There was no point asking Ava about the case, so I decided to talk about something else. Do you remember what you told me before? It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. And then you said you decided to take your chances with us, right? Yes. I will no longer try to self-destruct in everyone's presence, for the reasons I have previously explained. Did I just get an email? That's weird. A spam email. Then, will you fight with us instead? What? Vashnus, the one who betrayed you, is still alive, right? By joining us in battle, you can personally take revenge against her and her underlings. Is that why Tsubasa asked to conduct a thorough investigation of my body the other day? So that if I ever tried anything, your team would be able to detonate the bomb inside my body remotely? Using the device she made? Yes, but I just want to make one thing clear. I didn't ask for the device because I'm suspicious of you. It's just something that I needed to put the others at ease. I have a thought for a while about what I said. Alright, you saved my life, so if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do it. Thank you. Unfortunately, you'll still have to wait for a while before I can let you out of here. I need to clear it with the others first. Why? We're the leader. It's our executive decision. I thought that was your email. Well, I know that's why I got panicked too, because I'm like, wait a minute, why the fuck would I be getting a work email? But it's not. I just got a personal email that was spam. That, for the rare occasion, did not go through my, like, the spam filter. Usually most of my spam emails go right to junk, pretty effectively. This one's technically not junk. It's spam, but, like, not junk. Nah. Anyway. Understood. I will wait. Must be high quality spam. I mean, it's for this the service I signed up for to like put the subtitles on my YouTube shorts that I've been posting lately for like 100 line. It's like an automated like program. And so I signed up for that. And so I got an email from them that's like, "Do you want our paid application?" Not really. What are you guys doing here? If it isn't serial killer Takumi. You're awake. I'm not a serial killer. Stop calling me that. Anyway, I'm investigating the identity of the culprit right now. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Whoa, can you be any more shameless? The criminal's role-playing as a detective now? You got one of the hardest survivor achievements? Nice, 12 hours. Which one is it? I was wondering how you put the subtitles in your shorts. I mean, I could do it manually. It would just take me fucking forever, so I don't. I looked for a program that would just automate it. I'm not talking to you. I'm asking Shoma. Oh, you want to know about the person who stabbed me? I've told the others a bunch of times already. I didn't get a good look at them. Let's somnium dive, Shoma. Wait, I thought you were sure Takumi did it. Yes, but it's not like I have any proof, so... Huh? Does that mean you didn't see the culprit when you were stabbed? No. I did see someone, but they were wearing a mask. Huh? How about the person's height or body structure? I can't be sure. They were dressed in a long black poncho thing. You must have seen some identifiable features. I was attacked the moment I turned around, so I'm afraid not. I screamed immediately, and before I realized it, I'd been shoved to the ground. I don't remember anything after that. I fainted after the first 2 or 3 stabs. So, you don't even know if it was a man or woman? No. I haven't done my Shoma voice in a while. Did they say anything? Actually, I did hear something as I was being stabbed. The person kept saying, "Die, die." Then you should have been able to recognize the voice. The thing is, I didn't. Why not? Their voice had been changed with a voice changer. A voice changer, huh? So, by that description, I mean, it would be Carrara, right? But we have to assume that they have been body snatched. Or something. Ato is under the mask now. Because I feel like it can't be actually Carrara because it would be too obvious after Shoma's description. And if this is a mystery, it can't be that simple. Like, mask and black poncho, like, point directly to her. And we know it's not, like, the sponsor, because we know the sponsor wears, like, that submariner outfit. So, I mean, already just based on process of elimination, we assumed it was someone like Kurara or Moko, if it had to be one of the people in the group. I went to the gym last. When I stepped inside, I saw that Tsubasa and Takamaru were already there. Tsubasa and Takamaru. Perfect timing. I need to ask you guys about something. What is it? Remember the voice changer you showed me in the garage the other day? Is it still there? Shoma told you about the culprit using the voice changer, huh? Yeah. You guessed right, Takumi. The device has gone missing. I knew it. The culprit stole it, huh? I think so. When did you realize it was gone? On day 28, the day Shoma regained consciousness, I went to the garage to check after hearing his story, and... The voice changer was already gone? Yeah, without anyone realizing. She told us the voice changer on the afternoon of day 24. So it must have been stolen between that time and the morning of day 27. Before Shoma got stabbed. What are you two doing here, though? I did a lot of thinking myself while you were out, and I just don't believe Kako killed herself. Me too. At first, suicide seemed like the only possibility based on the situation. After listening to Hiroko, though, I started to realize how unnatural the whole thing seemed. But if she was killed, how'd the culprit get away? That's what we need to figure out. And so here we are. Maybe there's a secret tunnel or something here that we completely missed, you know? So we're all here to do the same thing, then? You mean... Yeah. Kako died under such mysterious circumstances that I can't stop thinking about it. Let's check the place out together. Yeah, and we can trust each other since all three of us here are safers. Are what? Safers? Those of us that can be safely removed from the list of suspects. Safers. This sprite always makes Tsubasa look like so cute and innocent. That's true. And thus, we began to investigate the gym. Safers feels like a term that Tsubasa would make up, too. We went around knocking on walls and floors to check for hidden doors. Some time passed before Takamaru shouted at us from the stage. Hey, come over here! I found something crazy! He was standing at a corner of the stage. Tsubasa and I hurried over. What in the world? No way. There really was a hidden tunnel. Or should I say, a hidden ladder? You didn't look at the 12-hour spoiler text the other night? I did not. I've been very wary of spoilers. I'm not a clicker of the spoiler text tag. You think Ima did it? I would not suspect Ima of killing his own sister. I don't believe it. That's like his defining character trait. I think we know there's something with Kurara, but because of Shoma's description. But I feel like we've got the information about it being Kurara too early, so I don't think it can be Kurara. But because she's got the mask, it can really be anybody. Ima sucks, but he doesn't suck that much. Yeah. Save his sister from the evil world or some shit. No, he would keep her alive, I think. I don't suspect Ima. If it was anyone else dead, I would totally be like, yeah, it could be Ima. But I don't think Ima would do it with Kako. I checked this place before, but I found nothing. What'd you do? Told you, I've got a dog's hearing. I knocked on the floor and knew right away there was an empty space underneath. Then I groped around the surface, and what do you know? A rotatable handle came flipping out. Grabbed the handle and pulled it, and there you have it. Let's go see what's down there. Yeah. Didn't Ima make a die comment before? I don't think so. I also really don't know what Ima's motivation would be to go after Shoma, especially when he already suspects Takumi. You know. We slowly made our way down the long ladder. Eventually, I felt my toes touching solid ground. What I saw there was... Isn't this... You know this thing? Yeah, remember what I told you before? This is the escape pod that deploys on the last day. No way. Damn. Does that mean if we can get inside, we can go to the artificial satellite? We ran to the entrance of the pod and checked the door. There was a note pinned to it. The door to this pod automatically opens on day 100. No manual override available. Despite the note, we kept looking around for a way to open it manually. However, we were unable to find anything. Who left the note this time? There wasn't a note last time, although the escape pod had like bacteria all over it last time. I wonder if that's still gonna happen. Nope. This thing can't be opened from the outside. How about we use a crowbar to pry it open? Then the pod becomes useless because outer space is a vacuum. So we have no choice but to wait until day 100. Not to give up on the idea of boarding the pod before then. Shit! Why did it just randomly fade to black? By the way, have you guys forgotten why we came down here in the first place? Of course not. We're trying to solve the locked room case, weren't we? Yeah. Hiriko and I thoroughly investigated the gym after discovering Kako's body. But if the killer had been hiding in the storeroom or the ladder shaft at that time, you couldn't possibly have found them. Then after you and Hiriko left the gym, the killer got out and walked through the exit like nothing ever happened. Which means Kako really was killed. We don't have concrete proof of that yet. However, this does disprove the previous notion that it couldn't possibly have been murder. Wait. Assuming for a moment she was murdered, wouldn't that also prove the killer was an outsider? Because when we found Kako's body, Takamaru, Shoma, and I were in the infirmary, whereas everyone else was in the gym. No, not everyone else. 2 were missing. That's right. Darumi and Ima. Ima couldn't have been the killer. He worshipped the ground she walked on. Darumi, though, said she was playing slots or something. She could have been lying through her teeth. It's always possible an outsider did it. You made that life detection device yourself, unless you're telling me I made that number up. I did no such thing. That was the correct number. But the killer could have already gotten away by the time I finished making the device, right? Just then, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. An item on the ground next to the cockpit of the escape pod. It caught my eye for some reason, and I walked slowly over to pick it up. Hey, what's that? A handkerchief? So it seems. I see something embroidered on it. It reads IT. Information technology? Good effort, Takamaru. Maybe just it, as in it girl? Could it be referring to the initials of a name? All right, one of the brain cells here has got to be able to put this one together, please. Whose initials could they be? IT. IT. Ima. Tsukumo. When we exited the gym, we saw it was already nighttime. I asked Takamaru and Tsubasa to gather the others before heading to Ima's room myself. Come out, Ima. I need to ask you something. Somehow it felt like he would keep hiding if I told him about the handkerchief. So I decided not to say anything for now. We found a clue that might lead us to Kako's killer. I made that assertion, even though I had no solid proof she had been killed, because I wanted to get him out of the room. A short while later, I heard the door being unlocked. And then Ima appeared from behind it. You believed me? About my dear sister being murdered? Yeah. Can you come with me? Slowly but surely, Ima nodded in assent. Takamaru, Tsubasa, and I took everyone to the storage room where the escape pod was being kept. We told them how we found the place, and how the pod could only be used on day 100. After climbing back out, we all headed to the cafeteria.
Huh?
So what was the clue you found? Before that, I need to check something with Darumi. On day 27, when we found Kaku's body, were you really playing slots at the time? Huh? You're still suspicious of me? Then check the machine's play log. Then you'll know for sure I was playing around that time. How could I have possibly stabbed Shoma if I'd been hiding in the storeroom that whole time? The only way out of that place is through that tunnel, right? I wouldn't have been able to get out of the gym until the coast was clear. Mayhaps you clambered out of the escape pod's elevator shaft? I'm no Spider-Woman, and that shaft has no footholds. It's impossible to climb. The ceiling of that shaft is covered with a thick wall. It's not something that can be opened by human hands. How about this? You were the one to kill Kako, but not the one to stab Shoma. You're suggesting there are two culprits. Indeed I am. And does the number 2 ring any bells with regard to this situation? When we found Shoma's body, there were 2 people missing from the scene. You're suspicious of me as well? Ima's face twisted into a grimace. I hesitated for a moment when I saw his expression, but decided to show everyone the handkerchief we found. Yeah, Ima made everyone unsuspicious of us. It's time to turn the tables on him. It's not so fun now, is it, you little shit? I don't think he did it, but I still like to make everyone feel suspicious of him, as he deserves to be. This is the clue I was talking about. We found it in the escape pod storeroom. The letters IT have been embroidered on it. Are these initials? Where was the handkerchief found? In the escape pod room. Right by the escape pod.
Huh?
Wouldn't that refer to Ima Tsukumo?
Huh?
I thought so. This is your handkerchief, right, Ema?
Huh.
And the fact that it was in the storeroom means... Sir Ema killed Lady Kako? Are you two out of your mind? Me kill my very own dear sister? I didn't think that was possible either. Unless Ema was the one to stab Shoma, and Darumi was the one to kill Kako. Ema dropped the handkerchief in the storeroom when he was casing the joint. I told you it wasn't me! You think Miss Amiyama and I were accomplices? And then I tactfully approved of my dear sister's murder? That's no different from accusing me of killing my dear sister myself. You're all crazy. I can't believe that thought even crossed your minds. So you deny the charge? Of course I do! Then explain yourself. Why was your handkerchief in the storeroom? That's because... You see, you are feeling guilty. No. No. No, 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 no! Ah! Ema dashed out of the cafeteria, screaming. Oh. Good argument. I think the... I don't know. I'm starting to think more and more that the imposter commander has infiltrated the base. Somehow. Hang on one second. I'll be right back. No, I was feeling lightheaded for a second there, so I went and grab another snack. He ran out of the room. I guess he's innocent. Did you not eat lunch? No, I did. It's weird. I don't know why I'm feeling lightheaded, really. I didn't have dinner, but that's not, like, wholly unusual. I don't eat dinner before the stream a lot. I don't know why in particular in today I'm feeling lightheaded. It's weird. The fact that Ima's doing everything in his power to appear guilty makes me definitely think he's not the one who is guilty. No, weird. I doubt I'm sick. It's like springtime. Maybe. Alright. Let us resume. Wait, Ima! We all dashed after him. Ima grabbed the fire extinguisher in the entrance hall before running outside. We followed him as he ran out of the building. He was running at full speed through the schoolyard and none of us could catch up. How could none of us catch up to Ima? Finally, he tore through the wall of fire and ran to the other side, and we followed behind. When we got to the city ruins, something unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a large object shaped like an onion appeared out of nowhere and captured Ima, who had been running ahead of us. Ima! The onion object then flew high up into the air with Ima and vanished out of sight. The onion? What just happened? And what was that thing? It's one of the commanders, right? Onion, though? I'd seen that onion-shaped thing before in the previous timeline. That was probably a commander.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
I like that this cutscene even has the flashback filter over it. How would this thing nab Ima, though? Are you serious? Ima's been captured by the enemy? That's not the first time. Probably by the end of this game, he's going to be captured by every single commander in some different shape or form. No way. That can't be true. It's alright. We can probably figure out where they went. What? You know how Ima's been rather emotionally unstable lately, right? So I thought he might just end up just up and go missing one day, so I secretly planted a transmitter in his body when bringing food to him. What? You did what? We should be able to see where they took him from the war room. You clever girl, you. I like Nozomi's. You clever girl. Alright, let's all head back for now. Well, without Kako, there's no one here to really care about Ima being kidnapped, so... We traced the transmitter and quickly figured out exactly where Ima had been taken. It was the enemy relay station we had visited in the previous timeline. No dinosaur in sight. We immediately started making a plan to get Ima back. After some discussion, we decided to split into two teams. The rescue team, me, Hiriko, Takamaru, Tsubasa, and Kurara. The defense team, Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yugamu, Shoma, and Darumi. I feel like Kyoshika and Kurara should swap. I'm not sure why Kurara would be on the rescue team. Considering her whole, like, shtick is, like, being a base defender by building weapons and stuff to defend the base. Again, these, like, team split-ups in every route and every timeline are always so ass. Who's making these decisions? Swap Kyoshika and Kurara. Must we rescue him, even though he may very well be the killer? It's not set in stone yet. What if it was all a mistake? Could you ever live with that fact that you abandoned an innocent friend? Yeah. I think after a couple minutes, I could get over leaving Ima behind. Oh, I knew you'd say that. I was just making sure. Having only 5 people on the defense team is not very reassuring. Can't we add one more or something? Can't we conveniently, like, summon someone from in the group? Perhaps maybe a commander? No! What if the enemy attacks in the meantime? We can't afford to be lax on home security. In that case, Takumi. Yeah, it's time, everybody. Follow me. Sir Takumi, Lady Ava is out and about now. Why have you done such a thing? As you can see, I let her out. But why? I intend to let her join the rescue team. Huh? I explained about the bomb in Ava's body and the remote detonator we had made to trigger it. And do you really think this will work? If you feel she's acting suspicious, you can press the button to blow her up yourself. Huh? I put the remote detonator into an astonished Hiriko's hand. Now, do you feel reassured? Hiriko fell silent at my words, and after a few moments, she said, have it your way. Thank you for having me on the team. I look forward to being useful to you. Alright then. We'll be right back. Wait, didn't they say they wanted to build up the... They wanted to build up the defense team, so why did Ava get added to the rescue team? Are we not adding somebody to the defense team? Then? They're like, let's build up the defense team, and Takumi was like, fuck you. I want my MILF girlfriend. Completely unrelated to your claims. Alright then, we'll be right back. With Ima. Good luck. Stay safe. The rescue team set off for the enemy relay station, where Ima was being held captive. But no, seriously, we didn't add anyone to the defense. The whole point of that was to add someone to the defense. Having only 5 people on the defense team is not reassuring. Can't we add one more? We can't afford to be lax on home security. In that case, I intend to let Ava join the rescue team. Okay. The whole group was talking about the defense team. Alright, whatever. Takumi has brain damage, remember? Yeah, I guess. By the time we got close to the relay station, the sun was starting to rise. We got off the bus and climbed up a small hill to survey the relay station. I get a lot of use out of this CG. We've seen it in every route so far.
We don't know where exactly Ima is being held in this base, but that doesn't matter. Let's just bust in there and start kicking ass and taking names.
Kicking ass, taking names. Kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum. Oh, I haven't played Duke Nukem in a while. That would be fun.
Yeah, you guys already saw how that commander could fly.
That has to be Quinzale.
Oh, I guess I do get why we brought Carrara now. Never mind. But still, shouldn't, like, Takamaru or somebody stay behind on the defense team then?
Quinzale? Is that his name?
Yes, and he's an absolute creep. Feel free to make mincemeat out of him.
Why is he a creep?
A flying enemy? Sounds like a headache already. How do we even get to him? We'll be fine with my specialist skill on our side. I'll whip up some surface-to-air artillery and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears.
Why?
Why? Can't you just make it now?
This particular weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode.
That seems like bad design.
Got it. Guess there's no helping it then.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out.
Shouldn't the more offensive characters be on the rescue? I think most of the offensive characters are on the mission. Takumi, Hiruko, Takamaru. Wait, is Eva actually on the team? I kind of just assumed she would be a lore thing, where they would just kind of mention in the plot she was here. Skipping battles. If you've completed an identical battle in a previous route, you can skip the fight and simply watch the event play out. Well, no, I don't want to skip the battle now that we have Eva. Wait. Why does she use the armor? Instead, why does she use Nozomi's armor instead of, like her commander form?
I'm ready to go.
Eva is a long-range attacker that specializes in attacking while moving. Her specialist skill, Special Fitness, automatically gives her attack +2 when moving and attacking. Mow down enemies in front in a vertical line. Flight +2 ignores armor when calculating damage. Okay. Man, Kako can't even be the best long-range fighter in our team. Jesus, she's so poorly designed in combat. Ava is a better long-range fighter. Also, this is like a totally different kit than her commander form as well. Hey, Cosmos. Welcome home from work. This is better explained on the spare route. Hey, Legendary, by the way. You don't think it's explained here. You'll learn on the other routes. Playing this route first isn't good for when it comes to Ava. The fit would look better black. I think it would just be better if she just played like a more humanoid-sized version of her commander form, but whatever. Anyway, what am I doing? I feel like we should use Eva, but I also kind of want to just let Tsubasa do Tsubasa things.
Leave this to me.
Oh my god, dude, that range. Holy crap.
You're in the way. You're finished.
That's actually crazy. What is... Look, I hate to say it. What is the point of Kako again?
Hauling ass!
You could trash Kako for being a sniper after upgrading Eva. Yeah, like, but for real though. They play differently. As in, one plays usefully and the other plays pointlessly.
I'm taking the wheel. Don't try to stop me. We did it! Ready when you are. Out of the way!
Get Tsubasa'd.
I'm taking the wheel. Let's roll. Leave it to me. Take this.
Oh, I got too excited. I should have used my voltage bar, because I'm guessing that doesn't carry over. Oh, it's true. Not like this. Oh, wait, no, we can. Neat. I actually kind of want to... I guess we can get one more thumbnail, right? Hang on.
I'm fully prepared.
Path to the Underworld.
Leave this to me.
I need one more thumbnail. Hang on.
I'll kill them all at once. I've used up all my strength.
Nice. Now I have another thumbnail. Actually, that'll work out perfectly. Because I was going to say, I need something for Monday's thumbnail at this point. Because I thought I was going to run out of character thumbnails on Sunday. But now I won't. That's interesting because you don't see her weapon, her thing. Oh well. That was pretty cool though.
I'm taking the wheel.
Good to go. Take this. All right.
She's the reason we were worried about you looking at a gift guide.
Ready when you are.
Oh, can she actually, like... Can you hang out with her now, too? Wait a minute, does she... wait, you can't look at the report card yet. I was gonna say, does she show up in the report card now?
Taking the wheel. Locked and loaded. This should slow them down. I'm taking the wheel. Don't try to stop me. Locked and loaded. Watch out! I'm taking the wheel. Don't try to stop me. Let's keep locked and loaded. Watch out! I'm taking the wheel. Don't
Oh yeah, then I guess that's even more disappointing. If you actually can use
Locked and loaded.
Eva, then that's kind of... Lame that we can't use Ghost Boy when he was like in the last route when he was like, I'll help you.
Watch out.
And then he doesn't.
Keep it up. I'll put an end to this. This feels amazing.
You know?
Locked and loaded.
Goddamn Ghost Boy.
Don't try to stop me. Leave it to me. Out of the way. Locked and loaded. Ah!
Ghost Boy's physical body is a fetus, but the avatar that's like on fire can't like fly around and throw undying flame bombs at people.
Out of the way. Ready when you are. How's this?
He's literally on fire.
Now,
He can't
do you
just-
understand that I would never betray you?
He just can't like man on fire them. Grab them by the head and burn their head. I feel like undying flame pretty powerful. Yeah, I don't get why she's using the power armor. I mean, I guess this is explained in other routes, but it seems like she should just be able to use her commander form. That would be way cooler. Because she also has to take off her helmet, which is like sacrilegious. But whatever.
I shall reserve judgment until this entire battle is over.
I trust her full-heartedly.
Where's the commander?
That Quenzele guy?
He should be here any time now. Aha. Speak of the devil.
I am the paragon of repulsion, Quenzele. I'll be sure to make it agonizingly painful when I kill you. Go ahead, scramble for your ugly lives.
Do whales lay eggs? I don't think so, right? Because he kind of looks like a whale.
He's finally here, like moths to a flame.
Also, if we shoot him down, aren't we gonna kill Ima? Isn't Ima like inside there?
Everybody, cover Kurata while she crafts the artillery.
Understood.
Got it.
Whales are mammals. Yeah, I figured, but like I had the thought randomly hit my head because I saw that this thing looks like a whale and started dropping eggs, and I was like, wait a minute, that can't be right. But I guess that's why it's the paragon of repulsion, because that would be gross.
I'm good whenever.
Rev it up! I'm all fired up!
Ready when you... Just a quick dropout. I'm good whenever. Take this! Leave it to me. Out of the way! We did!
Fuck, platypuses are mammals and also lay
I'm
eggs?
good whenever.
That's true.
Let's keep it up.
God, Tsubasa's like so good.
I'm taking the wheel. How's this? Locked and loaded. Take this. We did.
This is why you added specifically not
Ready when
monotreme
you are.
animals. What?
Hi-ya. Let's keep. I'm taking the wheel. Let's roll.
I'm ready to go.
Oh yeah, she doesn't have last yell yet. Whoops.
Time for battle. I can hardly contain myself.
Hey, Liz.
I'm good whenever.
Put your heart into it!
I'm on it. Take this. We did it. Ready when you are. Watch out.
Not a single last yell activation.
Ready when you are. This should do it.
All out of gas.
Locked and loaded. Take this. Let's keep it up.
Understood.
So because she can attack and move at the same time.
Here we go. Not bad.
She gains +2 when user attacks after moving.
Leave this
Okay,
to
so
me.
like she's the opposite of Kako. You move here, and then she gets +2 attack. Ah, that's why her normal attack is just 1. You have to move her. Well, it does kind of mean she's just like one and done, considering
fully
you can't
prepared.
really like move again after attacking. Interesting.
Full throttle. Yeah! Rev it up. Oh yeah, hauling ass.
I'm taking the wheel. Hi-ya! Ready when you are. Don't try to stop me.
Any move counts, but stacking the same enemy sucks. Yeah, it seems like it would be tough for her to be able to
Good to go.
get anybody like from far away.
I'm ready to go.
Let's give it to him.
Oh, come on.
Leave it to me. Shifting gears.
Nice. Full throttle. Eat this.
It's set. Told you it wouldn't take long.
Interesting that the game considers this like an identical battle when we didn't have Ava here before. I mean, I know it's the same map, but it's technically different with Ava being in the formation.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Deja vu. I would probably have skipped this map, and we'll probably skip a few more, but I did want to check out Ava. We can't get her as a unit and then be like, I'm gonna not do this map. I want to at least see how she plays. Alright, Tsubasa.
I'm good whenever.
And,
This should slow them down.
make the donuts, as they say.
Out of the way. Ready when you are. Take this. We did it. Locked and loaded. I'm good whenever. Keep it coming. Let's roll. We did. I'm taking.
She is just such a funny unit. It's so funny that like they were concerned about Kako being OP. They're like, oh, we can't let her move and be a sniper. That would be crazy. And then they're like, also, Tsubasa has no fatigue and can do an AoE 4 damage attack. I don't know.
We did. I'm taking the wheel.
That's just really funny to me.
Out of the way. Let's keep it up. Ready when you are. Don't try to stop me. We did.
Alright, your last DL is active, your last DL is active, your last DL is active. Alright. She doesn't have last DL yet, but still kind of funny.
Leave it to me. Watch out. Ready when you are. Don't try to stop me.
Need to upgrade her? I think she's... who, you mean Ava? Yeah. Well, I think now that we've done this mission, we'll be able to upgrade her later.
When you are. Let's roll. Locked and loaded. How's this? Leave it to me.
We can do this!
I'm on it. Out of the way. I'm good whenever. Engines at full throttle. Ready when you are.
Just this... Tsubasa shredding this boss. Ow. No last yell activate? Go gambling.
Locked and loaded.
Get in the game.
Okay. Is that enough? No. Game designers did not cook with Kako. Now, it's just so funny because, like, if you compare the two,
I've got
like,
this.
why? Why let Tsubasa be so
Time to
OP?
use it.
And then, just Kako just can't. She can't do anything.
Here we go. Let's do this.
Actually, yeah, end the turn. Like, she did over 50 damage to the boss while also clearing the entire map. That's so funny.
Kneel before me. Uncouth baboon.
Oh, wait, I needed to build by the bus to get its HP back. Whatever, that's fine.
I've got this. Let's do this. This should do it. Ready when you are. Let's do this. Good to go. Harder.
Oh, that was actually a
Here we
mistake.
go.
I should not have. Out of instinct, I attack boosted him. I should have done is, I think my voltage attack would have just killed that thing. Ah, whatever.
Eat this.
The battle isn't over yet. Don't you dare underestimate me. Unsightly beast. I still got fight in me. You had this coming.
Ready when you are.
Understood.
Let's give Ava
Say
the kill
when.
shot. It's her first battle after all.
I'm ready to go.
Get in the game.
I will do all I can.
Take this!
Can she trigger her own last yell? I saw her in the animation. That's interesting. Wait, but no, she didn't have last yell activated. Why was she in there?
The pain. It hurts.
Get over it.
Why do this? What has prompted this cruelty?
Didn't he literally say he was gonna fuck us up?
Serves you right, Quenzele.
You're... Ava. I noticed you were here a while back, but... Does this mean you've switched allegiances?
Yes. It's not as if I had any future in the Sovereign Army anyway.
Sovereign Army. She probably won't absorb commanders, right? Suddenly, Quinzile broke off and stared at something behind us.
Overlord Vashnes! What?
We all turned around at the same time, but...
There's no one there.
Oh, did he actually... Did he just go look over there? Never mind. This is the dumbest route for all these characters.
Don't tell me.
We all turned back around, but it was too late. During those precious few seconds, the defeated commander had disappeared completely. I think it's because you can't absorb any, because we haven't, in the killing game route, we weren't able to absorb any commanders for, like, character buffs. So I think in the routes where you kill Ato, you can't absorb commanders, or at least that's what it seems like so far. Because that just hasn't been an option for us for a while. And, like, the story always comes up with some way to kind of remove the commander. This time it's literally a, look over there! And then he runs away. That's good. I like that.
He got away?
Freaking coward.
I guess you could say that Quenzele has been... quenzled.
What? you can say what? Oh, come on. That was good. Nobody? Not a single laugh? Come on. Ava deserves better. I can't believe they did her so dirty. After the battle, we split up to look for Ima. It took a while, but eventually I found him locked up in a cage.
Ima, are you alright? Hold on. I'll get you out now. Mr. Samino!
I swung my sword down on the lock, and it broke apart with a loud noise. I opened the door and quickly guided Ima outside, but then... I saw something flashing out of the corner of my eye right next to the cage.
A bomb?
The next moment... Instinctively, I grabbed Ima from behind. What? Why? This snap action meant my body shielded Ima from the brunt of the blast. A scalding pain ripped through my back. I choked down a cry of pain and asked,
Ima, are you okay?
And we're gonna pass out again, aren't we?
Yes. But what about you? Yeah, don't worry about me.
I bet a ton of ships were born from this CG. Oh, I'm sure. I bet a lot of fan edits are being made of this CG as well.
As long as you're fine.
Huh? Huh? Mr. Samino?
Yaoi. Toxic Yaoi once again. Takumi is an addict. He can do nothing but approach the toxic Yaoi.
Mr. Samino! Mr. Samino!
Can the class I guess the class armor can get like ripped up based on this CG. Is this the first time we've kind of seen like visible damage to the CG or to the class armor other than someone getting like stabbed straight through? I feel like we've never seen it get ripped. Toxic Yaoi Part 2. I feel like at this point it's Toxic Yaoi Part 3. You got all of Takumi's boyfriend options are pretty toxic.
You're stepped in blood so far.
It's you got Eito,
There's no turning
Yugamu,
back now.
Ima. All of that's pretty toxic.
In honor of the occasion, your commander would like to hand out some presents, but
Are there any routes where we can get these presents?
if you're hearing this recording, it means your commander is no longer with you. So, no presents for anyone today! Too bad, so sad. Try not to be mad.
Oh yeah, we were just knocked out for like another 10 days, right? Also, I feel like that's the first recording that acknowledged that he's dead? Or maybe not. I woke up to the expected sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time, she wasn't shocked at all. Instead, she looked at me with a gentle softness in her eyes.
Morning. You're awake now?
The most toxic is Takumi Sire, I'm sure. Why are you the way that you are? Final Fighter. Takure forever. Your apology is accepted, Final Fighter. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, the water was running so I could wash my eyes out. I didn't have to ask about the day since it was mentioned in the announcement just now.
It's day 50 today.
Now this route is pretty short. We're just skipping days everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the feeding drips. We went to the second academy and brought a whole lot back.
All that for Takumi? Interesting. Also, yeah, I guess the second academy just doesn't blow up if no one's there.
Oh. Thanks as always.
You should thank the others too. They were the ones who actually got the drips, and I wasn't the only person taking care of you while you were out.
Well, hey, is anyone going to thank me for saving Ima? Oh, actually, no, probably not. No one cares. I sat up in bed. For some strange reason, I wasn't feeling any aches or pains. You're late. Hedrico's VA, like, and does Q&A stuff? Yeah, that's fine if you want to share. But also, people remember to join my Discord. Link in the description below. I can't lose Discord members to Heriko's VA. You didn't notice how pale she was? Yeah, sun matter. All the characters are super pale because they've never seen real sunlight. Make a Ouija board and get thanks from Kako. It's the Nozomi leaning sprite. You seem fine physically. The truth is, your external injuries weren't as bad as they seemed. Which means the real reason I was out for such a long time was because of the fainting disease? I think so. Has anything changed? If you mean the murder cases, we still haven't made any progress. Ima and Darumi are still denying they were working together. Tsubasa and I don't believe they did anything either, but the others... Something else has changed, though. Ima's been taking part in the defensive battles. What? You shielded him back at the enemy relay station, remember? He said he's joining the fight for you. I see. That's sad. He's still as reticent as ever, and hardly ever leaves his room otherwise. Who can blame him, though? Other than Tsubasa and me, everyone's suspicious of him. Who's best girl? I think Ava's up for consideration if she's now one of the girls. Oh, she is. Likes can't remember. Dislikes can't remember. What? Why can't she remember? Also, yeah, only 5'7". That seems shocking. She doesn't know her birthday? I feel she's an October birthday. Yeah, it feels weird that she's shorter than Hiriko. Don't question that doesn't remember stuff for now? Okay. Ima gets protected by one person and clings to them like a lost kitten. He's just constantly searching for, companionship, really, Ima. God, I need a haircut. Also, of course, Kyoshka is a Scorpio. She's just like me, for real. He did say he was willing to tell you, and only you, everything. You're also a Scorpio? I am. I'm, October 25th is my birthday.
Huh?
Really? Yep, so go find him later, okay? Later? Huh? Are you expecting me not to act right now after what you just told me? I jumped up and dashed outside immediately. Random sky transition. Oh my god. Mr. Sumino, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I'm kind of shocked that you wouldn't want to just die. Also very funny that the portrait in the top left there is just their character sprites. It's not like an actual picture. Don't mention it. Really. What I really want to hear from you is some answers. And I like that the thing on his dresser is like each of Kako's different sprites. Ima nodded firmly. I was going to tell you everything after you woke up anyway. Not only because I owe you a debt of gratitude, but also because I'm now sure you couldn't have been the killer.
Huh?
Because the real killer would never risk his own life to save me like that. Hey, Note Man. Indeed. It is sad. It is my deepest desire to find the person who killed my dear sister, and then smash their face in with a hammer over and over again until there's nothing left of it.
Huh?
Yet, I am but a detective's assistant. I do not deal well with deductions.
Huh?
So I have decided to entrust this earnest wish of mine to you.
Ah.
I have the utmost confidence that you have what it takes to bring the truth to light. And I intend to do just that, as soon as I get some answers from you. First of all, why didn't you kill Darumi? What? You think the killer's one of us, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah! When Kako's body was found, you and Darumi were the only ones not in the gym. Unless you were the killer? But that can't be, right? Does that mean Ima's the homie for this route? No, that can't be true. My goat would never ride a route that bad. Of course not. If so, from your perspective, only one other person could have been hiding in the storeroom at that point in time. None other than Darumi. Yeah, you didn't go smash her head in with a hammer until there was nothing left. Why not? Mr. Sumino, I see what you're getting at, and you are right. It was because I knew it was possible for someone else to have been my dear sister's killer. Because there's a hidden exit in that storeroom, right? He nodded slowly in response to my question. Opposite the cockpit section of the escape pod lay a heap of metal containers. When we moved the heap away, we found a large ventilation shaft. Is this it? Yes. It's big enough for even Takamaru and Moko to pass through. You're quite right. Have you gone inside before? No, sir. The killer did vent. And that's why I think the killer is the imposter. I stuck my head into the shaft, but couldn't see anything in the pitch-black darkness. When did you realize there was a storeroom here? About day 10, I would say. Doesn't that mean that Ima should have known about this room in the killing game route? Because that's way before the split. Why doesn't he know? My dear sister found the entrance first. She was the one who brought me here. After that, we would secretly visit this place together whenever we had some free time. It became something like a secret hiding spot of ours. How come you guys never came down here in the killing game route? Why didn't you tell anyone?
Huh?
I did not tell you before because I thought you were my dear sister's killer. I did not tell the others because, well, promise me you'll not get angry. Yeah? Because my sister and I had intended to flee this place together in that escape pod. That's not possible. The door can't be opened manually.
Huh?
We thought we could do something about that by tinkering with the control system in the war room. I sighed and continued the conversation. But you kept this place a secret, even after Kako was murdered?
Huh?
If you told us about it, we'd be able to accept your assertion that Kako hadn't killed herself. I promised my dear sister that no matter what happened, I would never tell anyone about this place. She had tears in her eyes when she made me promise. I want us to live together in the TRC again, just the two of us. But we have to get out of this place first. We'll be killed one day if we stay here.
Yeah!
I believe I may have dropped the handkerchief at that time.
Huh?
When I was putting it back into my pocket after wiping my dear sister's tears away. This place was our sanctuary. We didn't want anyone else invading our space. Even after my dear sister lost her life. It felt like I would be desecrating her memory by allowing someone else in. That is why I told nobody. Large tears started rolling down Ima's cheeks, and I wordlessly held out his handkerchief to him. Maybe the reason he didn't do anything about it in the killing game route is because Takumi's team outnumbered him. Yeah, that's fair enough. But he acted surprised when we showed him it in the Takumi route, or in the killing game route. Just the two of us. Jesus, son matter. Ima accepted the handkerchief and clenched it tightly in his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a long time after that, his shoulders trembled nonstop. After Ima had calmed down, we climbed back up to the surface. Tsubasa was in the garage as usual when we stepped inside. Ima, you're an unusual sight around here. Even more unusual than me being awake? I mean, I already heard about you from Nozomi. She's been going around telling everyone the news, you know. Anyway, what's up? Just wanted to know if there's a recon drone anywhere around here, with lights and cameras if possible. Yeah, but what do you need it for? This route feels weird that, like, we're not romancing Tsubasa. You know? I'm so used to being, romantic with Tsubasa. If we're just talking with her casually, as if we're just friends. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. It's kind of hard to explain. You just come with us and bring the recon drone. We need it to solve the case. Tsubasa blinked a few times in quick succession at Ima's words. Alright, give me a sec. That's life, buddy. We're romancing Ima instead. Stop. No. He's still my least favorite. We have so few battlefields compared to the killing game route that love hardly had a place to bloom. Uh-oh. If there's a ventilation shaft here, that means... I see how it is now. Exactly. If Kako was killed, the presence of this shaft makes everybody in the academy a suspect. Including the Safers for Shoma's case. Including me. Yet you still brought me here. Does that mean you trust me? With every fiber of my being. Kind of, sort of. You don't sound very sure. I'll take it, though. Okay, let's start. Thanks. Feels like there's not as many CGs in this route either, really. We just had the one Ima Takumi one, really. Not Gaku? No. Can you do a route with Gaku? You miss him, you want to hear his annoying comments. Being serious, though, we've spent a lot of time asleep instead of talking to people. I think it's because, I mean, if we spent the whole time talking to people, it would probably not make too much sense why the mystery wasn't really making any progress. And it would make Takumi sound a lot dumber if we spent like 2 weeks investigating and came up with nothing. Whereas if it's just like we spent 5 days investigating. No time to bond with Tsubasa, we've been comatose. We used the drone to investigate the ventilation shaft. As a result, we were able to make a few major discoveries. In summary, this is what we've learned. Oh yeah, that's zero escape writing, right there. First of all, the shaft bends in a zigzag shape a few times and extends towards the school building. It splits into a grid structure halfway and connects to different parts of the building.
Oh!
Anyone using this can basically exit from anywhere they like. However, the bends are extremely narrow, and people our size can't possibly get through them. Only someone with the body the size of a small child could have gone through those. Okay, so the baby. No, I'm kidding. If Ima is too small, or if Ima's too big, I mean. Shoma. Even Kurara's 5'3", that makes her bigger than Ima. So the only people smaller than Ima, if Tsubasa's to be believed, that could have done it are Kako and Shoma. Are the only people smaller than Ima. I'm more concerned about what we found halfway. But the fetus could do it, though. Don't forget. I don't know why he doesn't have a report card entry, other than being useless. Yeah, me too. This thing, right? This thing that got caught on a protrusion in the interior wall. Thankfully, we were able to retrieve it because I had the foresight to attach a robotic arm to the drone. It's a piece of cloth, right? A square green piece of cloth about 1 inch long. That would be the remains of Shoma's hat. Because he doesn't have his hat. In the CG where he's lying in the pool of his blood, he doesn't have his hat anymore. Which is what I immediately pointed out. And his hat's that green. I looked at Ima, then Tsubasa. They looked back at me with wide, questioning eyes. It was apparent they hadn't yet realized the grave implication behind this. Maybe a certain incident had blinded them to the existence of that possibility. I put the piece of cloth in my pocket. I looked them both in the eye and said, Tell everyone to gather at the gym at 7 p.m. tonight. Oh. There was a new sub? I don't know why the notification doesn't play for subscribers. Okay, there's the tip one. And then... yeah, there we go. Bishy Lover. Is that right? Bishy Lover? Thanks for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Feel free to also join my Discord server. Link in the description below. Huh? This is quite sudden. Please, just do it. They turn to look at each other. I don't mind. What will you be doing until then? Well, you'll see. I'm going to kill Shoma. I had enough proof to make my case, but I wanted just one more piece of key evidence. So I went to the back of the school, to the place where Shoma had been stabbed. I spent a few hours thoroughly investigating every nook and cranny. Before long, the sun set and my shadow started growing longer. It was at that time I found something. A faint trace of blood on a corner of a rock. It was maybe 30 feet away from where Shoma had been stabbed. This place could use an intercom or something. Word of mouth is so almighty here. Well, it is weird because on the battlefield they all have intercoms. I wonder if or not intercoms. They have, I don't know, walkie-talkies? Whatever you want to call it. Which I suppose would be like built into their class armor, maybe? I didn't think blood from his injuries could have sprayed that far, which meant... I don't think Sire even used the intercom. It's only been the system voice. Yeah, the like system alert is the only thing that uses the intercom that like triggers the alarm. I entered the gym at 7 p.m. sharp to find everybody already gathered there. Ava, you're here too? Yes, I have received an official release. I have been given Ato's room and do not have to sleep in the cage anymore. All credit goes to Takumi and Tsubasa. The remote detonator you suggested has allowed everyone to accept my presence with the greatest peace of mind. I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. I don't like that everybody has one. Nope. I don't like that. I don't like that idea. I feel it should be Tsubasa, Takumi, and Hiriko should have it. And that's it. They're the only responsible ones. I don't like that. No, I don't need one. That aside, what are we all here for? Well, you see... I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
Kako was here, he'd blow up Ava for making the skill issue in the battlefield. We need to hear everyone's shocked reaction. I like that Ava's shocked as if she really cares. Mr. Sumino, wait a minute, please. You just said with absolute certainty that my dear sister was indeed killed? Yes, the situation points to that fact. Who did it? Ima, I need you to promise me something first. Promise you won't lay a finger on the killer when you realize who they are. I won't tell you the truth unless you promise me that. I saw him gritting his teeth with a scowl on his face. Still, he nodded firmly and said, Fine, I promise that I won't lay a finger on that accursed scum.
Good. All right. Much as I wish I didn't have to do this. Here goes. The person who killed Kako
I like that this is voiced.
and stabbed Shoma. It was the name of that person is...
He's gonna pass out again, isn't he? What? Why is it re-showing all the evidence? The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma is... Oh, cool. It was me! Bro thinks he's a Danganronpa protagonist. Interesting. I love how Gaku, Eito, and Kako are in the lineup. I mean, they could technically be suspects. It was Eito! Eito's 6-foot twunk frame ain't fitting in that vent, you know it. I mean, it's gotta be Shoma, right? I feel like that's part of the mystery, though. That, like, all of the clues now, like, point towards Shoma. And then the game wants you to be, like... pranked. Moko? No. I think it's Shoma. He time traveled to where the vent was still being constructed and dropped the green fabric there. The choice here is either the correct person or anyone else. Yeah, I figured there wouldn't be, like, a route split for every character here. That would be crazy. That's either you're right or wrong. I mean, the only people that really have green in their outfit for that piece of fabric to work are Takamaru, Shoma, and Kurara. Takamaru obviously couldn't fit in the vent, so that kind of narrows it down to just these two. The game implied that Emo is too big to go into the vent, which means that Kurara is also too big to go into the vent. So the only people who could go into the vent are Kako and Shoma is the only one small enough. Are we sure Kurara's mask's even fabric? The mask has ripped before, and Kurara's been able to stitch it back up. We also know he described the killer as... Shoma described it as Kurara's outfit. Kurara. Every time, like, the more I say it, the less, like, a real word it sounds like. I almost don't want to go with Shoma because... I mean, like, I get he could stab himself. But the game feels like it's so heavily pushed Shoma. It almost feels like it obviously couldn't be him. Nozomi, no. Our choices, it's down to 3. It's Kako, Shoma, and Carrara. Because Carrara matches Shoma's description. I kind of want to go with Shoma and just see what happens. But I feel like that's wrong. My gut's telling me it's wrong. What shade was the green fabric? It's the same shade as his hat. Which, just based on artistic differences, I would say you could make an argument that that would also be Carrara's tomato as well. Gut's always wrong. What's your weight? Who had access to Shoma's stuff? What do you mean? The fabric is the same color as Shoma's hat, which is why I feel like the game is too heavily implying that it's Shoma. But Shoma's clothing was in the vent. The thing that's throwing me is Tsubasa's throwaway line that the vent was too big for, like, Ima to be in there. Because we've absolutely seen in Danganronpa before that people can plant stuff to make it look like it was them. Fair enough, I suppose, but according to Tsubasa, Ima is too big to fit in the vent. Which means the only two people that can go into the vent are Kako and Shoma. But Kako's dead. Who knows that there was a voice changer, or did everyone know? I think everyone has a voice changer, yeah. Who would have the motive to kill Shoma? Have you seen him? Kako is similar in size to Emo, so Kako probably can't enter. Hey, Sword. Kako's 2 inches shorter. So that could possibly clear the threshold. Basically, going by Tsubasa's statement, I eliminated anyone that would be smaller than Ima. Or anyone that would be bigger than Ima. And the only remaining characters are Kako and Shoma. It isn't a matter of height, but width. Carrara may be taller than Ima, but her big old poncho obscures the fact that she's a very tiny girl. That's true. Would her tomato hat fit in the vent? True. Ava's skinny under the armor. I think Ava's too big and was in the jail cell. I just don't think it could be Ava. Don't play enough Among Us. I don't know. I'm leaning towards Shoma. Because we gotta remember, too, that this isn't a question of who is the mastermind. This is just a question of who killed Kako. We saw that the vent was big enough to fit even Moko. She wouldn't have taken it off at first. The problem is the bends. Yeah. Alright, I think we Occam's Razor this. I think we go Shoma. To get the vents, you need to get past the bends. Is that possible for Ava? I don't think so. Do we have any evidence to point to Shoma stabbing himself as a cover-up? Oh, the transcript doesn't let me look at the evidence again. The only evidence at the scene of the murder was the blood on the rock, but that doesn't really point to anyone, except if it was somebody who got away from the scene. Or if he got himself bloodied up while killing Kako. Also, why is Takumi, like, awkwardly far out here? Why Moko and Yugamu are, like, stacked too heavily on each other? But Kako didn't have blood on her, right? He wouldn't have been bloodied from killing her? No, that's true. But nobody was reported to have blood on them at the scene of the crime. Worst case scenario, you can go down the line. No, I mean, I have... My 3 suspects are definitely who I would pick first. The game wants us to pick Shoma here, which is why I'm, like, so hesitant to pick him. Kako could technically still be it. No, she doesn't have the green fabric, though. But if it isn't Shoma, who is it? I feel like it could only be Kurara. Because she's got the green tomato mask. Who would steal the hearts? Yugamu, but he's not fitting in there. If you just do it, things will turn out okay. The hat on, it feels too big for the bends. That could be why the hat ripped, though. You know? So the other reason I do think that is weird is that Shoma doesn't have his hat anymore. That's the bigger thing than the hearts being stolen, to me. Shoma doesn't have his hat at the murder scene. Like where he's dead. So if Kurara does it, right? She gets into the vent. The hat's too big. Or her mask's too big for the vent bends. It rips. She kills Shoma. She takes Shoma's hat to repair her mask. Who wants a hat but doesn't have the hat they want? What? Wouldn't there be stitches? No. Maybe. Let me propose this zero escape style. When you go into an event, you go in using your height. If you're too wide, you can't get in at all. So anyone of any height could get in at first, but the bends. You said Kurara fixed up her mask on her own. She could also fix up Shoma's hat, perchance. She could, yeah. We know Kurara is capable of fixing her own mask by stitching it. Should we YOLO it at this point? Pick one of our suspects? I feel like Shoma is too obvious. Also, Kurara is the thumbnail. We have to pick her. That's fair. Though I did just pick her as the thumbnail because I knew she would be back alive. And I couldn't risk her dying on this route and not being able to use her use her as the thumbnail tomorrow. So, kind of out of options. If Kako is out of the question, surely Kurara is too big. I don't think Kako is out of the question at all. I think we just assume that she's out of the question because she's dead. How big is Darumi? 5'4", I think. The poncho obscures her real frame. She's as small as Kako, if not more so. She's technically slightly taller than Kako, though. Kurara is 5'3". But, yeah, the big poncho definitely obscures how tiny she is. You love how much overthinking is happening here? Well, yeah, it's a mystery. That's part of the fun, is overthinking it. I don't think it'd be fun if we just went Unga Bunga Shoma, because the game was pointing there. Can we just pick someone already? We might not beat this route if we waste half an hour here. Oh, we'll beat the route. We'll beat the route. I just want to cook a little bit here. You totally did the same. Yeah, it's part of the fun. Kurara is small. Just look at her class armor sprites. Yeah. Our overthinking is destroying our chances of picking the correct one. Yeah, but that's where the fun comes in. I think Shoma's too obvious. The game is pointing to Shoma too hard for it to be it. The man who wrote Zero Escape is not going with the direct one. And why would Shoma perfectly describe Kurara for no reason? It's clearly Takumi. No, it'll be Takumi once we guess the person wrong. The rest of the Last Defense Academy will assume it's Takumi. Also, Darumi called her a secret lolly before. It's Ato. That would be funny. Now, Shoma, the guy who wrote Zero Escape and Somnium Files, is not being like, yeah, it was Shoma. The green fabric is a red herring, but also a clue in the right direction. Oh, but I feel like that's what they want you to think, is that it's a red herring. Because like I said, this could also not be... Shoma could have been blackmailed. But then what would be the point of the blackmail, actually, if you have to stab yourself anyway? The red herring itself is a red herring. Is this a double fake out? Like we think Shoma isn't the culprit, but he actually is, and overthinking it is the trap? Yeah, that's what I was saying with the red herring being a red herring. It's either a red herring to not be Shoma, or it's a red herring, and it is Shoma. Fudge, I give up. You're gonna go Darumi mode and say it's Kurara? You hate mysteries, you're so bad at them. I have a reputation for being good at mysteries, which is why I'm hesitant to pick, because I don't want to be wrong. On all 3 Danganronpa games, I only got 2 trials wrong. From the get-go, before even doing the class trial. Because that was like a thing in all of my Danganronpa streams, like when you're in the pre-trial and you're selecting your powers or whatever, I would sit and discuss for about an hour who I think did it. And I got every route but 2. Or every trial but 2. I got the Strawberry Grape Tower one wrong in Danganronpa 2. And I got Trial 1 in V3 wrong. Kodaka had influence and that changes things? Nah, he wouldn't want to ruin a mystery. He's also a man of mystery. Let's just say we beat the route and go do another. Alright. No, we'll pick Kurara. So that way I can have my brain blast moment. The game is being too obvious with Shoma. Is Kurara the one behind this? It's the Jumanji. It's the Jumanji sword. It's true. Alright. This is it. The real killer is... you, Kurara Ozazuki. It's our Danganronpa moment. Pick Ato. Oh, too late. That would have been funny. I would have done it for the meme. Excuse me? You've got to be having a screw loose somewhere. That's not possible, Takumi. Remember what we saw in the drone footage together? The bends in the ventilation shaft are too narrow for someone of Kurara's size to pass through. I'm guessing you're the killer, Takumi. Damn it. I got this part right, at least. Because if you could frame someone else, everyone starts relaxing, and that makes it easier for you to keep killing. You can say that again. I think so, too. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer any rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait! This is a mistake! I was just... In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember. But it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. And what, I got so depressed I died in the cage? Day 99. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside. It was eerily silent all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Wondering where everyone had gone, I decided to walk around the campus to search for them. I went to the garage on the ground floor first. I opened the door and stepped inside, where I found...
Tatumi.
I hadn't even needed to check. She was clearly already gone. Jesus. I went closer and touched her arm anyway. It was scaly and dry to the touch. It had been quite a while since she passed. I checked her back and saw a large gaping hole there. Her heart had been removed through the back.
Why would someone do this?
I put that disturbing thought aside and quickly continued searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika!
Jesus, is everyone getting a fucking death CG? I checked her body. She wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Judging from how cold she felt, I knew she had died a while back as well. I flipped her body around gingerly. Her back was still intact. Her heart hadn't been stolen. I decided to search all the classrooms thoroughly. Then I checked the first floor, second floor, third floor. I even checked the roof, but there was nobody to be found. My last destination was the gym. The moment I opened the door, I could hardly believe my eyes. No cape, Kyoshika. In all the CGs, she doesn't ever have her cape, which I find very odd. Well, I guess not ever, but most of the CGs, she doesn't have her cape.
What happened here?
What's in the center there? I checked everyone's bodies. They were all cold to the touch, just like with Darumi and Kyoshika.
No, wait. Maybe?
Clinging to a ray of hope, I moved everybody to the infirmary. Ah, Jesus. Karara's dead in the corner there, so definitely not her. But... too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive, was all the monitor would display. I thought I heard the sound of my heart breaking when those words flashed across the screen for the 6th time. I felt nothing. Not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over their dead bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Hiriko, Tsubasa, and Ima's hearts had been dug out from their backs. Kurara, Moko, and Yugamu's backs remained intact. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this, though. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. I left the building and walked around the back. What greeted me there was a familiar sight. Someone dragged him out here to just get stabbed again in the same place? No, this is where you were supposed to die! The sight of a dead body that had been divested of its heart. I wondered where my own heart had gone. I could no longer feel it beating. Like it had stopped. It felt like time had stopped. Like the world had stopped. Everything had stopped. But time had not stopped, as proven by the gradual darkening of my surroundings. Hey, Ghost Boy, you want to pop in here and tell me something? I wandered around the academy with no purpose, until finally I stumbled upon the 10th dead body. To be more precise, the 10th and 11th dead bodies.
Takimaru. Ava.
I checked Takamaru's back. His heart had been taken, ripped out of his body. Ava's back was untouched. No other part of her body had been cut either. You know it's a bad end because it hasn't checked out everybody, or checked off everybody in the thing as dead. Why is Ava's blood blue? We know she had red blood when Nozomi sucked it. True. That's probably an art error. No defensive battles took place during this time? Also, yeah, where is the fetus? Such a useless character. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time. Then a passing, soundless breeze blew past. She ate too many blueberries. The breeze jolted me to my senses, and the gears in my head started turning again. 11? I was put in the cage on day 50. How many survivors were there at that time? 13. Including myself, there were. The very next moment, a great amount of blood suddenly started spurting out from my neck. I understood for the first time in that moment. Oh, this is just like that one ending in the Yellow Submarine ending in 999. I was still alive. At the same time, I realized I would be dead in 2 seconds. But I had no way of telling if that prediction of mine came true or not. Because by then, my existence had already been erased from the world. Ending 93. Mystery Route. Lost in Darkness. Hang on. So if we do some of our own deduction here. Wish there was a way to filter this so you can only see the CGs that... So do we know who did it now? No, I don't think so. I'm gonna try and figure it out though. Dead Kurara, dead Hiriko, dead Ima, dead Moko, dead Yugamu, dead Tsubasa, Takamaru, Ava, Darumi, Kyoshika, Kurara again. There's no Nozomi body. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Am I reviewing the evidence? Yeah. There's no Nozomi body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, am I doing math right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Thirteen's Takumi. No, wait. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Takumi. Tsubasa's counter says there's 13 alive, which means it's not counting Nozomi? Yeah, the counter must not be counting Nozomi. Does it? But it can't be. Tsubasa, Yugamu, Moko, Ima, Hiriko. Oh wait, the counter was after these two were dead. Right. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shoma was brought back to life 12. Or 11. Wait, yeah. 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, okay. No, it does count as Nozomi. I forgot Kako was already dead at the time that the thing was made. But still, Nozomi is not in the CGs. Either way. Is it Nozomi? No way, right? See, that's... Hey, what's up, Kiski? Yeah, it is weird that Ava has no blood. It doesn't feel right for it to be Nozomi. Literally nothing points to her. Yeah, I don't think so. You feel like we shouldn't guess it's Nozomi from that? Surely they accounted for us thinking that. Did they? I don't think it's blue blood. It's definitely a rock, but I think it is. I think what's weird is, regardless of the blue blood or not, what's weird is there is no blood at all. Why would we be able to guess the culprit using the CGs? Because you have to be able to learn something from getting the bad ending. And I don't think only the people who got their heart taken out are in the CGs. Let me go back in the stream real quick. Because Ava didn't have her heart taken out. She's in a CG. Kurara, Moko, and Yugamu did not have their heart removed. Could be easy as picking Moko and boom, answers yours. But if there's no one left to encounter, like, the mystery, why would Shoma pretend to have stabbed himself? Like, there's no one left alive to catch him. So why would he go stab himself? We should probably play more of the route. We can't play more of the route until we get an answer. Why is your cage open? I mean, because obviously the person who kills us opens the cage. We'll get answers if we guess the murderer correctly. Well, I don't want to just start picking random people. Where's the fun in that? We had suspects. I mean, it was just Kurara and Shoma. And Shoma ends up dead. Yeah, Shoma had his heart ripped out. You don't have all the pieces of the puzzle yet? Well, then why is it asking me to solve it now? There's no other ways to get answers right now, is there? Is it really Nozomi? Pick yourself? No. Green patch in the vent. That's the hint. I mean, that would definitely imply, I guess, Shoma, but I just feel like it can't. I feel like Shoma's for sure not it. You can't pick a dead person? No, you totally can. Pick Shoma, it's not Kurara, it has to be him. It just feels so obvious, though. Was Ima's heart removed? Yes. Whoever we pick here is only a fake-out culprit. That's true. That was my guess, is that we're not going for the mastermind. Shoma's heart wasn't removed the first time around. And it definitely can't be Shoma, because, as the final killer, because his corpse is there, and later we get stabbed, like that same day. And he wouldn't have been able to revive himself. But I guess we just pick Shoma here, because the game does kind of want us to pick it. I just think he's not the overall answer. Who's the closest to Shoma in every route not named Takamaru? Ava. It's definitely not Ava. Who killed Kanko and stabbed Shoma is the question, not who killed everyone after Takumi was imprisoned. I never know. Danganronpa type deal. No, I mean, we just got told that Kurara wasn't it because she's too big for the vent. Let's just pick Shoma. Because we have evidence to point to Shoma.
The real killer.
Yeah, this is voiced.
You! Shoma Gensaki!
What are you talking about, Takumi? Have you forgotten that I was a victim too? I was stabbed!
Stop running your mouth, and just watch as I expose every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
This really is a Danganronpa trial showdown. I'll tell you what happened in chronological order. Let's start with Kako. Her estimated time of death is between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 27. You met up with her before that, on day 26, to tell her to come to the gym during that period of time. So she showed up at the gym as asked, where you made up some reason for her to swallow that thing.
That thing? What thing?
I'm talking about TTX, tetrodotoxin.
That's extremely poisonous. Ingesting 1 to 2 milligrams is fatal. That's how you poisoned Kako to death. After poisoning Kako, you put the bottle of TTX into her right hand. Then you blocked the gym door using a mop as a latch, thinking you could make her death seem like suicide with all that nonsense. Once that was done, you climbed down the ladder at the corner of the stage into the escape pod storeroom. You already knew that shaft was there, because you'd seen Ima and Kaku going into the trapdoor before. You did your homework and went to check out the storeroom as well before carrying out your plan. That's why you also knew about the ventilation shaft. And you used that vent to return to the school building. That's the main reason, causing me to single you out as the culprit. The main reason?
Anyone could have used the ventilation shaft to get back into the school.
You can't accuse me of being the culprit because of that.
I can. Because of how the shaft bends in a zigzag shape and extends towards the school building.
The bends are extremely narrow. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. In other words, the only one who could have gone through those narrow bends is you, Shoma. You can't say that for sure. A girl who was flexible enough could have passed through as well, right? No. It's physically impossible. Anyway, there was something left behind in the ventilation shaft. That's what's going to serve as irrefutable proof of your guilt.
Irrefutable proof? Let's see this proof. What is it?
Here it is. This square piece of inch-wide green cloth.
Out of all of us, only Kurara, Takamaru, and Shoma wear something green on them. But Kurara's tomato mask isn't made of cloth, so this scrap can't be hers. Oh, it's not made of cloth. The shade of green on Takamaru's jacket is less vibrant than the scrap, too. But then how is she able to stitch the mask back together if it's not made of cloth? Shoma, turn around. Why? Just do it. I just checked. Part of Shoma's backpack has been torn. And I checked because we're not making a back sprite that has a tear in it for Shoma. That's too much work. The torn part perfectly matches this cloth scrap. Indeed! I too witnessed it and have concluded they're a perfect match. Thanks, Kyoshka. Now I'm sure of it. You couldn't have passed through the narrow bends of that shaft while still wearing your backpack. But you couldn't leave it in the shaft either. So you tied the shoulder straps to your feet and pulled it along as you climbed up. That's how the backpack got caught on a sharp edge protruding out of the inner wall of the shaft. This cloth scrap got torn off because of that. No. This is fake evidence planted by the real culprit. Someone's trying to frame me. If that was the case, why would that someone stab you? That one act completely would divert all suspicion away from you. Now, this next part is all just conjecture. Shoma, you were actually intending to kill Ima as well, weren't you? That plan went awry because Kako showed up to the gym alone. So you had no choice but to kill only her. But that made things difficult for you because Ima knew about the storeroom as well. What's more, he also knew about the ventilation shaft. If he told anybody about the shaft, this would no longer be a locked room case. And if we pursued the case as a murder, we'd eventually close in on you. So you wanted to kill Ima afterward. But it was almost dawn by the time you crawled out from the ventilation shaft. That left you with no time to do anything about Ima. So you panicked and started thinking about ways to remove yourself from the suspect list. That's how you ended up deciding to kill yourself. If you could make everyone think you had been mutilated by the culprit, we would never even dream of suspecting you. You're being ridiculous. This is way too bold a plan for someone like me.
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent? What's the point of being seen as innocent if you're dead?
Of course, actually dying was never part of your plan.
In fact, you were absolutely confident you wouldn't die, because we have the Revivo-matic in the infirmary. But for that to work, you had to die in a way that allowed us to find your dead body quickly. After all, we wouldn't be able to revive you if too much time had passed. That's why you screamed, right? And right after the morning announcement so that everyone could hear you. Then you stabbed yourself all over and temporarily ended your own life. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Please be realistic. No one in their right mind would willingly stab themselves that many times.
It just doesn't make any sense. We're not talking about cutting your wrists or slitting your throat here. Stabbing your own body over and over again like that? You'd be in too much pain to physically continue after a while. It's just not possible.
No, it is possible.
If you injected yourself with a powerful anesthetic, like Gammaphil. Remember what Yugamu said. At the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing a loss of consciousness. Yup, and I still stand by that. We're supposed to believe Shoma figured out the correct dilution mix? It doesn't make sense. So you're trying to say that I used that drug to do the deed, right? But where would I even find a drug like that? You probably stole it from somewhere.
Stole it from where? You can't just gloss over the details like that.
Nope, I thought that was the end of the voice line. Whoops.
From the biolab.
That room isn't locked and everyone has access to the shelves. Getting the drug from there wouldn't have been a problem for you. Alright. Assuming that I did inject myself with the anesthetic.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that on me? There wasn't, right?
That's a Danganronpa ass, I'm the guilty culprit voice line.
Tossed it somewhere far away when you were done with it.
And that's why there was blood on the one rock, like, a ways away. What about the knife? Where did the knife I used to stab myself disappear to? You tossed that far away as well. Just like you did with the syringe. Did anyone find any of those things at the scene? No. But nobody searched the area nearby on day 27, the day of the incident. You could have collected those items the next day, on day 28 after you woke up. But still, you're just guessing at this point. You've got no real proof. No proof that I threw the knife away after stabbing myself. I do have proof. It's not with me right now, but I did find something. There was something some 30 feet away from where we found you.
What was it? What did you find?
I saw bloodstains. Just a little patch on the corner of a rock.
In a place where blood from your injuries couldn't have reached. Those stains proved that the bloodied knife had been thrown over there. That's enough already. It doesn't matter what you're trying to say, because you have no solid proof.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence you managed to produce. Anyone could have left that behind to frame me. All it proves is that I could have committed this crime. But it doesn't prove that I was the only one who could have done it.
It's time you stopped playing dumb, Shoma.
Ace Attorney this and bluff. Oh yeah, I knew it. That's what I was gonna do. I do actually have another piece of conclusive evidence. What? The bottle of TTX Kako was holding. Your fingerprints are all over it.
That can't be. It can't be. It just can't. It can't! My fingerprints can't be on that bottle. I was wearing gloves when I...
You fell for it.
No! That was just a slip of the tongue. I mean... It was just... Anyway, I'm not...
Give it up, Shoma. I'll say it again. The person who killed Kako by making her drink TTX.
You're the only one!
It was none other than you!
That's the Danganronpa line. We messed it up.
Shoma Genzake!
Breakdown. Takumi, you got a few things wrong, but for the most part, you were correct. It was me. I killed Kako. Back off, Ima. You promised. So, which parts did I get wrong? The entire premise. To begin with, I did not kill her of my own volition. I was ordered to do so by a certain someone. Let's call this person X for now. Okay, so my theory was... I was at least on the mark for that. Stop trying to make excuses for yourself! I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. Tell us more about this order you received. Just before dawn on day 26, I woke up to someone tapping my cheek. When I opened my eyes, X was there, right in front of me. You didn't lock the door? I did. I think X was already hiding inside before I came in. Also, all the locks on our doors are really cheap and shitty. They were under the bed or something. Takumi has a PTSD flashback and passes out from his fatigue syndrome or whatever. Hiding under the bed? What did X say? X said...
I killed Gaku and intend to make you my next target.
It's the Danganronpa! Oh my god!
But I'll let you off if you follow my instructions.
It's the blackened.
If you go against me or tell the others about my existence, I'll blow up the bomb inside your body immediately. Yes, the bomb planted in all of your bodies by that robot known as COA.
Just who is this X person? I don't know. They were wearing a long black poncho. They wore a mask over their face and used a voice changer to hide their real voice. That sounds like the fake stabber you made up to fool us. I mean, it's true I wasn't stabbed by a person of that description, but that person definitely exists. What happened after that? I followed X's instructions. I didn't want to be killed the way Gaku had been. But then you killed yourself that way. X came up with the entire plan. They told me about the ladder shaft, escape pod hanger, and ventilation shaft. The tetrodotoxin. It was X who obtained that bottle of TTX2. After that, I simply asked Kako to meet using the script X had prepared.
Ugh.
What did the script say? To speak to her on the afternoon of the 26th. Kako, I know about the storeroom with the escape pod too. I did some research in the library and found a way to open the cockpit and launch the pod into space. So, would you like to escape from this academy together with me and Ima? If so, come with Ima to the gym tonight at 2 a.m. The plan was to kill not just Kako, but Ima as well. Because they were the only other people who knew about the storeroom. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their death seem like suicide. But only Kako showed up at the gym at the specified 2 a.m. Why? Kako said this. I haven't told my dear brother what you told me yet. First, I need to verify whether your info is authentic or not. If it's true, then we set off tomorrow. But keep it a secret from my dear brother, all right? I want to surprise him. I hesitated to execute the plan because she showed up alone. But X also told me.
If you chicken out and do nothing, I'll still blow you up.
So I passed Kako a water bottle mixed with TTX. Takumi more or less covered what happened after that until I returned to the school building. Except, I had not foreseen that my backpack would get torn along the way. After returning to the first floor of the school building, I was at a loss because I didn't know what I was supposed to do about Ima. It was going to be difficult to kill him because the sun had already risen by then. And suddenly, X appeared again. Why is X letting him talk about this?
Probably knows about the ventilation shaft. If he spills the beans, they'll all know Kako didn't die in a locked room.
Oh yeah, why isn't X just blowing him up now, instead of letting him ruin the game?
They'll start investigating the case as a murder instead of assuming it was a suicide. The morning announcement will be playing soon. You won't make it back to the roof in time.
I'm sure he takes a bath carrying his bag. Yeah, he never separates from that backpack.
Somebody will realize you were out and about before dawn. But rest assured, for if you do as I say, you'll never even make it to the suspect list.
That's why you went back to the back of the building and... Yeah, I had been left with no other choice. But I was hesitant right up until the moment I injected myself with the gamma fill. Once I did that, it was as if my sense of fear completely evaporated. X gave me the gamma fill as well, along with a knife and syringe. I'm pretty sure X must have been the one to collect the knife and syringe that I dropped after I did the deed. Because I know I definitely didn't retrieve them. His story thus told, Shoma slumped his shoulders and bowed his head deeply. The silence that followed stretched on until Hiriko finally spoke up. I just have one last question, Shoma. Do the words back or heart ring any bells? Back or heart? No, I have no idea. Thank you. Your reaction was the answer I needed. I guess that's that, Takumi. Yeah, X must have done it, if Shoma wasn't involved in that particular affair. Everyone was looking at us in confusion. Probably because nobody knew that someone had stolen the hearts from the dead bodies. Then Shoma started trembling like a leaf, as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, that's it. I'm gone for. I told you about X. The bomb inside me is gonna blow up now. Huh? Nothing's happening. Did this X person lie to you? I think they must have. An amateur can't possibly make a detonator for the bomb in our bodies. Only someone with my level of skill and experience. So Mr. Gonzaki won't be executed? Then I'll do it myself. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. Ima let out a guttural roar and charged towards Shoma so quickly nobody had time to react. But he promised. It's Ato, isn't it? He had the detonator in the killing game. Everyone so far has been able to get this detonator. Tsubasa, honey, I love you, but I don't think you're the only one with the skill to rig up the detonator. Isn't it done for? I think Goner Jade would also work. I'm a Goner. He shoved Shoma to the ground, clambered on top of him, and started strangling him so hard it almost seemed like he might rip his head off. Doesn't Ima carry a knife? Why is he choking him?
Go to hell! Ima, no!
I ran over in a panic and pulled Ima off. It's more personal with hands. Yeah, but he would never get the, he would never choke him out in time before people pulled him off. If he used the knife, I mean, that's pretty satisfying, I would imagine. Allegedly. That won't hold up in court. To stab into someone repeatedly. Shoma had fainted and was frothing at the mouth. Yugamu darted over and conducted a quick check.
He's fine. Just passed out.
Oh yeah, because of his allergy to violence.
Damn it! Damn it! Dear sister! My dear sister! My dear sister!
After that heartbreaking outburst, Ima simply collapsed on the spot. Nozomi and Tsubasa rushed over and started to comfort him. Everyone else was at a loss, simply staring quietly at Ima as they stood rooted to the spot. The sound of Ima's pained wails echoed coldly and endlessly through the walls of the building. Swole Shoma can tank everything Ima throws at him. Yeah, but Shoma's not swollen this route. I like that we put him in the opposite cage, not the one that Ava was in. We moved the unconscious Shoma into the cage in the courtyard and made sure it was properly locked. Once that was done, I shoved the key deep inside my pocket. Everyone returned to their rooms without saying another word. I soon found myself completely alone. Looking up at the night sky, I thought about what happened. The unconscious standing Shoma. Man, if only there was a cool CG of the sky at this moment, so we could really come to terms with what Takumi is seeing at this moment. Don't you guys think that would be cool? Man. Kind of lazy that they just had Takumi look up, though. Oh! Beautiful! Thank you. I was worried they were going to cheap out. Kako's case had been solved, but that didn't mean it was all over. Someone out there killed Gaku and instructed Shoma to kill Kako. It was likely the same person who had been stealing hearts from the bodies in the morgue. Who's your favorite character by now, even with just the 2 routes? Kyoshka is my baby girl. I like a lot of the characters, though, so it's kind of hard to really say a favorite, but I like Kyoshka as the all-time gooner. X. The real mastermind behind this entire string of events. I had to find out who this person was, by hook or by crook. And I would, no matter what I did. I know this is probably the final route production-wise, but we couldn't have had Ima strangling Shoma as a CG. I feel like Ima gets shafted for CGs because he hogs up so much of Route 0. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like there's too many CGs involving Shoma. Or, not Shoma, excuse me. Ima, really. Actually, Shoma doesn't really have any either. But... yeah. Are you going to enjoy Kyoshka in one route? Every bay gets at least one route to themselves? Oh, I figured as soon as Tsubasa got one. There's no way the other girls didn't get one. Yeah, Ima... I definitely anticipate there's going to be more Ima CGs later, though. I clenched my fists tightly. I'd let nothing shake me from this firm resolve. Hey, remember the last time you had a firm resolve? Whoops. Hey, we didn't pass out.
Get ready for... Prepare. Be ready to give...
Yeah, I would... There's no way I would imagine...
Wake up! Something's happened!
There was no way I would imagine that Kyoshka would get a serious romance on the level of Tsubasa's. Kyoshka's the comedic relief character, so that wouldn't happen. I still love her, though. Upon hearing that loud cry, I dashed out of my room. What happened? What's going on? I'll tell you what happened, Hiriko. It's past day 50 and you're still alive. That's probably what Nozomi is saying is a major event. I was up early, so I went to check on Shoma, and Shoma, he... What happened to him? Just come with me, quickly. We all knew where we were going. Everyone made a mad dash for the courtyard together. We ran through the second-floor hallway and burst into the courtyard, then ran towards the cage without stopping. There we saw... It's the exact same pose. I shouldn't laugh. I like that they just swapped out the background. I mean, no. Shoma. Also, isn't this going to point to Takumi being the killer again? Because he's the only one that can get in this cage.
Shoma!
Gross. Kyoshka grabbed the gate and tried to open it.
It is still locked and will not budge.
Doesn't Takumi have the key?
Ava, I thought you were supposed to be on my side.
Hold on, I'll unlock it now.
I dug the key out of my pocket and slotted it into the keyhole. Once the gate was unlocked, I opened it and went inside. I immediately ran to Shoma and touched his neck, checking for a pulse. At that moment, something felt a little off.
It's wet.
What?
I touched his clothes, and they were wet as well.
Well, is he alive or not?
I already checked that. As you can clearly see, he's already...
Maybe we can still revive him if we bring him to the infirmary like last time.
Since I touched the body, I knew already that too much time had passed. But I decided to go along with it anyway.
Yeah, we should try that.
Why does he say it like that? Why did we point out that it was wet, though? Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 51, between 2 and 5 a.m. About the same time as the usual killings. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room became heavier. The hell's going on? How'd the killer get to Shoma when the cage was locked? Takumi, did you lock your door last night? Yeah, I did. So nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was sleeping. And I know I'm repeating myself, but that key is unique. It cannot be copied. Well, that narrows down the list of possible suspects to just Takumi, right? Don't you ever get tired of mindlessly repeating the same thing?
Hey!
No, and I also like killing games. Aren't we overlooking the other possibility? That he stabbed himself like before? This time, in a way, that would be impossible for us to revive him. I can't think of any other reason why he'd wind up dead in a locked cage in the middle of the night. Well, then who supplied him with the knife? It had to be X, right? If it was X, they would have passed him some gamma-fill in a syringe. Yeah. Ain't no one strong enough to keep mutilating yourself like that without being drugged the hell out of their mind. He could have used one of the bottles that had been stolen previously. We moved Shoma's remains to the morgue. There were now 4 bodies lying on tables there. At Ima's request, we made sure that Kako and Shoma's bodies were not placed next to each other. Ima walked to Shoma's dead body and stared at it for a long time. And then he said, "You got what you deserved." After that, we investigated the courtyard together. Despite combing over every inch of the area, we found no trace of a knife or syringe. The only thing we found was... That's not what I was gonna say, that was... a balloon? It was lying on the floor near Shoma's cage. Although I couldn't immediately figure out if it was related to the case, I decided to stuff it into my pocket just in case. Okay. It should have been me, not him. The dev doesn't even bother to make a new death for you. Yeah, they know not that many people like Shoma. Soon, the last rays of sunlight disappeared into the horizon, and the darkness of night took over. It was already way past dinner time. Seeing that none of us had an appetite after all that, we skipped the cafeteria and gathered at the rec room instead. Why the rec room? This makes it 3 people who have lost their lives because of X. Twitter's dangerous these days. Sorry. Ava would have appreciated that joke. We don't know for sure if X had anything to do with Shoma's case yet. Of course they did! We'd all be in serious trouble if it wasn't X. Because that would mean there are 2 killers of X's caliber running around free. Who do you think X might be? Everyone fell silent. This was the question I was dreading the most. And it seemed like the others felt the same. Ever since Shoma shared his side of the story last night, we all been avoiding that particular issue. But it was time to face reality. I steeled myself and turned to Tsubasa. Tsubasa, do you still have the organic life detection device? Yes.
Oh.
12. The exact same number as the people present here.
Oh.
That means somebody among us is X. Among Us. Thank God Gaku is dead early. He'd be so annoying, screaming and panicking. That's probably why they killed him off so early. No, wait. It could have been someone who came in at midnight and left the school before sun came up. Man, I didn't realize Nozomi was such a legendary coper. I mean, I guess that we did know that because she always has faith in humanity. Never mind. If it's Eito, I swear to God. Sadly, that's not possible. This device comes with a history log. Of course it does! At 4 a.m. last night, the number changed from 13 to 12 and stayed there. Ah. So Sir Shoma was murdered at 4 a.m. last night. Huh? Yeah. Miss Magadori, we're discussing something more important here. Hey, don't talk to fucking Kyoshika that way. She noted something important. Ima, you little shit, you might have lost your sister in this row, but don't think you can fucking talk to my girl like that. Alright? You're on thin ice, buddy. That's an important clue. The killer struck at 4 a.m. Red is sus. I kind of want to play Among Us again now because I feel like we've made the Among Us joke like almost every stream. I should reinstall Among Us. Who's red in this cast? It was Takumi! The number reduced by 1 when Shoma lost his life, but after that, it neither went up or down. Proving that nobody came into the school or left it, right? Niku had a red hat. And we haven't seen him yet. Yes. Thing is, we're all screwed if we don't do something. Axe threatened to kill us all in that message, and they're doing just that. The more we put this off, the more people will be dropping dead one by one. Well, I agree with the part about doing something at least. Hey, Takumi! You're the leader! Come up with something! Maybe... How about we make it compulsory to move around in groups of at least 3 during the day? Didn't someone mention before that 3 is a risky number? That was because your 2 other teammates could be working together. But the situation has changed. According to Shoma, X is just one person. That's right. So a group of 3 should be fine. What about at night? Feels like that's the main thing. So far, all of them were taken out at night. Then we should... What? Should what? Why not groups of... 3 groups of 4? Does that math? I did not count. 0 thoughts, head empty. And done. Are we all going to be sleeping here from now on? How bland and boring. Getting evacuation vibes over here. Would you prefer bland and boring or dead in a ditch? We used curtains to divide the area up into rooms, so everyone will have some semblance of privacy. Is this really gonna work? What if the killer strikes while we're all sleeping? In fact, that's why we've avoided sleeping in one spot until now, right? Yes. And that's why I'm thinking of having a sentry system. 3 people will be on watch at all times. We'll also rotate 1 person out every hour. If anything happens, just shout. Well, that's reassuring. Now I can get a good night's rest. My skin will thank me. Looks like we're agreed then. This arrangement should stop X from causing further harm. We should be safe for a while. Now we just had to continue our investigation and expose X's identity before they tried anything else. There was just one other thing that was bothering me. Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes. Which meant...
Up and out of troops, time to rise and shine!
Which meant what? Yeah, day 75 now. I do have to have a feeling that Takumi is a potential suspect now in blacking out and becoming Ato because of the locked room thing. Because technically, isn't Shoma's situation another locked room mystery? Because he's in the irony of his death being a locked room mystery when he was trying to create one with Kako. Because there's no way in or out of the cage. So I think Takumi's a viable suspect, because he has the key. Or Ato, in Takumi's body. We all know he's deep in Takumi's body. Deep in there. Intimately. You think the answer lies on another route? Is it going to pull a Somnium Files on us? We're going to get to day 100. And it's going to say, the case remains unsolved.
get ready for your 75th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend... Be ready to...
I woke up to the sound of the morning announcement. The first thought across my mind was, not again, along with a sense of resignation. Looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, it took me a few seconds to realize I was in the gym. I stood up from my makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. Takumi! He awakens! I ain't one to sweat the small stuff, but you gave us a real scare this time. You were out for 23 whole days. Is that a new record? Oh, for the love of murder. Yeah, is no one, like, weirded out by the fact that we just have occasional, like, comas? How long do you have to be out before you're considered being in a coma? How long do you have to be unconscious to be in a coma? 6 hours. Yeah. You're classified in a coma after 6 weeks of 6 hours of non-responsive. Being non-responsive to stimuli. Bro is in there for over 3 weeks. We technically became one with Ato. Yeah. We do have 2 doses of his cryptoglobin. And I feel like there's that's Chekhov's gun, right? Like, there's no way they casually bring up, and it might have been in another route, but there's no way they bring up Ato, like, being able to manifest in our body and not ever make that a reality. There's 100 endings, and not one of them Ato manifests through Takumi after they bring that up. You don't put Chekhov's gun out there and not fire it at least once. So I feel like we're a reasonable suspect. Why can Takumi just power nap for 3 straight weeks? No food, no water, no nothing. No, he's getting... Nozomi mentioned they're giving him, like, those... What are they called? Is it UV? Shit, I'm not a nurse. Those, like, nutrition pack things in hospitals. IV. An IV? They're giving him those. Yeah, IVs. IV packs, yeah. They've been using those on him. Nozomi mentioned they grabbed some from the 2nd Defense Academy. I have to imagine since Nozomi also said he was getting rotated care, so I have to imagine they're, like, moving his body. So he's not just, like, turning to a vegetable. Or what's that called? Muscle, or he's not atrophying away. He was unconscious in the desert for some days in Route 0. That's true, too. But then he was eventually recovered by Nigu. So that one CG where it's like POV. Nigo is rescuing you. Please do not resist. Oh, for the love of murder. I turned slowly to look at everyone and then said, Huh, everyone's safe. Thanks to your last words. My last words? For us to move in groups during the day and sleep together at night. Remember? Those were the instructions you gave us on day 51. You guys have been listening to them for 3 weeks without me here? That's actually kind of impressive. Is this the most cooperative the Special Defense Unit has been during any route? We've been able to survive all this time because of them. X hasn't had the opportunity to strike. Well, that also means X is still... Yes. We still don't know who they are. If we did, we would have already thrown them in the cage and tossed away the key already. Are there no defensive battles in this route, by the way? I mean, I guess they just all happen while we're unconscious. Now that I got a better look at them, I saw signs of fatigue on everyone's face. X is among us. I'll be killed if I walk around with only one other person. They've all had to spend the last 23 days under the crushing weight of such thoughts. It's no wonder their mental fatigue was starting to show physically. Technically, I guess we had the one aggressor battle, but no defensive battles. Oh, right. There's something you need to know. What is it? About 10 days ago, we met the boy with the undying flames. Oh. Did you tell him I was busy? Being unconscious? He showed himself?
Yeah.
Well, he was feeling very unwell, but he said he just had to tell us something.
Huh?
And what was that? I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in this school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Only Team 1, though, because the two teams joining together had not been anticipated. The people on the satellite did not think Team 2 would ever come here. At any rate, no matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, that survivor would be extracted and put on standby, while the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Once the artificial satellite received it, they'd send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to the satellite. That's supposed to be the sequence of events. Also, the rescue craft does not have a capacity restriction. That means people from both Teams 1 and 2 could board with no issues. The second-to-last Defense Academy does not have a transmitter of its own, so bringing the team over here was definitely the right move. Unfortunately, I do not know where the transmitter is located. Still, it seemed to me like this info could be of some use to you. That's why I came here to tell you about it. Useless as always. Didn't Nigu say the school 2 students were always planning to transfer? Yeah. Which means there's a contradiction in that statement. But how could we figure the fetus could put anything together? The fetus is X. There's a contradiction in that statement, and that makes them guilty. Didn't we establish that we're the only fighters? Who could rescue us and take over? Also, why would you drop a rescue craft at only one survivor left? I mean, I feel like 2 or 3, maybe you're pulling the plug, right? Like, oh shit. We just lost 75% of our military forces. We better pull out. No, we're gonna hold the line till 95% are lost. Until 95% are dead. Because I feel like if you're down to 1 survivor, like the battle has been lost for so long that like the invaders would definitely be mounting an assault quicker than the satellite could bring in reinforcements. But at least 3 students would be able to hold the line for a while. So I feel like, anyway, let's not focus on that too much. That's not important, I'm sure. A distress signal transmitter? I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Same here. Well, I know you haven't heard of anything, Takamaru, but thanks for letting me know. After hearing that, we split into groups to search for the transmitter, but we still haven't found it. It doesn't matter. We'd have to put the transmitters on the back burner for now. Finding the identity of X was our top priority. X was most likely the one to kill Shoma. Or they could have ordered someone else to do it, like they did for Kako. At any rate, X was absolutely involved in Shoma's murder. As long as we figure out who killed Shoma, we find out who X is. Alright. I clenched my fists tightly. Hiriko, Tsubasa, come with me.
Oh.
What? Where? To the courtyard. I'm going to reinvestigate the scene of Shoma's murder. Very well. I don't mind, but... What's that? Can we have breakfast first? I'm starving. Kubai will never like the fetus. Playing these routes first kind of stealed that. I mean, I've come around on Takamaru this route. So it could be worse. And thus, Hiriko, Tsubasa, and I went to the courtyard together after having breakfast. I want breakfast. Why'd you ask us to come along? Well, I can't go against my own last words now, can I? The part about moving together in groups during the day?
Oh.
But why choose us? No reason in particular. I just felt like it. What do you mean, you liar? I picked my two waifus. Felt like it? One of us could very well be X. Then it'd be a 2-on-1 fight. What if X tries to destroy evidence during this investigation? I'm not worried. They would have already done that while I was unconscious if it was that important.
Oh.
That is true. Then what are you investigating? One question before I answer that. Nobody had an alibi for 4 a.m. on day 51, right? When Shoma was killed? Yes, we were all sleeping in our rooms. Well, Ava was in Ato's room, actually, but you know what I mean. I like that Hiriko looks especially pale compared to everybody. Damn, she's hot. Anyway, what about the murder weapon or any other clues? So far, we haven't found anything. In that case, the fastest way to identify X is to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. The killer likely used a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in the cage. Figuring out what that method was would break this case wide open. Who could have done that was thus the best line of investigation to pursue. And how exactly are we going to do that? This place is so big that I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue first. There is a clue. Shoma's body was wet when we first found it, remember? I think finding out why may very well be the key to solving this case. I don't know, is it because he was drowning in his own blood after being stabbed 12 times? Like, I mean, I would say that would make him wet. Yeah. I walked over to the courtyard fountain. There was a valve with a handle on the side, probably for adjusting the amount of water being spouted. I opened it completely and then a frightening amount of water gushed out all at once, making the fountain look like an erupting geyser or open dam. A giant column of water shot up into the sky and came down again like a downpour of rain. I quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon, the water slowed considerably and went back to its normal flow. That was close. What exactly were you trying to do? I'm glad I was standing over here. I'd be all wet by now if I'd been closer. Next, I checked the central drain. It was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into that tunnel. There was a large handle here as well. I turned the handle completely, and a wall came down from the top of the tunnel, completely sealing up the drain. After checking it, I returned the handle to its original position. Huh? Huh? I briefly saw Hiriko and Tsubasa staring at me in confusion as I proceeded to my next destination, the cage where Shoma had been held. Well, he does have the balloon, too. We already checked every last inch of that cage. There are no hidden tunnels underneath it, and the bars are as strong as can be. No scratches on the lock either. No traces that anything had been tampered with. The hinges of the gate are also untouched. As I was listening to them, my eyes wandered to the top of the cage. Officially, this cage is an animal pen. I think it was supposed to be modeled after a bird cage or something. You see that ring suspended from the top there? Yeah, what about it? I didn't answer. Instead, lowering my glance to the bottom of the cage, where something caught my eye. This cage isn't secured to the floor. It's just a bottomless cage placed on the top of a base. This is a different Takumi, by the way. Definitely one that has bonded with Ato as Cryptoglobin in some way, shape, or form. Because there's no way the Takumi from the Killing Game route that had a singular brain cell is piecing this mystery together. This is a different character in its entirety. So they like flooded the room and got up to the top of the cage, pulled it up, stabbed Shoma, did it again. Or maybe not flooded the room, but they used the balloon to shoot up from the fountain. The brain damage fixed him. But the cage is impossible to move manually. It literally weighs a ton. How do you know that? There was a blueprint on the courtyard and the war room's computer that had some information about it. I see. So it weighs 1 ton. Hey, that reminds me. Did you know this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research? Biotope? I'll try to keep the explanation as brief as possible. Here we go. Here is my zero escape route. Yeah, info dump me on that. Why don't you? This incredibly advanced, super complex, specific niche topic. It said that before world death, Earth was full of different kinds of terrain, like arid regions and rainforests. And each of those regions were inhabited by living things unique to that area, including plants, microorganisms, and vertebrates. For research purposes, this place had originally been created as a perfect replica of the ecosystems those creatures had been living in. That's why there are blasts of hot air to simulate a desert environment. It can also withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. Wouldn't that amount of pressure cause the windows to break?
Oh.
What are you talking about? Those things over there aren't windows. They're all display screens, including the ceiling. Look carefully, and you'll see the light flickering every once in a while. There's no way the sky could be visible from here. We're inside the school, after all. You might be right, but what about the exits on both sides connected to the hallways? Atmospheric pressure can escape from those exits when it gets too high, right? Those places were closed in the beginning, covered by partition walls. Don't you remember? Ah, right. They opened up after Sirai released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exits and drains are down, the courtyard is a completely sealed space. A completely sealed space. Are you done here? Shall we return to the gym? Not yet. There's just one more thing. This. A balloon? I like our Columbo moment. Of course this is him having fun. There's no way it wouldn't be. This will not be relevant ever again. But that's why this route's fun.
Oh.
The one we found during our investigation on day 51. Why do you think it was found so close to the cage? I have no idea. I can hardly imagine it being someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is that someone made it using the Gift-O-Matic. The Gift-O-Matic? We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there. We made our way to the rec room. Investigating the Gift-O-Matic resulted in a few discoveries. Gift-O-Matic?
Oh.
Ah, here we go. So, in summary, in other words, hey, have a good night, Adam. Thanks for sticking around. We'll be back streaming tomorrow as well, so let me know tomorrow how you appreciate the VOD or what happens next. So in summary, the official name of this is the Sturdy Rubber Balloon. It was made using a very durable material.
Oh.
The description on the box mentions it doesn't break easily. We're gonna say that it can support 1 ton of metal. And also, yes, thank you for reminding me, Final Fighter. We will also be streaming the day after the very rare Monday stream for me. I just realized how messed up it is that Kako died on the route where she could have excelled as a detective. But that's because she would have solved the mystery too fast. X would have been found out on day, like, 35. He would have stood no chance. He had to take Kako out first. But it would have been fun to see Kako be the detective here. As much as I love Tsubasa, I do feel that Kako probably deserves that spot here. Hopefully she gets a chance to shine as a detective in one of the other routes. She would have brain blasted all over X. Her brain blast is too OP. True. You love that the Gift-O-Matic is more plot relevant than the Revive-O-Matic? Yeah. Have a good night, Jade. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Hiriko is way smarter than Kako. She might be smarter, but Kako's got a very niche detective energy. And also, I mean, you can't forget. I think you're forgetting Kako can see the future. Okay? That's OP. It's your future? No, it's only the future that Kako sees, baby. She can't control it, but she can do it. That doesn't matter. You don't need to control things. We can't control fate, yet it controls us. Don't bring up Yasuhiro. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters and should be quite big when blown up. According to the history logs, it's been crafted a total of 100 times. Who needs that many balloons, and for what? Technically, Takumi can see the future as well. I guess it depends on how you view the different routes in canon. Are they all separate canons and different timelines and different universes? Or is there one Takumi who is picking different paths along the 100 lines? Unfortunately, we won't be able to find out who crafted them. That data, and only that data, has been erased. Why would you only erase who created it, not what you created? Delete your whole browser history, man, if you're gonna do it. You gotta get in there and delete the cookies, too. After reviewing our findings, I put the balloon back into my pocket. Tsubasa, is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electric air compressor. Is it portable? Of course it is. It has caster wheels attached to it. Anybody can move it anywhere. Why do you ask? Sorry. Let me gather my thoughts first. I'll explain it all to everyone once I have a clearer picture of how the events unfolded. A clearer picture? And when will that happen? Probably by 7 p.m. tonight. Let me cook. Let me cook. We returned to the gym together, where I immediately started sorting out my thoughts. The days flew by as I did, and soon it was night. The time I had asked everyone to meet me at had arrived. It was exactly 7 p.m. when I quietly said to everyone, "Hey guys, can we move to the courtyard? I have something important to discuss." You're curious what the thing is hanging from Tsubasa's necklace? I imagine it's some kind of like Swiss Army knife thing. Or since she's a car mechanic, like it's a race whistle, maybe? Takumi is OP. He can cook ideas at will. What's this important thing we all had to come all the way here to discuss? Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Shoma.
I like that Takumi is just so smart on this route. What? Who did it? First, we must answer the how. How did the killer stab Shoma while he was inside a locked cage? Once we can figure that out, the identity of the killer becomes apparent. Because only that person could have done all that under those circumstances. Just cut to the chase and tell us who the killer is already.
All right. I'll tell you. The person who killed Shoma, it was. The name of that person is...
The person who killed Shoma is... Wait, why is it making me pick before we go over the how? He's like, we need to go over the how first, and then the game's making me pick before we go over the how? Who did it? First, we must answer the how. And then I don't get the how. He got too excited and forgot. He forgot. We spent so much time in the courtyard that they could figure out the water system? No way it's Ava. The clues aren't even fully gathered and we're forced to make a choice. This is definitely not Danganronpa. God, I wish this was like Danganronpa where we could like filter through evidence. I'd like to be able to review the case. Too bad there's no system to kind of review all the evidence so I can like think about it. Does it let you pick Takumi? It does let you pick Takumi, but it obviously can't be him. It does let you pick Shoma. Who uses the gift-o-matic? Who knows? Where is the gift-o-matic? The rec room. It's new. Saved you the trouble. You might be cooking. Alas, he's so secret, he's hidden in one of the frames back here. You have to be able to pick him at the right moment. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the reflexes. Ato is our gift-o-matic merchant. Who uses it if not him? Gaku, who's also dead. If they're, the problem is, if they're always moving in groups of 3, I mean, I guess they could have done it at night when someone was sleeping, but how would the guards have not seen them? Do we cheat and assume Nozomi not being in the CG means she killed Shoma? I was kind of thinking that. Shoma died before the groups of 3. And Tiriko or Tsubasa, they're the only ones with enough brain power to figure it out. Shoma died before the groups of 3. Hey, gamer. What's up, man? Yeah, fuck, I wish we could really review the evidence. Yeah, I don't think it's Tsubasa either, or Hiriko. Okay. Atmospheric pressure can escape from those exits when it gets too high, right? Those places are closed in the beginning, covered by partition walls, don't you remember? Oh, right, they opened after Siri released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exits and drains are down, the courtyard's completely sealed space. A locked room. Here's this balloon. The one we found during our investigation on day 51. Why do you think we found it so close to the cage? No idea. I can hardly imagine it being someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is someone made it using the Gift-O-Matic. We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there. Investigating the Gift-O-Matic resulted in that fact that it's a sturdy rubber balloon made of very durable material. The description on the box mentions it doesn't break easily. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters. It should be quite big when blown up. According to the history logs, it's been crafted of a total of 100 times. Fortunately, we can't find out who crafted them. The data, and only that data, has been erased. Is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electric air compressor that's portable. Anybody can move it anywhere. I want you to know there are 3 possible options here. 2 different people or anyone else. Who could have done that? Fastest way to identify exit to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. The killer likely used a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in the cage. Figuring out the method would break the case wide open. Who could have done that was thus the best line of investigation to pursue. Which is funny, because then we don't pursue that at all. How exactly are we going to do that? The place is so big I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue. There is a clue. Shoma's body was wet when we found it. I think finding out why may very well be the key to solving the case. I walked over to the courtyard fountain. There was a valve with a handle on the side, probably for adjusting the amount of water being spouted. I opened it completely and then... a frightening amount of water gushed out at once, making the fountain look like an erupting geyser or open dam. A giant column of water shot up to the sky and came down again like a downpour of rain. I quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon the water slowed considerably and went back to its normal flow. What are you trying to do? Takumi ignored it. Next, I checked the central drain. It was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into that tunnel. There was a large handle here as well. I turned the handle up, and a wall came down from the top of the tunnel, completely sealing up the drain, which means you could flood the room. After checking, I returned the handle to its original position. No scratches on the lock. Officially, this cage is an animal pen. I think it was supposed to be modeled after a bird cage or something. You see the ring suspended from the top? Yeah, what about it? I didn't answer. Lowered my glance to the bottom of the cage where something caught my eye. The cage isn't secured to the floor, it's just a bottomless cage placed on top of a base. But the cage is impossible to move manually, it weighs a ton. For research purposes, this place has been crafted as a perfect replica of ecosystems and those creatures living in it. Which means it could technically replicate like an ocean of some kind. And that a pressure caused the windows to break? What are you talking about? Those aren't windows. The courtyard is a completely sealed space, so you can basically make it like a giant fish tank. Which would be why Shoma's wet. So you completely seal off the room. Flood it. Use the balloons to raise the cage. Stab Shoma. Drain the room. So, the killer uses the 100 balloons to slightly lift up the track. Or to slightly lift up the cage. Yeah, okay, so this is what I think happened. We'll see. The killer brings in 100 balloons and the air pump. Uses the 100 balloons to slightly lift up the cage. Then they completely seal off the room by using the latch over the drain and the doors. Floods the room with the fountain. Now that the cage is propped up by the balloons and is being flooded, the cage can be lifted up a little bit. The person goes in, stabs Shoma, leaves, releases the drain, all the water drains out. How would they get in to stab Shoma? So now that the cage is off the ground, when the room floods, the cage comes up a little bit. Or the cage can be lifted up easier, because it's already not stuck to the ground. It's already unshaken or uneven ground. Or the balloon that is left behind is one that they pulled out to make room to get into the cage. The killer should be wet. Because they could just leave to change. Nozomi was the one who found the person. And we know that Shoma had been dead long enough to not be revived. So his body had been sitting there. But everyone else would have been able to make it back to... Any one of us would have been able to go back to the room and change. Because the murder happens at 4 a.m. Remember, Tsubasa knows the time. So it's 4 a.m. when the murder happens. And Nozomi doesn't find it till after the morning announcement. So now I guess I still don't know the who. I feel like I do kind of have a rough idea of the how. They use the balloons to lift up the cage, flood it so the cage is easier to move, get in, stab Shoma, and leave. But I guess, I mean, I still don't really feel like that tells us who. This happened in the courtyard? Yeah, game dev. No, you need to read more about the room's features. Its mysteries isn't how the killer did it, but how the killer used the closed room feature. Basically, the mystery of who we're solving is who else would be in the room with Shoma in the courtyard. The blasts of hot air, that's it? I don't think that's it. I think that's just an example. I think the real thing we're looking for is that this room can be turned into basically an aquarium. Like, that's what I'm stuck on. Because else, what's the fountain for? They're mentioning that it can be turned into a completely sealed room and that the fountain can unleash copious amounts of water. Thanks, Final Fighter. You believe that the fountain of water was used to fill the balloons? Ah, the hot air makes the entire room dry even though it was submerged. Okay, so that's a relevant reason as to why everything would be dry after. I kind of just assumed that detail was overlooked and that the room was just kind of dry because a few hours had passed. But that's fair. But I don't know if the fountain would only be used for filling up the balloons, because then what was the point of the air pump being mentioned? Because I assumed the air pump was mentioned because that's how the balloons were filled up, not that they were filled up with water. And also, if the fountain only shot into the balloon, how did Shoma end up wet? Wouldn't everything be dead? I mean, water wouldn't kill plants immediately. But why would the hot air not dry out Shoma if it dries out the rest of the room? I guess I still don't really see how... Okay, let's even say, benefit of the doubt, I'm right, that's how they got access to Shoma. I don't really see how that tells us who did it. You tired of this song? Never. They need to go this far so things get overcomplicated. Exactly. Yeah, I don't even know how... Knowing how the murder happens points out who did it. We need to check the Jumanji's sword. Maybe there was blood. No, the Revivomatic in the autopsy said that the stab wound was only 8 inches deep, which would not be the Jumanji sword. It's much bigger than that. And it demands far too much blood. Yeah, let me fill up my glass of water one more time. Why didn't you make Jumanji Sword's Glorious Thirst for Blood a YouTube short? Honestly, because I just didn't think of it. And I didn't remember exactly what time that moment happened on what stream. So I would have had to, like, rewatch the whole VOD. And I was too lazy. I don't know. We can either guess... I mean, I don't really... I feel like we kind of have a rough idea of the method. But I don't really know how that points to anyone who had done it. So... I would say... we go with our gut of Kurara being the mastermind from, like, when we got to choose it last time. We go for Nozomi because she wasn't in the CG. Or we go with Ava because she was the only one that spent a lot of time in the courtyard. But I don't know why she'd kill Shoma. Hint? Sure. Because I am about to just kind of guess, I think. I don't think it's Darumi. She wouldn't risk her makeup. The killer might need a way to breathe underwater. Then it's Kurara or Ava. Why the... I would never guess Ava. I guess she does have the mask, but why though? Couldn't anyone use her mask? No, Tsubasa made it very clear that Ava's the only one who can use the mask. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. But why? Other than I guess she just does secretly hate us and can't be trusted. What Carrara's mask isn't made of. Cloth. The person who killed Gaku is the same person who killed Shoma. It can't be Eva. I did say we gotta go with our gut and pick Carrara. I cannot be swayed to pick Ava. It doesn't make sense. It's because you didn't laugh at her joke. We had it. We had that. We had the gut feeling. There's something. There's something to that gut feeling. They specifically pointed out that Carrara's mask isn't made of cloth, which means there could be a way for her to breathe underwater. We had that gut feeling of it being Carrara. Because her identity is hidden. I think we gotta go with the gut. We can't resist the gut feeling. Carrara wouldn't have enough air in the mask? Why not? We never bothered to figure out Gaku's murderer in the killing game route because we assumed it was the sponsor, but that didn't have to be true. She literally ran out of air in Route 0. Huh? When fighting Ginga Shoma? That's just because she's out of shape. Not a shame. This means Carrara ran all the way from 2nd Academy to 1st just to kill a broke guy. What does check guide mean? Nothing. Okay, serious question though. Was the 2nd Academy? Yeah, 2nd Academy was already with us before Gaku, right? Okay, time to pick. I want to say, I feel like at least we have the method. I just don't understand how... the method is supposed to tell us who. I guess the needing to breathe underwater does make sense. I didn't even really consider that the breathing, despite the fact that the room was flooded, would be necessary, just because they're all so superhuman. How would Eva have infiltrated to kill Gaku, though? That is true. Also, it wouldn't make sense that it would be Ava because people get their heart carved out. That's like against her religion to spill the holy blood. Or the divine blood. So I don't feel like she would do that. Carve their heart out? To mutilate, maim, and waste divine blood? I don't think so. Why are we thinking Gaku and Shoma's deaths are done by the same people? Because there's only one killer. We've basically confirmed there is only one killer. Instead of trying to prove Ava did it, should we scrutinize Kurara instead? She's the only other suspect. I don't really have any rash evidence other than the fact that she kind of matches the description of Shoma. She matches Shoma's description. We can assume she's actually intelligent enough to do the things required for the case, or for the murder to happen, because she's fairly smart and is mechanical. Like, for a murder this complicated, okay, so we can immediately eliminate Kyoshika, Darumi, Takamaru, Ima, Moko, Takumi. I don't think it was Yugamu. I don't really think it would be Nozomi. Hideko is too, like, it just wouldn't make sense that she's the killer because she's so plot relevant and also kind of wants to save everybody. Tsubasa's similar in this route. She wouldn't try to extract vengeance. I think it's Kurara. It's Niku. He's a robot. He doesn't need to breathe underwater. Ah! Whatever you pick would give us a path. Yeah, I know. But I want to be right. The mask, the red herring of the green scrap. She's got the same outfit. The mask is suspicious. I'm profiling her because she's already wearing a mask. Blame Ato and the ghost boy. We can do that too. This mystery is harder than most of the Danganronpa cases. I feel like the big thing is that there's no way to review all of the evidence. Like in Danganronpa, you get the evidence guide where you can like peruse and review the information and stuff. We're kind of, I feel like there's also could be something that we're potentially forgetting because we're just trying to pull all this from memory. Like there's no guide to really review. I mean, we kind of went up in the like the transcript, but it's not like there's a summary of evidence. Takumi was just kind of like, yeah, I think this might be relevant. And then he didn't document it at all and just kept it in his own fucking numbskull head. Yeah, we doubled down on Carrara, I think. We forgot about the anesthetic when thinking about Kako's murder? Yeah. I feel like that's part of why it's harder than most Danganronpa cases, because we don't have all the tools that we have in Danganronpa. Which is fine. I mean... yeah, fuck it. I think we just gotta pick somebody. But I want to say, I think, at least I am 100% sure, 90% sure that we have the method right. At least. We have the method right. Fuck it. I say we double down. Because why would Shoma lie about the appearance? Just kind of trench coaty. The anesthetic was relevant in exclusively one scene where Yugamu talked about it for 2 seconds. Mm-hmm. How could you suspect that face? You mean with the sadistic evil smile? She's so nice, though. Not when she has the tomato on her head. I gotta stop listening to this song. Fuck it. If we choose Carrara every time, it'll be her eventually. Nope. Oh, it's not voiced! Damn it! It's you, Carrara. You facetious freak! I'd like to know how you think I did it. Very well. Allow me to explain. What you did was, you know, it's all very simple. You were, this guy's stinking to high heavens. Of course he is. He's X after all. Hey, now that I think about it, nobody got attacked whenever he was unconscious, right? Maybe he's trying to frame someone else to make the rest of us let our guard down. After that, he'll tell us there's no need to travel in groups or sleep together anymore, and then commit his next crime. So we brought this matter up in a futile attempt to shift suspicion away from him. It does make sense. It does indeed. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer anything in rebuttal. You leave us with no choice. Oh, things changed. Wait, hang on. What possessed me to say that? It was too late for regrets. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I opened my... Yeah, we opened at day 100. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside, only to notice that someone was lying in the cage next to mine. I ran over to see who it was. Ava. She was stabbed in the shape of an X. Hey, have a good night, Erica. But why would she be stabbed and not blown up if everyone has a version of the detonator? I didn't need to check. She was clearly already gone. The cage was unlocked. I went inside and touched her arm. It was deathly cold. She'd been dead for at least a few hours.
What's going on here?
I stamped down my disquieting thoughts and quickly started searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika!
Checked her body. Seems she died a few hours ago. Thinking everyone might be in the rooms, I went to the rooftops, and it was eerily silent. There were no signs of life. Still convinced that there had to be somebody around, I opened a single door to check. Ava was bloody this time. Also, again, not exploded. Takamaru's room, Hiriko's room, Darumi's room. The rooms were completely empty, abandoned. Kurara's room was next. I went inside and my glance fell on her bed. Lying there was...
No! Kurara too!
I checked her body, like Ava and Kyoshika. She was cold to the touch.
No, wait. Maybe...
Clinging to a ray of hope, I decided to move Kurara's body to the infirmary. But... this is the second time that Kurara is the main focus when we do choose her, though. Too much time has passed since death, impossible to revive, was all the monitor would display. I had a really bad feeling about this whole thing. Dark despondency pooled and congealed at the pit of my stomach. But it's fine. It's gonna be fine. That's what I kept telling myself as I continued searching. I checked every room on the second and third floors, and then any other rooms I had yet checked, and I didn't find anyone. Finally, I reached the first floor. Upon stepping inside the mysterious room with no name, I saw...
Yugamu.
Choosing her doesn't matter. No, I figure it doesn't matter who you choose, but she's clearly super relevant. Kurara also... yeah, doesn't have blood loss. But everyone else has a big X stabbed into them. No need to check his body. I could feel an eerie chill crawling underneath my skin and spreading to the rest of my body. The last place I visited was the garage. I pushed the door open and cautiously stepped inside. And then... everyone's hanging this time. Why are they always strung upside down? Also, Hiriko's skirt working overtime right now. When I finally registered the scene before me, I thought I could hear the sound of my heart breaking apart. I felt nothing. Not even sadness or despair. I simply turned to their bodies, mechanically and emotionlessly. Takamaru, Ima, Darumi, and Tsubasa's hearts had been removed through their backs. Oh, that's why they're facing forward and Hiriko is not. Acting on a hunch, I peered underneath Hiriko's clothing to check her back as well. There was a large empty cavity there as well. Just as I had suspected. Darumi's skirt isn't even moving. Well, she's got the safety pin hanging her, keeping her clothes up. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this, though. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. Stepping outside, I wandered aimlessly for a while before coming to a stop in the schoolyard. I stood rooted in the spot in a daze for quite some time. Then a passing, soundless breeze blew past. As I took in the breeze, a slight sight of suspicion flashed through the back of my mind. How many dead bodies have I found? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. I was put in the prison cell on day 75. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were 12. Which meant... But that suspicion was quickly dispelled from my mind when the remaining 2 survivors appeared before me. We fought so hard in the defensive battles. Everyone gave their all. We even beat Veshness. And yet, this was what we woke up to.
Takumi. You killed them all, right?
What?
We're the last 3 still alive. No one else but you could have done it.
Her accusation jolted my mind into action, and I started to defend myself desperately.
No, it wasn't me! I went through the same ordeal too! My cage was unlocked when I woke up and I walked out to almost everybody dead!
You really think we'll believe you after what you've already done?
Who else could have done this, huh? Tell us!
Moko was right. The 3 of us were the only ones still alive. It stood to reason that one of us had to be the killer.
Come on, we're waiting! Who killed everybody if not you?
It was...
It's not Moko, because she's dead in the other time when we get that wrong. I guess it is fucked up Takumi brain? We keep passing out and Ato takes over?
I think... I probably just didn't remember it.
Because there's no way either one of you here could have done all that. That means you must be right. It was me. I must have killed everybody somehow, without being conscious of it. I slumped my shoulders and hung my head weakly. Immediately after.
Oh.
I knew it. Moko said that. She reached behind her and took out a large butcher knife. Why does Moko have a knife? The next thing I knew, I was staring at my kneeled body, arms drooping lifelessly on both sides. How was I able to see my body from this angle? That was the last thought that ran through my mind before I blacked out. Yeah, I mean, Moko just having a knife. On her is definitely suspicious. Mystery route. Ending 96. Terminated Sumino. Should we see what happens if we pick Nozomi? What does this have to do with the process, though? I feel like we mentioned, like, how important the process was to killing someone, and then we're just kind of like, meh. A lot of this feels, I don't know, so disjointed.
I'm sorry, Nozomi, but you're the only one who could have done this.
How could you even say such a thing? It wasn't me. It really wasn't. Forget it. I don't care anymore. Everyone died like that. So I... She suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs and ran off toward the wall of fire.
Wait, Nozomi!
I quickly followed her. Before long, we reached the wall of fire. But Nozomi did not slow down. She continued running full speed right into the wall of fire.
No!
That wasn't what I wanted. All because I made that accusation. Because of me and Nozomi. No, wait. It's gonna be fine. I might still be able to make it. I'll save Nozomi. Just drag her out of those flames and... My body was already moving before I could finish the thought. I launched myself into those flames. In the very next moment. I was vaporized in an instant. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ash. What is that supposed to be a clue to? Ending 95. A kind heart, well done. Yeah, I don't know what the clue is for that. You killed everyone. It had to have been you. There's no mistake about it. No. No! Moko charged at me deliriously while brandishing a massive butcher knife. I instinctively grabbed her wrist, snatched the butcher knife away, and slashed her neck. This is the most unrealistic ending because I'm supposed to believe Takumi could disarm Moko. Okay. I watched in horror as Moko collapsed to the ground. I killed her. I hadn't intended to, but it just happened. My knees were knocking against each other. My strength gave out, and the butcher knife fell to the ground. Immediately after...
Moko! Moko!
The zombie screamed at the top of her lungs and dashed over. The knife that had fallen from my hands was lying at my feet. She quickly picked it up and swung it wildly.
Nasomi, why?
Zoe was standing in front of me with an astonished look on her deathly pale face. I stared absently at her until my consciousness faded into nothingness. Ending 94. Mystery Route Revenge for Moko. So what happens if we pick Moko? Why does she randomly have a fucking knife then at the end? Oh yeah, I guess we can just reload. I definitely don't get why Ava. And then who ends up killing Ava later? We fire the Chekhov's gun that Takumi is actually the killer? Just possessed by
I don't
Ato?
have any memories of it, but
That would explain why Ava gets stabbed later, is because Ato wouldn't know that we all have detonators for Ava.
the killer. It could very well have been me.
Yeah, like I've been saying all this time, right? But how could you not have any memories? It's simple. I just don't remember. Then you cannot be the killer. I don't believe any of you here could have done something so cruel. Also, I'm the only one who could have gotten inside since the key was with me. There are other reasons, too. Nothing happened when I was unconscious, right? That would make sense if I was the culprit. The cause of my fainting disease may have played a part as well. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as an after effect. Those damaged parts have actually yet to heal properly. I could have gotten up subconsciously at night. Did all those things without being aware of it, right? That's why I'm saying it was probably me. Maybe. Then you'd leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Are you okay with that, Takumi? No. Huh? You're still trying to get up. You're still trying to put up a fight even after you've confessed? I wasn't confessing. I was just saying it's a possibility. But you were so confident you knew who the killer was. You're being utterly incoherent. Hold him down, everyone. Okay. Stop. Stop. Stay away from me. I said, stay away. I screamed and started running. You bastard! Stop right there! I burst out of the room into the hallway and kept running. Some time passed. I was finally able to throw off all my pursuers after running around the school
I'll be
haphazardly.
in danger if I stick around here. I should leave the school for a while and get my head together.
I headed to the entrance hall and grabbed a fire extinguisher before sneaking outside. Before long, I arrived at the wall of fire, but somebody had been lying in ambush there. Yugamu. You are X. No. But you basically admitted to it just now. Told you I was just throwing out possibilities. Save your excuses. Now I can finally kill you without regrets. What? Have you forgotten that I'm an assassin? Wait, does that mean... Yugamu pulled out a dirk and walked towards me with a smirk on his face.
No! Stop!
Nozomi! Why?
I saw you, so I ran after you.
Yugamu! How could you do this?
Hey, this wasn't my fault. I was just trying to intimidate you. Killing you had never been my intention at all.
What? How did you move the knife with enough force then to stab her?
Shut up!
I charged at Yugamu with a feral roar, and we grabbed hold of each other. As we were struggling, we lost our balances, and our bodies careened into the wall of fire at the same time. The very next moment, our bodies vaporized in the blink of an eye. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. Shaking Skies CG. Intense fight while looking at this guy and screaming. Yukamu is very bad at being an assassin. Mystery Route ending 97. Dance in the Purple Flames. Interesting that, yeah, this chapter select is the first to actually spoil an outcome. I guess, though, that's because this is the first one that actually has a choice instead of yes or no. Why Ava, though? I just really didn't want it to be Ava, because...
killer.
Why?
You, Ava!
What are you saying, Takumi? I came to the school on day 21. I couldn't have written the first threatening note or killed Gaku. That means I couldn't have been X.
Indeed.
What?
I didn't say you were X. What I said was you're the person who killed Shoma.
I did not. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Shut your mouth and just watch. I'll be exposing every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
What makes you think I'm the killer? Before getting to that part, we'll have to explain how the murder even took place to begin with. Shoma's dead body was found in that cage. He'd been stabbed multiple times. That means you had to have figured out a way to get inside the cage. The door was locked. And you were the only one with the key, Takumi. Yeah, I had the key. So you couldn't have used it. You used another way to get inside. Another way? The key lies in the design of that cage.
The design? What are you talking about?
The bottom part of the cage isn't secured in place.
It's just a heavy iron cage mounted on a base.
I don't understand. That cage isn't secured in place. What of it? That's totally irrelevant to the current discussion. Or can you use it to explain how I would have managed to get inside?
The cage could simply be lifted up.
So you went inside from the bottom. What nonsense is this, Takumi? How's it possible for anyone to lift up such a heavy metal structure? Very true. That cage weighs about a ton. It's not something anyone can move with their bare hands. Aren't you contradicting yourself right now?
You claimed I lifted it up, but now you're saying it's too heavy to be lifted? Is there even any way to do that? I would like to know what you think I did.
You used buoyancy.
Buoyancy? That's right. You made the courtyard a watertight space by closing off the drains. And then you flooded the entire place. There's a fountain there, right? You opened its valve fully to release an enormous amount of water through the nozzles. Turning it into something like an erupting geyser or open dam. You left the fountain valve wide open for a while to fill the space with water. Okay, so I mean, I got the method right, but Takumi said that the method would explain who did it. I mean, I guess I should have taken the breathing thing more seriously. For some reason, I just didn't really strike me that these characters would suffocate. Or drown. Oh, I like that spread a lot. Anyway, no reason though. I'm sorry, but your explanation was so outrageous, I couldn't help but be amused. Takumi, do you not know how powerful water pressure can be? Even if we assume water was released into the environment after covering up any openings, some would still leak out, because those walls would be under constant pressure from the force of the water. That wouldn't happen. That's how this place was designed. Because the courtyard was originally constructed for a certain special purpose.
Special purpose? What special purpose? Now you're just talking nonsense.
I mean, the UI is just the same as the persuasion thing.
Biotope to be used for space development research.
It was designed to be able to withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. That's what Tsubasa said. That's right. And that's why it's impossible for water pressure to cause any leaks. After a while, the place became filled with water. Considering the water flow of the fountain, it probably took about 3 hours for water to rise to the top of the cage. Shoma was killed at 4 a.m. Counting back from that time brings us to 1 a.m. for the approximate time the water started accumulating. Even if you were right, that entire cage is made of iron. It literally weighs a ton. You said so yourself.
It wouldn't shift around simply from being submerged in water. Buoyancy doesn't work that way. How could anyone have lifted up a heavy iron structure like that?
By using sturdy rubber balloons.
Rubber balloons? Ones that can be filled with air up to a capacity of about 10 liters. You inflated 100 of these balloons and put them into the cage. To be more precise, you put the deflated balloons into the cage first before inflating them. Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyancy force is equal to the weight of displaced water. 100 balloons that hold 10 liters each equals 1,000 kilograms. In other words, the effect is 1 ton of upward force. That cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces it to near zero. You'd barely need to use a single finger to lift it then. You were easily able to lift the cage with just the slightest effort. 110-liter rubber balloons? That's just not... It would be impossible for me to inflate so many balloons in such a short time. How could anyone have done that? More than likely, you used a certain tool.
A certain tool? Well, what tool was it then? What exactly could be used to inflate that many balloons so quickly?
The bicycle tire pump in the parking lot. It's an electric air compressor.
I will say this was written by someone who has never used an electric air compressor, because that shit takes forever to pump out any amount of air. That would have taken several hours to inflate all those balloons. Use gamma rays. It's mounted on wheels and can be easily moved here. Using that would make it a literal breeze to fill up all those balloons. I see. That method does make it possible for the cage to be lifted up while it was submerged in water. But don't you find it strange? If the cage had been underwater for that long, Shoma would have drowned inside. Yet the revival medic stated his cause of death was hemorrhagic shock.
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out? If your deduction holds true, Shoma would have drowned to death before he was stabbed.
Shoma likely breathed the air that was in the balloons.
See, okay, so this is actually what my hang-up was for why they wouldn't really need Ava as a mask. Because, yeah, how did he not drown? You mean he untied them?
Huh?
Oh, while desperately trying to stay afloat? I've heard of more believable miracles. Ema, you're supposed to be on my side. Give me a minute. Stop wasting my time.
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out? If your deduction holds true, Shoma would have...
He...
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events?
Didn't we
you've
say
laid out?
that the room
If your
was
deduction holds true, Shoma would have
completely
drowned to
submerged?
death.
Like, that was the whole point.
The cage wasn't completely submerged.
How could the cage not be completely submerged? The method makes it possible for the cage to be lifted up while it was submerged in water. It probably took about 3 hours for the water to rise to the top of the cage. That's literally the line right there. And now we're like, wow, I wasn't completely submerged, but you just said I went to the top of the cage. The water only had to stop just below the topmost part of the cage for it to work.
Huh?
Discharging water equal to the volume of the cage itself, created by the buoyancy force needed. Shoma kept his head above the water's surface and breathed through his mouth. Gasping and gasping for air the whole time. You took this opportunity to lift the cage while underwater, slip inside, stab him multiple times. What happened to the water in the courtyard after that? You opened the drainage walls to drain it away.
Then the courtyard should have still been wet when we discovered Shoma's body. But was it wet? No, not at all.
You used blasts of hot air to dry the place up.
The convenient blasts of hot air that only dried out everything but Shoma for some reason. What? I mentioned just now that this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research. Because of that, it's perfectly capable of reproducing a desert environment, which means it has the ability to blast hot wind around the area. After draining the water away, you activated that setting to dry the courtyard. Due to the lack of time, however, the water didn't dry up completely. When we first discovered Shoma's body, it was actually still somewhat damp. It was dry enough, though. Plus, we were distracted by Shoma's dead body. That's why we failed to notice the remaining wetness in the area. The only thing we did notice was that Shoma's body was damp. Fine, I understand. This is utter foolishness. Let me summarize what you're trying to say. I went underwater, lifted up the cage, stabbed Shoma multiple times while he was gasping for air at the surface, then I dove underwater again, turned the valve handle to open the drainage walls. Look, Takumi, I'm neither a diver nor a mermaid. Even if I was an expert at holding my breath.
A regular person would struggle to do even one of the things you're accusing me of, and underwater at that. It's all completely unrealistic.
No, it's absolutely possible.
You used your mask. Tsubasa told me about it. There's a miniature air tank in your mask. It allows you to use it as a sealed gas mask. You can breathe for up to 30 minutes using it like that. I did say that. I never thought it would work underwater, though.
Yes, I remember now. My mask did have a function like that. But someone stole it from me. That person must be the real killer. Yes, that has to be it. I know I am right.
To be fair, where is her mask? Didn't she say she was basically naked without it? We literally haven't seen her wear the mask since we gave it to her.
You've been cornered and you know it, Ava. Just admit that you're the one behind this. Your mask was unique. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. According to Tsubasa, you're the only one who can wear it. You were right, Ava. This isn't a crime that a regular person could have committed. Only a diver, mermaid, or someone with that particular mask could have done it. Ergo, the person who could wear that particular mask is the culprit. And only one person in this world can put on that mask. That person is standing right in front of me. It's none other than you, Ava! You're the only one who could have killed Shoma!
No! 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 No!
Why? Takumi, you're right. I killed Shoma. The method and flow of events were as you have deduced. I have nothing to add. But have I really done something wrong? I too had been threatened by X. I had no choice. When did you meet X? A short while before 1 a.m. on day 51. Just before the murder, I heard a knock on my door. And you opened it? Yes. Why? The thought that it might be X outside the door did flash through my mind briefly. But I'm not part of the SDU, and I wasn't even here when you saw the threatening note. I just assumed I could not have been on X's radar. Well, what did X say?
I have the remote detonator that will trigger the bomb inside your body. Here it is, in case you think I'm lying.
This is why it was a dumb idea to give everybody this detonator, by the way. Thanks, Tsubasa.
I'm going to give you some instructions now, but you don't have much time. Follow my orders quickly, or else. Should you go against me, or tell the others about my existence, I will detonate the bomb in your body immediately.
And so why is X not detonating the bomb right now? As Ava's explaining this? Wait, what's going on? How did X get their hands on a detonator? Because you gave it to everybody!
Huh?
Maybe they stole it from one of us? No. X said they obtained it through the proper channels. From Tsubasa herself. Hey, have a good night, Ronaldo. No. I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Now we're 100% sure that X is one of us. No, it can't be me, because I don't have a detonator. No, I think you can remove me from that list. I passed the first detonator to Hiriko and never got it back, and I haven't received the duplicate from Tsubasa yet. That's fair. Sir Takumi shall be taken off the list of suspects. Everyone else started scrutinizing each other with great suspicion, not daring to even move their bodies, only their eyes. Hey, Ava, just one thing. Yes? X said they'd blow you up if you told the others about him, right? Yes? And that's what you're doing now. You feeling okay? Why hasn't X blown you up yet, indeed? I believe they could if they wanted to. The device is small enough to fit in the palm of someone's hand. It could be hidden in a sleeve or in their chest, or around their waist and no one would notice. It'd be easy to simply press the button at the opportune moment. But X cannot do that for one particular reason. And what's that? Takumi, do you remember what I told you about the bomb mechanism before? Yeah. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at the time will be blown to smithereens. 25? That makes the blast diameter the length of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. That's the length of the entire courtyard! And that's why X isn't pressing the button. Because they'll get caught in the blast as well? It's not like they can simply run away. Taking such action is as good as admitting you're X. That's why X has got their hands tied, eh? This is the perfect opportunity. For what? For us to get more information about X from Eva. Since they can't blow her up, we can ask her anything. Great idea. Ava, do you know anything else about X? Their height? Body shape? They were dressed in the same outfit Showa previously described, and used a voice changer as well. So it was not possible to discern who they were by their looks and voice, but... Ava looked down. A short, hesitant silence later, she spoke up again.
Actually, I figured out who X is.
How'd you figure that out? By their mannerisms. Their mannerisms? You know how some people will subconsciously touch their chin or play with their hair when thinking about something? Those sort of mannerisms. They tried really hard to hide it, of course, but I still managed to pick up on them. So, who's X?
All right. I will tell you. X is...
Boom.
The real identity of X is...
Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over me. My mind started working overtime as I went through all the possibilities. Maybe X would really press the button now. Everyone thinks X won't do it because that would mean blowing themselves up. But if their identity was revealed, it'd be the end for them anyway. They might even prefer to die with everyone in the blast over being caught and imprisoned. But in that case, why weren't they pressing the button now, before Ava could reveal the identity? Were they banking on the possibility that Ava might say the wrong name? If she did, X could just sit back and watch the show without doing anything. And if she really said X's real name, they could always press the button at that same time. Surely that was why X was adopting a wait-and-see attitude. It might be dangerous for Ava to say the name out loud. Even if she got it right, everyone would die anyway. Still, I might just be overthinking things. X could be hesitating simply because they were afraid to die. What do I do? What should I do? There was literally no time to hesitate any longer. My final decision was... Wait, what? What am I deciding here? Shut Ava up. I'd rather die knowing at this point. No. Not even hesitating. Spit it out already! I decided to let Ava finish her sentence without interruption. However, she stayed silent after that and refused to say another word. What is the matter, Lady Ava? X got your tongue? Or do you actually not know who X is? What? Then why'd you pretend like you knew? At Ima's question, Ava suddenly... Heh. She smirked and let out a chuckle, looking as if she was mocking us. When I saw her expression, the truth dawned on me. Of course. You're afraid, right? You're afraid to die. Even if you were forced to do so by X, you're still the one to kill Shoma. That's an unforgivable act. Then you thought to yourself, I'm going to be thrown into the cage again. This time, they're never going to let me out. Why should I stay then? I'll blow myself up and take everyone in the SDU with me. But you were afraid to face death. You never had that courage to begin with. So you decided to leave it in the hands of X, right? The act of pressing the button to activate the bomb. Oh, that's why you lied about knowing X's identity. Wait, that means you're going along with us all this time was just an act? When you said you hated Veshness, was that a lie too? Also, you could gain our trust and gather intel while hiding in plain sight? Ava said nothing in response. Her lips didn't move for a second. But something else did. Her hands. The detonator is on a joint on my left-hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. My body moved before my mind did. I exploded into action and dashed over to Ava at breakneck speed. I grabbed her wrist and shouted loudly.
Get away, everyone!
At that, everybody made a mad scramble for the exit. Right after that, Ava grabbed my shoulder and forced me to face her. As I did, I saw a raised foot and I found myself being kicked away. I landed near the exit, where there were 5 other people. They had just reached the gate, and were not yet outside. The other 5 had rushed to the exit on the other side, and were at about the same distance away as well. I quickly stood up and looked in Ava's direction. She pinched her little finger and said,
Is this the courage you said I didn't have?
She pulled on her little finger without a trace of hesitation. Day 8? How did we live?
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Wow! We have just a bit...
Day 80. I was already so used to waking up and finding out that I had missed a bunch of days that I was more surprised by the fact I was somehow still alive. Come to think of it, I seem to recall someone pulling me back with great force just before the explosion. That could be why I survived. I wonder who saved me. How come we face an actual explosion and Takumi isn't in a coma for 3 weeks, but like we get tapped and we go into comatose for 3 weeks? Not the best route for party member Ava. I didn't see who it was, but I remembered a lavender fragrance. I can think about that later. Is everyone okay? I stood up from the makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider and stepped outside, and then... What do you mean Tsubasa and Moko are gone? Exactly what I meant. They're both missing when I woke up. You were the last 3 on watch last night, right? Yeah, but halfway through my shift, I felt a pain in my neck, like something had pricked me. You imagine Hiriko smells good? Yeah, she's also probably the only one strong enough to, like, heave us out of an explosion distance. I don't know. I'm not super jazzed about this route, which is unfortunate, because I think this is the one I was probably looking the most forward to. Not specifically this one, but like the writer was who I was looking the most forward to. But I'm not gelling with it so far. Somebody must have jabbed me with that stolen anesthetic because I blacked out immediately. And when you woke up, they were both gone? That's what I've been trying to say. It was at this point everyone finally noticed I was awake. So Takumi, I see you have decided to rejoin us in the land of the living. 5 days no see.
Oh!
Pretty fast, all things considered. Yeah. Hey, shouldn't we be looking for Tsubasa and Moko? Yes. The 9 of us here will split into groups of 3. After some discussion, we decided on the following. Group 1, me, Nozomi, Darumi. Group 2, Takamaru, Karara, Kyoshika. Group 3, Hiroko, Yugamu, and Ima. Let's find him. And thus, we embarked on the search for Tsubasa and Moko. We visited every place in the school to see if we could find any traces of them. However, they're nowhere to be found. It's only been an hour since we started looking. Suddenly, we heard a strained voice coming from the schoolyard. Bad news! Teams Takumi and Takamaru, can you hear me? If so, come to the parking lot right now. We gave each other knowing glances before rushing towards the stairwell. The fuck are we? Takamaru's team was already at the parking lot by the time we arrived. There were a few trees near the parking lot. Hiroko and Takamaru's teams were staring agape at something near the top of them. Dread started to pool in the pit of my stomach. I turned slowly and cautiously to look in the direction of their stares. What I saw was...
No. No!
A lot of CGs in this route, funny enough. No X's in their bodies this time, though. Like, the other thing is that the deaths seem to be, like, so inconsistent, too. Like, sometimes they have X's carved into them, and other times they don't. I also feel like each ending so far, even if you get the wrong route, like, doesn't really get you a step closer. Because it's the end result's different each time. Which I feel like also kind of impacts my enthusiasm for the mystery, because it's like I'm not gaining clues every time. It was clear they were both dead. Blood drained from my face, and I felt sick to the bone. Now 5 of my friends are dead. I didn't know how my heart wasn't breaking apart. Somehow, I held myself together and said,
Help me lower them to the ground and move them to the infirmary.
Subject, Tsubasa Kawana? Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 80, between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. Subject, Moko Majiro. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 80, between 5 and 8 a.m. Lacerated carotid artery. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade of unknown length. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room turned utterly gloomy. We silently moved the bodies to the morgue. Thing about these routes is that none of the main characters die. Hiriko died early in Killing Game, and Ima and Hiriko have gotten away scot-free so far. Tsubasa was definitely still main here. I feel like Tsubasa wasn't main. And this route. This is not bad end. You're moving towards the main end. Do you mind if I mention something?
Huh?
Go on. Something I noticed about Tsubasa's back. She got her heart stolen like the others? Wait, how do you know about the hearts being stolen?
Oh.
I decided it was not something worth hiding and told them about it. Ah. I don't think the cases are related. Neither of them had their backs cut open. Then what does he wanted to tell us about Tsubasa's back? I noticed it when the hem of her blouse hitched up while we were moving her body just now. Darumi walked over to Tsubasa's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. She turned over the body and pulled the blouse up so that we could all see the strange thing on her back. Huh. 2? Think so. Could be a Z or an N as well. I don't know.
Huh?
The mark's small enough to be completely covered by a hand.
Huh.
Not located in the center, but more toward the left side of the spine.
Huh?
This is indeed curious. The purplish color even makes it look like a bruise.
Oh!
What could the number mean? Nobody had an answer to that. We checked Moko's back as well, but there were no markings at all, let alone one that looked like a number. Darumi would have clocked Leon immediately. Was Kyoshka smart for a moment? I don't think so. No, she was just kind of describing where it was on the body. That's not really smart. Just using her eyes. After that, we turned them both back around, closed our eyes, and put our hands together to pay our respects. Moko! Moko! Nozomi clung to Moko's body and wept bitterly. Her anguished chokes and sobs reverberated throughout the hushed morgue. Night soon fell and bedtime approached. Karara suddenly brought something up. The route you're in, she's dumb, like dumber than... Hey, don't talk about my goat like that. She doesn't need to be smart. I found this in Tsubasa's space. Can you guys take a look at it? The organic life detection device? Why are you looking through Tsubasa's stuff? 9. Same as the number of people here. Sorry, my neck. Ain't it about time you just showed your hand, X? You're one of us here, ain't ya? No criminal in their wrong mind would happily come forward to identify themselves when asked. How about this, X? Fess up and we promise not to throw your sick little ass into jail. Come on, help us out here. Are we only talking to X right now? Say what? X instructed someone to kill Kako and Shoma. What if it was the same this time? Hey, don't you go putting weird ideas in my head. You're basically saying there are 2 killers among us. Do you think the term Among Us is forever cursed? Like, will I ever be able to say that normally again? Ever? Or no? Whatever the case, we should probably be sleeping together. I agree. Ax should still have some of that anesthesia left. Another option is to increase the number of people on watch, but it's probably safer for everyone to just sleep in their own rooms. What do you think, Takumi? I folded my arms across my chest and thought long and hard about it before saying. Yeah, going back to sleeping in our own rooms may be the better option at this point. On the condition that nobody opens their door until morning. Are we clear on that? Why would this be better?
Be ready to get.
I didn't black out despite having gone through so many stressful events yesterday. I don't know why. It wasn't like I'd been cured of the fainting disease. But like the Revive-O-Matic, the fainting disease seems to happen at the whim of the plot. During the day, we split into groups to investigate the deaths of Tsubasa and Moko, but we didn't find a single clue. Soon, the sun started setting. Darkness took over.
Well then.
It happened right after the bedtime announcement had played. The sound of the doorbell sent a chill up my spine. Was it X? Were they here to get me? Those thoughts raced through my mind as I gingerly made my way over to the door, where I was greeted by a familiar voice from the other side. I know what you're thinking, Takumi. Maybe Hiriko is X, right? But you would be wrong. I'm not X. Yeah, you say that, but... Just listen to me. I need to tell you something. Couldn't they just be using the voice changer right now? You are likely innocent because you did not have the detonator for Ava's bomb. For that reason, I trust you. I want to tell you something I remembered. What is it? I'm going to the morgue now. If you trust me, meet me there. I'll be waiting for you. I heard the sound of her clacking heels getting softer and softer until it went silent. What should I do? I don't believe Hiriko is X, but... Damn it. I hid my infuser under my clothes as a precaution and ran directly to the morgue. I have never met an idiot as stupendously naive as you. Did you even consider what would have happened to you had I really been X? But you said you weren't! Only a gullible idiot would believe a potential suspect is not a bloodthirsty serial killer simply because they said so. But, Mommy? I gritted my teeth in frustration and then said... Anyway, what was this thing you remembered? Hiriko walked over to Tsubasa's dead body without a word. She stopped in front of the body and removed the sheet. She turned the body over before lifting the blouse up. Takumi's still in there. Listen, I mean, I get it. I would listen to the siren song of Hiriko's voice, despite my better judgment. Anyway. It's the strange number we saw yesterday. What about it? This is her livor mortis code. Livor mortis code? It's a unique number that appears on the back of all SDU members when they lose almost all of their cryptoglobin. Only those from Team 1 have this. Where'd you hear about this? That is a 3-day-long story I can tell you another time. All I can tell you now is that this is a very reliable piece of information. She moved Shoma's body next. Removing the sheet covering him, she flipped his body around so that his back was facing up. There was a large gaping hole there. Shoma, too? I believe X must have done this. But when? We've been moving in groups ever since he died. Well, there is a one sliver of opportunity X could have taken advantage of. What's that? When Ava self-destructed. Everyone got caught in the blast and we were knocked out. It was the next morning by the time we regained consciousness. X must have woken up sooner than the rest of us, and Hideko showed me Eito and Gaku's back cavities next. Finally, she turned Kako's body over. And now we have 4 cases on hand. Every wound is the same shape. X used the same method to remove their hearts from their bodies. Sure seems that way. What do you see when you look at this wound? Well, the outline's rather clearly defined, like they were cut open with a scalpel or something. Oh, I get it now. It's the exact location. That has to be it. The part of their backs with the livor mortis code has been cut out. Well done. Is this the same for Moko? Haven't you been listening? The livor mortis code only shows up on those from Team 1. Moko is from Team 2. Naturally, her back is code-free. After saying that, Hideko returned the bodies to their original positions. Why would X do such a thing? I'm guessing it's because they do not want us to learn of their existence. If the bodies were left in their original state, somebody was bound to notice the code sooner or later.
Oh.
So they cut out the part with the code in order to keep them hidden from us. I dig out the hearts, too.
Huh.
Most likely a red herring. Think about it.
Oh.
What would be the first thing to come to your mind if you saw that multiple bodies had only a certain part of their backs cut away?
Huh?
I had to think there would be something on our bodies as well. You see? Now you're getting it. You'd think X is targeting something invisible on that part of our bodies, right? No. That would not be my first thought. And what would you do with that info? What am I supposed to do? For example, I would cut out that part of my body before X could get their hands on it. Or cover it with something. Like a tattoo of a soaring dragon.
Oh.
X would likely be highly inconvenienced if we did that. That's why they took out the heart as well. They wanted us to believe their target was not that patch of skin on our backs, but the hearts in our bodies. So that's why X did that. Though that still leaves us with one question. What's that?
Oh.
I'll explain later. You see, X's objective has to do with the knowledge of the livor mortis code. Our current hypothesis is that X cut out that particular part of the skin. Not because they were avid skin collectors, but simply to stop us from knowing about the existence of the codes. But if that is true, why set up the red herring? Because if X's objective was only to know what the codes were, they could have simply gotten rid of the bodies once they saw it. They could have tossed the bodies into the wall of fire, buried them in the forest. Yet X did none of these things. Why? I'm not sure. Maybe they needed the bodies to be left in the morgue for some reason? Martina Electro and Yomi Hell smile before being evil. If they were written in a better game. I'm guessing because didn't Ema say that once you had the the liver mortis code, you could activate the escape pod early. Or no, you could trigger the rescue thing from the transmitter. So you would need the code from everyone but one person to escape. So X is trying to get that transmitter to work. Right? You think so too? Yes, X clearly wanted to leave the bodies in here.
Oh.
But by so doing, it would allow us to find out about the existence of the liver mortis codes. That is why they went through the trouble of setting up such a complicated red herring, removing the skin and hearts of those already dead. So the question is, why does X want the bodies preserved? That's what I'm trying to find out. Let's put that aside for now and talk about something else. Why does X want to know what the liver mortis codes are? It has to do with the distress signal transmitter. The transmitter the boy with the undying flames told us about? I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in the school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Oh, I know. The correct series of codes he mentioned. He must be referring to the liver mortis codes. Yes. There are 10 people on Team 1. Entering 9 of our codes will summon the rescue craft. Because knowing the liver mortis code of 9 people indicates that 9 people have entered the total death. Total death?
Oh.
It means the complete cessation of life. In this state, a person is impossible to revive. Okay, but how'd you come across all this info? The same way I came across the previous info. By remembering them. Oh, the 3-day-long story you were talking about. Yes. I'll explain further when time is more on our side. For now, our priority is to identify X. So I'm guessing Hiriko was a previous survivor that had used this code before. And then, like, her memory got wiped. Much like Nozomi had her memory wiped. That would be my conclusion here for Hiriko. She was part of a previous defense team that got wiped. She was the sole survivor. She got rescued and then got amnesia. For now, our priority is to identify X. Do you understand now? Do you understand why I said X's objective is to find out the liver mortis codes? Does that mean X is trying to summon the rescue craft? Very likely. So they can leave the school? Quite so. Which also means X already knows where the distress signal transmitter is located. Because the liver mortis codes would be useless otherwise. But at this point, at day 80, why would X be trying to use that code when they could just now wait like 2 more weeks? And then they could get out of here. Like, what would be the point? Why would you bother with the rescue craft when we could just take the escape pod? So what, so you could get home like a week earlier? It's so high risk for such little reward. Does the number appear even if they're sucked dry into mummies? No, I don't believe so. That's why they all have to be bled. Like pigs. That's why they're like hung upside down to drain all the blood. So that way they can't get sucked. That is a logical line of reasoning. Keep going. If we find the distress signal transmitter ourselves, we might find a clue to X's identity. Hiriko nodded deeply at my words. That is why I'm going to start looking for the distress signal transmitter now. Care to join me? It's almost midnight. What are you, 5? All right. I like Hiriko and Takumi's dynamic with each other. I really enjoy that. Especially because, I mean, obviously I liked Kyoko a lot during Danganronpa 1. So her being that kind of like guiding the protagonist role, but also having a good pushback with Takumi. Like the, what are you, 5? Just that in general, I really like their dynamic. I'm excited to see more of it. So I hope there's more routes where she makes it past day 5. The scenario in where every student is too dead for the revival-matic, the last survivor must check the backs of only Team 1 and input their codes to wait for the rescue pod. Also, be aware of the code's existence, because none of us were told by Sire. Also, be aware of the location of the distress signal transmitter, and make sure that there aren't invaders currently attacking the school so that we can actually successfully escape, despite the fact that every student being dead would imply that the invaders are winning the war. Yeah, seems very unlikely that this worked. This whole route seems almost as contrived as the plot was to keep Eito alive in Route 0. Anyway, Hiriko and I ran around the school all night in search of the distress signal transmitter. We found nothing in the end. It's almost 6. If we're not in our rooms for the morning announcement, the others may suspect us of being X. Yes, we should call it a day for now, and... Just as Hiriko was about to finish her sentence... Karara? Shh, hide yourself. What in the world? You made the rule that we should never go anywhere alone, remember? So why is Karara wandering around by herself then? Now that you mention it. We peered out from around the corner of the hallway to see where Karara was going. She quickly vanished in the direction of the staircase. Do you think there's already fan art of Hiriko and Takumi forcing themselves into one of these sarcophagi to hide from Karara here? And they're like smashed up against each other. Wait for a rescue pod. You input the code, and the thing you input does not become the rescue pod. Instead, you must wait for the signal to reach them and rescue. Yeah, I mean, also you got to think about the time, like the distance. How long does it take to get from the moon to planet Earth? I can't imagine that's a quick trip to get the rescue pod down back to Earth and in time. That's got to be at least half a day, a couple hours. Assuming it's not just fucking careening from orbit. I would also consider Tsubasa one of the heroines. The sound of footsteps on the floor above us slowly became softer until we heard the roof door closing. Then there was silence. Karara went upstairs. I mean, we're on the ground floor. But she just came from that staircase. Why would she come down the stairs just to go up again? Maybe she didn't come down the stairs? Are you saying... We started investigating the area around the staircase, groping around wall surfaces to see if we could find anything. And then...
What is this?
A secret door.
Let's see what's inside.
Yes.
Behind the door was a staircase leading down into pitch darkness.
Kudata didn't come downstairs.
She came up from here.
So, At the end of this staircase.
Yes. There's something to be discovered for sure. Let's go see.
I need a CG of Hiriko and Takumi together. Like discovering the mystery.
Huh?
This place. This looks like some cyberpunk bullshit. I cannot believe we're still discovering new places in the school on day 82.
Huh?
It's freezing in here. Your unfunny jokes made the heat in the room shrivel up and die. I don't recall making any jokes. There's a device of some sort in the middle of the room. We should check it out. Why is she hating on our jokes? Hiriko and I approached the device and stared at the display monitor. Is this what I think it is? There was a user manual of sorts in the bottom left part of the screen, which read, Distress Signal Transmitter. Enter the liver mortis code of each SDU member in the blank spaces on the screen. A distress signal is transmitted when 9 correct codes are entered. However, should a single incorrect code be entered, poison gas will be released from the tank behind the device. This is a special gas designed to instantly dissolve all types of physical objects. So it's just cooled, undying flame? Neither a gas mask nor biohazard suit will offer any sort of protection against it. You have been warned.
Oh.
This is it. This is the distress signal transmitter we were looking for. To think it's been here this whole time. This is a major discovery. In my excitement, I started looking around other areas of the room. The next moment, I felt my blood go cold. I saw something I hadn't noticed initially because all my attention had been on the device. An object in the corner of the room. It wasn't an object. It wasn't. That was... I knew there was something significant about, like, why the CGs kept showing Kurara when we got bad ends. I've been feeling in my gut something's been up with this. Kurara Osazuki's dead body.
Wait. What? We have to take her to the infirmary.
Don't bother. A dead body doesn't freeze up that badly within an hour or so.
I guess my thumbnail predicted it. Dude, I've just had vibes about her. All day today. Suspicion. Something's up. I knew it.
So, she's been dead for a long time?
You have eyes? Can you not see?
No.
This is definitely Kurara Osazuki.
I mean, Kurara normally wears that mask, so she's definitely can be swapped out with anybody.
I know because I've seen her real face before. The one beneath her usual tomato head mask.
I've seen her face before too.
When did Hiriko see it?
On that note, do you remember who we just crossed paths with?
You think Takamaru would fit in her outfit? No. Does Kurara know of this place ahead of us, or the murderer just brought her dead body here? So my initial theory from the beginning of this route was the imposter commander is here. and like got here already. And just kind of body snatched.
Yes. Someone dressed like Kurata.
But the real Kurata is here, which means...
Who the heck was that?
One thing is for sure. That person is none other than X themselves.
Could the imposter get in without triggering the alarm? Unless it snuck in during a defensive battle? I mean, that's how the imposter basically got in the last time. What? You have arrived at Story Lock 3. You will not be able to progress without meeting certain conditions. Try exploring other branches for now. Unlock conditions. Reach Story Lock 2. What? I assume, do they have to be from the same route? Or are they story locks from different routes? I would assume it's from this route, right? There are only 3 story locks in the game. Two in SF route, the truth route, 1 in mystery route. Do with that information what you will. They're in different routes. So we can't complete the killing game route here? Or the mystery route here? Mystery is a cliffhanger right now. I don't like that. I guess the other previous split was back here, right? Leave the school. So we probably have to go all this way to start exploring this path next. It's story locks here because there will be spoiler info that will only make sense if you explore the other routes. I feel like we've encountered several things, though, in even the killing game route that should have been explained in other routes first, and I was kind of like, what? Everything will be explained if you're patient enough. Yeah, I'm pretty much the paragon of patience, I would say. If I was a commander, I think Commander Paragon of Patience would be me. So, yeah, they'll be fine. Surely. This game's scarier than Danganronpa somehow. It's because there's so many possibilities. I would like to ask who could be X. I mean, I guess we never really found out who the sponsor was either. I mean, who knows? I feel like there's still tons of mysteries left in this game. Obviously, we found hidden, tucked away, Ava being a playable party member, so I feel like there's still plenty of possibilities. I figure some of the clues as to who Imposter Carrara is will be in this route. Because it did feel like it would be very difficult based on the information we have to figure out the mystery route there. Like, it definitely felt like we were missing some of the pieces of the puzzle. Because a lot of stuff, like, didn't add up. But Takumi also kind of felt like he was making assumptions based on stuff we didn't know. And Hiriko obviously also has a bunch of info we don't know as well. So you can get a guide on Google if you feel a bit lost. No, I will not be doing that. Not to come at you aggressively. I just mean I would rather brainstorm and work things through with chat than I would Google stuff. I'd rather talk things through with you guys, which is rather than Google stuff. I think that would be more fun. But, it's not Ava, she's blown up, not Gaku. He died really early. I doubt Tsubasa and Moko are acting dead. Not Eito, he's too tall for it. Not likely the imposter commander. Could be. Who knows? We were unconscious for several days, man. I mean, what? We were unconscious for, like, total, like, 50 days of the mystery route? Like, who's to say? And we know how, you know, the rest of the class is not that smart. So if Takumi's out, any number of things could have happened. Hey, Ty. You made it just in time for the end. Hiriko can? Yeah, but Hiriko's not the protagonist, so they're not going to let her really solve anything. Just guide us in the right direction by getting 90% of the clues. Why all this didn't happen in Route 0? Because Eito was still alive, and the butterfly effect didn't happen. I mean, I feel like all of the ladies are of about the same height other than Hiriko. And hell, even some of the guys are about the same height as Carrara, so it's not like out of the question that multiple characters could still pass. If we're not assuming it's just the imposter commander. And like from a visual distance, I mean, I feel like you're never really looking... If you wouldn't look at someone and be like... That person's 5'2". Not 5'3". That person's 5'2". Like, if you stood, like, 4 people in front of me, and, like, 2 were 5'2", 1 was 5'3", 1 was 5'4", 1 was 5'1", like, I'm not telling... I wouldn't be able to tell the difference visually. So, I mean, it really could be, like, anyone around the mid-5-foot range. Darumi... Tsubasa, not Gaku, he's dead. I don't believe Imo would kill his sister, but Kako. Even Takumi's kind of borderline. I was gonna say, why is this list so short? We haven't, at this point in the game, we haven't met up with the second academy. But Kyoshka's like 5'4", I think. And Nozomi's like 5'7". So, I mean, I really don't feel like it would be that obvious where the report card height would give it away. Like, oh, we have to be looking for someone who's the exact height as Kurara. You're saying Moko is the same with the other ladies? You know, no judgment. Alright. I think that story lock is where we're going to call it for the night. I feel like that's a good ending. I don't really want to, Actually, I guess what I should have done is actually make it to the decision before I save. I feel like also this is the first time in the game that we actually see Hiriko, like, distressed like this. What route am I going to explore next? We're going to leave the school next. Legendary. You're going to keep with the imposter someone else entirely? Fair. Alright. Yeah. We're just gonna go with my, we'll go with my save. We don't really need that. We'll call it here for the night. We've been going for quite a while. And I'm getting fairly tired. So, at this point, I mean, I'm not mentally in the state to be able to absorb more information for mysteries. But tomorrow, we'll be back. So stay tuned as we explore another route. I can't believe just how many CGs are dedicated to the murder route. Though I guess a lot of those CGs could probably get reused in some other specific ways. You're not ready for tomorrow? We're gonna immediately encounter some, like, mind-blowing stuff in the leave route? Like, that fast? Oh, God. At least we know, most likely Hiriko should live because she's got to figure some shit out. The level of intelligence fluctuates between these characters. That's true. I noticed Ava doesn't really ever get CGs other than her mutilated corpse. That's kind of sad. Be ready to want to strangle most characters? Oh, I played Route 0 already. You're gonna grind out some Warhammer 40k until sunrise? I am gonna go to bed. He played Route 0, he's gonna love this. Don't forget to like the stream. Exactly. Thank you, Legendary. I appreciate it. I'm so tired I just started zoning out while looking at the gallery. I gotta wrap the stream up. I just literally zoned out. All my caffeine's worn off. I'm getting tired. Again, thank you all for being a part of the stream and hanging out with me as we play through this. It can't be any of the 11 people who blew up or who were in the room when Ava blew up because Imposter Kurara was there. No, Hiroko made the point that X would have just been the person who woke up early. Or, like, X could have woke up first. They could have just gotten lucky. Been built different. Being built different, such as being a commander. Anyway. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Not only will we be back tomorrow for my normal Sunday stream, but I'm also going to stream Monday. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. It's Memorial Day. I have the day off work. So I'm going to also stream on Monday, which is not the usual, but this game is so big, I figure for us to make any decent headway in it, I got to sneak in a couple extra streams for it outside of my usual schedule when I can. So stay tuned for that. As Legendary said, drop a like on the stream if you've liked our hunt for the mystery so far. I would appreciate it. So peak raincoat is nothing. Raincoat is definitely nothing. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with this. This route's kind of fallen off, or the mystery route did fall off a little bit with me, but I do gotta say, I still have just as much fun as always with it, because you guys are hanging out and chatting with me. So thank you very much, all of you, for that. Unsubbing. No, subscribe, hit the bell button. You saw the other Danganronpa-like game? Oh yeah, the next game that it was announced. Oh yeah. Also join my Discord server. Link in the description below. I'd appreciate that. Hang out, chat with me. Let me know. Well, don't let me know actually. Use spoiler tags to discuss your 100-line theories in my Discord server, or just chat about anything. I have a couple different channels there, so stay tuned for that. What is that? Is that Gatonade? Gatondi? I'm probably saying your name wrong, but thank you for subscribing. I saw you in the chat a couple times here, so appreciate you joining the community. Hopefully you see you back at the streams tomorrow and Monday, and continue from there on, because I usually stream every weekend, so yeah. Thanks, Final Fighter, for the tips of this stream as well. As always, I appreciate your donations. And yeah, I think that about covers it. Subscribe, bell button. Like the stream. Join my Discord server. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out and vibing with me. I appreciate it. I'm calling it here. Have a good night, guys. See you tomorrow.